Welcome to the cultivation universe where everything abnormal is normal. And today's main character, Bai Xiaochun, is living proof. A young man who fears death more than the sky falling. A genius whose main talent is causing trouble. And also the only person who can make the entire sect want to beat him, protect him, and avoid him as much as possible. A will eternal, a cultivation story full of laughter. But beneath it is the emotional journey of a seemingly useless person who carries within him a will that can shake heaven and earth. If you want a story that's addictive from the first listen, humorous, touching, and extremely captivating, then this is the perfect choice. Now let's embark on a journey where just one thought is enough to shake eternity. After a long while, Bai Xiaochun sighed. He now understood even more clearly the situation of the war between the Tongshan River and the savage wilderness. The level of combat between the two forces was completely different from the sectarian war between the Lingxi sect and the Zhuexi sect. He was fundamentally powerless to change this. Bai Xiaochun remained silent, then unleashed a powerful punch towards the pit. A deafening explosion resounded, and all the corpses in the pit vanished into dust. Bai Xiaochun's voice was icy cold. With the order given, all the Chen family members offered no resistance, submitting to the Blood Corps Army's capture and imprisonment. Bai Xiaochun's mood became heavy. Witnessing what happened in that pit made revenge against the Li and Chen families seem less meaningful to him than before. After a long while, he sighed and ordered the Blood Corps Army to return. One person's strength couldn't change the course of the war. If his identity were revealed, his fate would be no different from that of the Tongshan River cultivators in the pit. Currently, Bai Xiaochun was merely struggling to survive in the savage wilderness, unlike his time at the Reverse River sect and as a supervisory envoy. He needed to go to the Imperial Palace to report the results to the Grand Celestial Master. On the way back, Bai Xiaochun remained silent. The scene at the Chen family haunted him. Therefore, when flying to the Imperial Palace, Bai Xiaochun could only try to dispel the sadness in his heart. I need to speed up my fire refining process. Seize the time to break through so I can return, Bai Xiaochun muttered to himself. For the first time since entering the savage wilderness, he felt homesick. When Bai Xiaochun arrived outside the Heavenly Master's hall, he saw that it wasn't deserted, but dozens of people were standing there, seemingly all wanting to pay their respects to the Grand Heavenly Master. Among them, he saw Chen Haotong and the old man who had been beside Chen Haotong before. Besides these two Heavenly Masters, there were three other Heavenly Masters standing there. Although Bai Xiaochun didn't know them, he could sense the heavenly human aura emanating from these three. The others were all Heavenly Marquises. Among them were for whom Bai Xiaochun had met before 4 of the 9 Heavenly Marquises who had previously surrounded and tried to kill him. Everyone's expressions were extremely grim. While waiting for the Grand Heavenly Master to summon them, Bai Xiaochun arrived, immediately becoming the center of attention. Bai Hao, upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, someone immediately gritted their teeth and shouted. Chen Haotong, in particular, glared at Bai Xiaochun with icy eyes. His heart was filled with murderous intent, because Li Tianhu had an unusual relationship with him. But now, because of Bai Xiaochun, his fate was uncertain. Now, all the powerful figures of Kuhuan City were alarmed. The capture of the 2 Heavenly Marquises by the Grand Heavenly Master had caused a huge shock. Especially after investigating, they all learned that this matter was related to Bai Xiaochun. Besides avoiding him, many people harbored resentment towards Bai Xiaochun. Every gaze was fixed on him. The 5 heavenly beings and the rest were half-step heavenly beings, their eyes practically materializing, making Bai Xiaochun feel as if thousands of mountains were crashing down on his head. Bai Xiaochun stopped, seeing the icy stares of everyone around him, his heart pounding. Their killing intent towards me is unexpectedly intense. Why don't they treat the Grand Heavenly Master with the same disdain? They keep targeting me. This is clearly taking advantage of my weak cultivation. Bai Xiaochun trembled as he looked around. Just then, Chen Haoseng suddenly spoke. Bai Xiaochun, you dare to act behind the Grand Heavenly Master's back. If you truly have evidence of Li Tianhu and Chen Tianhu's rebellion, show it to me. As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce and ruthless aura erupted from his body. His sharp gaze, in particular, seemed intent on directly killing Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. He had barely endured the pressure from everyone earlier, but now, Chen Haotong's imposing presence struck him like a mountain, causing him to recoil several steps, his face turning pale. Even his cultivation showed signs of chaos. Immediately, an intense sense of imminent death surged within him. Bai Xiaochun's mind trembled, but a glint of hatred flickered in his eyes, the tragic scene of the 10,000 people in the pit flashing through his mind. He didn't suppress the chaotic state of his cultivation. Instead, after being forced back, he bit his tongue, spitting out fresh blood, and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Chen Tianlong, you are truly audacious. You dare to attempt to kill the supervisory envoy in front of the Heavenly Master's palace. Do you also intend to rebel? Bai Xiaochun let out a loud shout, his mind stirring. Immediately, figures in the distance rushed forward 1,000 blood corpse army soldiers. 1,000 men, radiating overwhelming killing intent, brazenly charged forward, causing everyone around to change color. Chen Haotong's eyes flashed with chilling coldness. He knew his limits. His earlier words, infused with some cultivation, were merely to intimidate Bai Xiaochun, not to harm him. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but because this was outside the Heavenly Master's palace. However, he hadn't expected Bai Xiaochun to deliberately provoke him, using this to summon the Blood Corpse army. This made his expression even more somber, and the other 4 Heavenly Masters also frowned. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were now filled with madness. He was certain the other party wouldn't dare kill him here. But if the Grand Celestial Master were to truly allow himself to be destroyed by others, then today's bloody spectacle would be utterly pointless. Therefore, no matter what, his life wouldn't be in danger here. As a result, some of the immense pressure on him was relieved. Especially since he had already risked everything, Bai Xiaochun wasn't too worried. Chen Tianlong, dare you try attacking again? Bai Xiaochun shouted, and immediately 1,000 Blood Corpse army soldiers, radiating overwhelming killing intent, targeted Chen Haotong. If he actually attacked, they would retaliate as well. You dare! Chen Haotong's expression changed as he glared at Bai Xiaochun. He had truly experienced how cunning and audacious this person was. I don't dare. What is there that I, Bai Hao, don't dare? I've already smashed the head of the giant ghost king. I've bound over 100 people in the soul refining lake. In Zone 89, I fought hundreds of people. I don't dare. You dare touch me. Let's see if I dare or not. Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned red, and he roared, You're threatening me. Chen Haotong narrowed his eyes, his killing intent intensifying. And you all, anyone who dares to touch me, I won't let them get away with it today. Damn it, even the Heavenly Emperor dares to threaten me, let alone you few Heavenly Marquises. Listen carefully. After today, you all better be careful. Let me tell you straight, everyone here today will be under the surveillance of this supervisory envoy. Bai Xiaochun disregarded everything, his arrogant roar echoing everywhere. Countless people in the Imperial Palace were startled by such a commotion. As for the several Heavenly Marquises outside the Heavenly Master Hall, they were filled with anger. But seeing Chen Haotong remain motionless, they didn't dare to move. They could only glare at Bai Xiaochun. But in terms of gazes, Bai Xiaochun had never been afraid of anyone before, and now he glared back. Chen Haotong's expression became even more unpleasant. Just as he was about to lose his temper, a cough echoed from the main hall. The doors of the Heavenly Master Hall opened, and the Grand Heavenly Master slowly walked in. Arguing like this, what kind of decorum is this? The Grand Heavenly Master's hoarse voice rang out. Greetings, Grand Heavenly Master. As soon as he appeared, everyone's hearts sank, and they all bowed respectfully to the Grand Heavenly Master. So many of you have come together. What is the matter? The Grand Heavenly Master stood before the main hall, his back slightly hunched, his voice lacking any real authority. But everyone around him felt immense awe and respect. Grand Heavenly Master's teachings are absolutely correct. This junior has come here because the war at the Western Great Wall is somewhat unfavorable, and I wish to request the Tongshan Thorn, the supreme treasure. Chen Haoting respectfully opened his mouth. The other Heavenly Lords also presented their reports one after another. Some spoke of a certain tribe rebelling, others of a place where a supreme treasure had appeared, and some even mentioned some information about the Tongshan River Basin. As for the Heavenly Marquises, they also presented similar matters. No one mentioned Li Heavenly Marquis and Shen Heavenly Marquis at all. Bai Bai Xiaochun observed from the side, feeling his eyes were opened, realizing that these people were all old foxes. They didn't need to express their opinions. Simply reporting on some work was enough to convey their stance. Moreover, it was impossible to reveal their intentions towards the emperor. After all, a newly appointed supervisory envoy had quickly captured two heavenly marquises, which would naturally shock the powerful elite, so a little probing was normal. But not everyone was like that. One of the heavenly marquises seemed a little slow to react. After everyone else finished speaking, he finally spoke up. Grand Heavenly Master, that Heavenly Marquis. He stopped mid-sentence, and silence fell. The other Heavenly Marquis was startled, sweat beading on his forehead. Just then, the Grand Heavenly Master looked up, his gaze fixed on the speaking Heavenly Marquis. "Speak louder. I can't hear you clearly," the Grand Heavenly Master said slowly. "This junior louder," the Grand Heavenly Master said again. "This subordinate is unharmed." Sweat beaded on the Heavenly Marquis's forehead as he spoke without hesitation. The Grand Heavenly Master nodded, saying nothing more. Silence descended, and soon after, Chen Haotong bid farewell, and the others followed suit. Outside the Heavenly Master's hall, only Bai Xiaochun and the Grand Heavenly Master remained. Bai Xiaochun blinked, his eyes reflecting the scene. Today's events had broadened his horizons considerably. In particular, the Grand Celestial Master's two simple sentences had greatly influenced Bai Xiaochun. Considering his own words, he felt he needed to project an extremely powerful aura, making others feel oppressed. "Sometimes, I truly admire that heavenly venerate on Tongshan Island. I am no match for him." While Bai Xiaochun was still pondering, the Grand Celestial Master's calm voice suddenly rang out, making his mind feel like it was about to explode. "Tell me, among those people just now, who is the one with thoughts of supporting the declining imperial family?" The Grand Celestial Master's profound gaze fell upon Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun listened intently, his eyes unblinking, then without hesitation, looked directly at the Grand Celestial Master and spoke loudly. "Grand Master, if I said that 8 or 9 out of 10 of those people just now had ulterior motives towards the imperial family, would you believe me? Especially that Chen Haotong. That guy is definitely colluding with the emperor." Bai Xiaochun thought of Chen Haotong's previous attempt to kill him, and his heart was filled with anger. He seized the opportunity to speak up. "Oh, do you have any evidence?" The Grand Master cleared his throat and asked slowly. "I have evidence. Chen Haotong just tried to kill me." "Grand Master, I am the supervisor appointed by you, and I have always been loyal to you, yet he wanted to kill me. That shows he has a guilty conscience. Grand Master, how about we kill him?" Bai Xiaochun urged excitedly. Grand Master glanced at Bai Xiaochun. He knew Bai Xiaochun harbored ill will towards Chen Haotong, and he also knew Bai Xiaochun's character well. Therefore, he directly ignored his urging words, pretending not to hear them, and looked up at the distant imperial palace, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. Seeing that the Grand Celestial Master ignored him, Bai Xiaochun sighed, feeling regretful. It seemed the Grand Celestial Master was a little indecisive. "If it were me, I would definitely eliminate that Chen Haotong. Why bother hesitating?" Bai Xiaochun thought to himself. After a while, the Grand Celestial Master still paid no attention to Bai Xiaochun, remaining silent. The silence made the area outside the Celestial Master's hall feel like it was under pressure. Under this pressure, thoughts raced through Bai Xiaochun's mind. He thought about the treasures he had just plundered from the Li and Chen families. Now, seeing that the Grand Celestial Master remained silent, he wondered if the Grand Celestial Master was also like the giant Ghost King, waiting for him to offer up his treasures. "Grand Celestial Master, the Li and Chen families are incredibly rich. They hoard so many treasures that others would be shocked just by looking at them. They are only heavenly marquises, yet they are so wealthy. They must have a close alliance with the emperor." Bai Xiaochun spoke up, not caring whether wealth and collusion were related. However, after he finished speaking, the Grand Celestial Master remained standing in the same spot, not saying a word. This puzzled Bai Xiaochun, who couldn't understand what the Grand Celestial Master was thinking. "Grand Celestial Master, I've given the order. Someone will bring the treasures of these two families to you shortly." Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment before probing further. But the Grand Celestial Master still didn't speak, and the atmosphere around them grew increasingly tense, making Bai Xiaochun even more anxious. He thought to himself, Could the Grand Celestial Master know that he had hidden some personal treasures during the house search? Grand Celestial Master, I forgot to mention earlier that the Li family has a spiritual mountain. Bai Xiaoqun cleared his throat, trying to add. But before he could finish, he realized the Grand Celestial Master still wasn't paying attention to him. At this moment, Bai Xiaoqun was terrified. Grand Celestial Master, I just remembered. The Chen family still has a precious jade, Bai Xiaoqun continued, his voice filled with sadness. As soon as Bai Xiaoqun finished speaking, the Grand Celestial Master's gaze shifted, no longer fixed on Bai Xiaoqun. Although his eyes didn't seem to be truly looking at Bai Xiaoqun, the profound depth within them was enough to make Bai Xiaoqun feel as if he were seeing the starry sky. It was as if all his secrets were clearly revealed in the Grand Celestial Master's eyes. This caused Bai Xiaoqun's heart to tremble, and he quickly spoke up. Grand Celestial Master, I just remembered. It seems the Li family also has many soul elixirs. At this moment, the Grand Celestial Master's hoarse voice slowly spoke. Bai Hao, do you know what it means that the more you think about something, the less you understand it? As he spoke these words, the Grand Celestial Master's gaze suddenly shifted towards the distance. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoqun became even more anxious, vaguely feeling that the Grand Celestial Master seemed to disbelieve that he had only embezzled a little. Which was why he said that the more he considered it, the more incomprehensible it became. His heart was in turmoil, wondering if he should hand over the main medicinal herb of the Li family. He was secretly angry. The Grand Celestial Master was too petty. He himself wasn't that greedy. Why did he have to dig up everything and not let him have anything? Just as he was agonizing over this, he heard the Grand Celestial Master's voice again. It's the human heart. The human heart is something that becomes more incomprehensible the more you consider it. Bai Hao, don't you think so? That single sentence seemed to contain a strange power that resonated in Bai Xiaoqun's ears, making him panic and want to cry. He felt that this Grand Celestial Master was even more stingy than the giant Ghost King. I've exhausted myself to achieve such great merit, and yet they're exploiting me like this. At this moment, he dared not continue to conceal anything and hastily spoke up. Grand Celestial Master, my memory isn't very good. I only just remembered that the Li family still has a tree. Before Bai Xiaoqun could finish speaking, the Grand Celestial Master's hoarse voice rang out, his eyes revealing an unfathomable depth. Human hearts are unpredictable, including the powerful figures in the Ku Wang dynasty, the current Ku Wang Emperor, and even myself. Without me, the Ku Wang dynasty would have vanished into thin air when the Ku Wang Emperor failed to break through to the demigod realm. I, on behalf of the Ku Wang Emperor, suppressed the 4 great heavenly kings, protected the Ku Wang dynasty intact, and resisted the invasion of the Tongshan River. Sometimes, I really want to emulate that heavenly venerable on Tongshan Island, settle everything once and for all, and change the heavens with my own hands. The moment the Grand Celestial Master uttered these words, his head was held high, his back straight. An unimaginable aura emanated from his body. This aura seemed capable of changing the heavens and earth, obscuring all light for a short time. Bai Xiaoqun felt that at this moment, the Grand Celestial Master no longer had any trace of his old age, but had become a colossal figure supporting the sky, capable of making the sun and moon disappear with a single thought, plunging the heavens and earth into darkness. The overwhelming aura made Bai Xiaoqun unable to bear it, causing him to recoil, his heart pounding. But it all ended in an instant. The Grand Celestial Master's back hunched over again, his head bowed low, and he sighed. Everything returned to normal. Everything that had happened before seemed like an illusion. But Bai Xiaoqun clearly felt a tremor in his heart, his breathing becoming rapid. The Grand Celestial Master slowly turned his head to look at Bai Xiaoqun. What did you just say? The Li family has some kind of inheritance. Bai Xiaoqun's mouth dropped open, feeling like he wanted to cry but couldn't. He finally understood that he had misunderstood. The Grand Celestial Master didn't care about the wealth obtained from the house search. He was just feeling a sense of melancholy for some reason. Bai Xiaoqun's guilty conscience had led him to misinterpret the situation. The Grand Celestial Master's question made Bai Xiaoqun swallow hard, his thoughts racing as he tried to figure out how to protect his gains from the house search. The Grand Celestial Master's gaze put immense pressure on him, and sweat beaded on his forehead. After a moment of consideration, he quickly spoke. What the Li family has is a small matter, Grand Celestial Master. I feel that although human hearts are hard to fathom, That's not important. Whether these people side with you or the emperor is the same. The important thing is their attitude when you and Emperor Kui appeared together. Bai Xiaochun replied hastily, his words a little jumbled as he spoke. As he continued, his thoughts became clearer and his language more fluent. Even if people like Chen Haotong and his group are all loyal to Emperor Kui, what difference does it make? Will they dare admit it? Even if all the powerful figures in the court side with Emperor Kui, it's nothing to worry about. They wouldn't dare express their thoughts in front of the Grand Heavenly Master, which proves that you alone can suppress them all. Bai Xiaochun spoke with increasing conviction, his eyes becoming more expressive. Therefore, I believe you don't need to worry about what they think. Just focus on who they fear. Bai Xiaochun's voice grew louder and more forceful. When he finished speaking, the Grand Celestial Master's gaze narrowed as if deep in thought. This result made Bai Xiaochun admire himself. He felt his words were perfectly worded and logical. Seeing the Grand Celestial Master deep in thought, Bai Xiaochun felt triumphant, truly impressed by his unparalleled wit. To preserve the medicinal herb at the Li family and also to save Queer, I will risk my life. Bai Xiaochun quickly cleared his throat, feeling extremely superior and righteous. He felt it was best to strike while the iron was hot, so he suddenly spoke up. Grand Celestial Master, I have a plan. Speak. The Grand Celestial Master's expression returned to normal, showing no sign of worrying. He glanced at Bai Xiaochun and spoke indifferently. Bai Xiaochun hastily replied, I can create an opportunity for the Grand Celestial Master. This opportunity will force all the civil and military officials of the court to show their true intentions before you. My eyesight isn't sharp enough to discern the schemes of those old foxes, but the Grand Celestial Master's eyes are as sharp as a torch. Through their words and the fluctuations in their souls, you might be able to see a little. Bai Xiaochun said this, carefully organizing his thoughts, feeling that the plan was very feasible, and his face lit up with joy. This plan of mine can be said to be earth-shattering and terrifying. It can be said to be a deadly move. Once this move is unleashed, people's hearts will be enlightened. Bai Xiaochun patted his chest, extremely arrogant. He eagerly awaited the Grand Celestial Master's question about his plan, but after waiting for a long time, the other party remained cold and indifferent, leaving Bai Xiaochun bewildered. He scratched his head and continued, however, this killing move of mine needs to be displayed in front of all the nobles of the court, and even the emperor himself must be present to use it. Grand Celestial Master, do you know of any grand ceremony coming up? Bai Xiaochun was both touting his skills and looking expectantly at the Grand Celestial Master. The Grand Celestial Master scrutinized Bai Xiaochun, closed his eyes, and after a moment, spoke in a hoarse voice, the ancestral sacrifice is in a month. If you're so confident, then show me what you call this killing move. The Grand Celestial Master didn't bother to ask about Bai Xiaochun's plan, simply waved his hand, causing Bai Xiaochun to feel dizzy, and in the blink of an eye, he was outside the Imperial Palace. When I, Bai Xiaochun, take action, even I feel afraid. By then, I'll show the Grand Celestial Master and everyone else how terrifying I am. Bai Xiaochun was brimming with confidence in his plan. He excitedly imagined his glorious day, becoming more and more engrossed in his thoughts, occasionally even laughing aloud. Bai Xiaochun hummed a tune triumphantly as he led the Blood Army Corps puppet back to the supervisory mansion. Seeing Bai Xiaochun return, Zhou Yixing rushed to report, but was quickly chased away to another area of the supervisory mansion, while Bai Xiaochun himself went into seclusion in the main hall. At this moment, he didn't have time to worry about Sungqiu. His mind was constantly analyzing and perfecting his plan. Bai Xiaochun used the Soul Tower to summon Bai Hao's soul and informed him of his plan. Bai Hao's eyes almost popped out. He stared at his master for a long time before taking a deep breath. This move, did master really come up with this? Bai Hao asked doubtfully. Of course I came up with it. How about it? Amazing, right? Bai Xiaochun couldn't stop grinning, proudly boasting, this move is too vicious. Especially since the emperor is also there, the civil and military officials of the entire court might go crazy. However, the key point isn't the plan itself, but the judgment of the Grand Celestial Master. Bai Hao sincerely praised him and then helped Bai Xiaochun refine the remaining flaws in his plan. Time is passing so slowly. I really hope tomorrow is the ancestral worship ceremony. It took Bai Xiaochun a long time to suppress his excitement. Thinking about how he had just investigated the homes of the two heavenly marquises Li and Chen, it wasn't appropriate to act further, so he decided to go into seclusion for a month. Previously, he had gambled with those two soul-refining masters, and by chance, he had entered the fusion fire realm, gaining many insights. After returning home, he tried refining the 17-colored flames several more times, accumulating considerable experience. This month of seclusion was perfect for him to focus on refining them. During Bai Xiaochun's month-long seclusion, everyone in Kuhuan City was in turmoil. The arrest of the Li and Chen families by the Grand Heavenly Master and the confiscation of their family wealth had stirred up a huge storm throughout Kuhuan City. The other heavenly marquises were like ants on a hot pan, as if they could smell the stench of the bloodshed from years ago. In fact, they had a premonition from the moment Bai Xiaochun was appointed as the supervisory envoy, but they didn't expect him to act so quickly. And the Grand Heavenly Master was truly decisive this time, acting swiftly. In less than 2 hours, both heavenly marquis families had collapsed. Some people even pieced together the events and concluded that since Bai Hao arrived in Kuhuan City, the city had never been the same. That Bai Hao Da could he really be a calamity star? Calamity star. A star of misfortune, how cruel. I saw Bai Hao ransacking houses with my own eyes. Wherever he went, the ground was scraped up 3 feet deep. Not a single blade of grass remained. It's not Bai Hao's fault. He's clashed with the powerful several times. The hatred has reached a point of life and death. These rumors not only circulated within the imperial city but also spread throughout the savage wilderness, reaching the strongholds of the 4 great heavenly kings. Those prodigies who had previously clashed with Bai Xiaochun were all strictly controlled by their families, even confined to their homes. At this time, dealing with Bai Hao could only be done secretly, without direct confrontation. This scene shocked everyone, and at the same time, it evoked a sense of shared suffering, intensifying their murderous intent towards Bai Xiaochun. They dared not offend the Grand Heavenly Master, so they could only direct their killing intent towards Bai Xiaochun. The civil and military officials of the court, who usually fought amongst themselves, now showed a strange unity. Regardless of whether they sided with the imperial city or not, the killing of the heavenly marquis stirred their hearts. Some powerful figures rushed to pay their respects to the Grand Heavenly Master, but many who had originally intended to kill Bai Xiaochun also seized this opportunity to retaliate. However, for the past month, Bai Xiaochun hasn't gone out, leaving those who harbored ill intentions towards him with no opportunity to act. They also lacked the courage to enter the supervisory mansion, so they could only watch helplessly as time passed. The people of the barbarian wilderness highly valued the ancestral worship ceremony. Regardless of the size of the clans or tribes, everyone awaited this day. During the ceremony, the Emperor Kui would appear. Even though the Emperor Kui was currently just a puppet in the hands of the Grand Celestial Master, he would still appear in the Imperial Palace Square today. All the nobles would do the same. Only the 4 great heavenly kings didn't attend. In fact, it wasn't just the ancestral worship ceremony. Unless an earth-shattering event occurred that could change the entire dynasty, the 4 great heavenly kings wouldn't come to Emperor Kui City. They couldn't come. After all, their relationship with the Grand Celestial Master was extremely delicate, a kind of balance. If something unexpected happened to them in Emperor Kui City, it would have a huge impact. Although they themselves did not attend, their children would represent them at the ancestral worship ceremony. This was because the ancestral worship ceremony of the imperial city was a tribute to the first imperial emperor, the founder of the imperial dynasty. Even after countless years, in the eyes of the people of the imperial city, the first imperial emperor held the highest and most supreme position. Furthermore, the ceremony was also related to the underworld emperor. During each ceremony, the heavens and earth seemed to be torn apart, and the underworld emperor appeared, swirling in the sky like a giant vortex. This giant vortex enveloped the entire imperial city. A massive number of souls would descend on the day of the ceremony, considered a blessing for the people. Anyone present could collect the vengeful spirits. Legend says that once, a celestial being's soul descended from the heavens. This made the ceremony a gathering of all the nobles of the imperial city, and a grand event for all its citizens. Although the nobles of Kuhuan City participated in the soul hunt, they didn't take it to heart, merely considering it an auspicious sign. On the day of the ancestral sacrifice, the atmosphere in Kuhuan City became solemn. Everyone went out of their homes and knelt before the sky. At the same time, the sound of bells echoed throughout the imperial palace. All the heavenly marquises and heavenly dukes, dressed in their court robes, calmly flew to the square outside the main hall of the imperial palace. Simultaneously, Bai Xiaochun also ended his seclusion in the main hall. Upon emerging, he couldn't hide his joy, his eyes looking up at the sky with excitement and anticipation. "I've finally mastered the 17 colors of fire. And the ancestral sacrifice is officially beginning." Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief and soared into the air. 1,000 corpse puppet blood soldiers also set off simultaneously. Following the resounding bells throughout Kuwang City, a sea of people streamed forth. In the sky, 2 layers of rainbows pierced the air and flew towards the imperial palace. In addition, numerous soul-cultivating guards were scattered in all directions to maintain order and to be vigilant against any unforeseen events that might occur during the ancestral worship ceremony. Although the likelihood of an unexpected incident was not high, these soul-cultivating guards remained dedicated to their duties. They were especially attentive in the areas surrounding the supervisory office. The events involving the 2 grand heavenly marquises last month had a profound impact, placing the newly appointed supervisory commissioner in a precarious position, clashing fiercely with the entire court. If any unforeseen event were to affect the ancestral worship ceremony, they feared they would not be able to bear the immense responsibility. While the guards focused their attention on the supervisory mansion, from within the mansion, Bai Xiaochun's figure soared into the air, followed by over 1,000 corpse puppets. The entire group exuded a fierce aura, roaring as they charged forward. Almost immediately upon Bai Xiaochun's appearance, all the nobles flying in the sky turned their gaze towards him. Each gaze held a complex mix of thoughts, disgust, awe, and fear, making Bai Xiaochun the center of attention. Sensing everyone's gaze, Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat, clasped his hands behind his back, and arrogantly looked around. Whenever he encountered a hateful or unfriendly gaze, he would immediately glare back fiercely, appearing completely fearless. "If you're so capable, come here." Bai Xiaochun's expression clearly showed his defiance. He truly feared no one. With the Grand Heavenly Master as his backing and these 1,000 corpse puppets, he was the target of everyone's attention. With him by his side, let alone the flying heavenly marquises, even if a heavenly emperor himself were to come here, he would dare to glare and defy them. Seeing Bai Xiaochun's arrogant demeanor, the flying nobles frowned, glancing at the corpse puppets beside Bai Xiaochun with obvious apprehension. Only then did they withdraw their gazes, ignoring Bai Xiaochun and heading straight to the imperial palace. A bunch of cowards, already terrified at the sight of the supervisory envoy. Seeing this, Bai Xiaochun became even more smug, flying away at a leisurely pace. In fact, it wasn't just the flying nobles who noticed Bai Xiaochun. Even the commoner soul cultivators looked up at him. Supervisory envoy Bai Hao. It's him, the one who searched the homes of the 2 heavenly marquises a month ago. He hasn't shown up for a whole month. Now he's appearing right during the ancestral worship ceremony. There's bound to be some trouble. The incessant chatter and discussions caused the guards surrounding the area to become highly vigilant, fanning out in 8 directions to guard the place. If anything unexpected happened, they would immediately intervene. Amidst this layer of protection, Bai Xiaochun's anticipation grew even stronger. Just thinking about the plan he intended to implement on the day of the ancestral worship ceremony ignited a fire within him, making him uncontrollably excited. Once I have the method in hand, and if I can refine it, then I'll be a Earth-grade soul refining master. Bai Xiaochun became increasingly excited as he thought about it, his heart filled with anticipation. He saw only good things before him. The Earth-grade soul refining master realm truly thrilled Bai Xiaochun. There are only 3 Earth-grade soul refining masters in the entire savage wilderness. If I succeed, that will be the 4th. Bai Xiaochun's heart swelled with excitement. He knew that in the savage wilderness, the status of an Earth-grade soul refining master was comparable to that of a heavenly master, and in some aspects, even higher. It could be said that the Earth-grade status was so extraordinary that one could roam freely throughout the savage wilderness. As long as they didn't commit treason, even if they made a grave mistake, they would be spared the death penalty. Anyway, there are dozens of celestial beings in the savage wilderness, but there are only 3 Earth-grade soul refining masters. Most importantly, if I can refine the 18 colors of fire, I can continue refining my nascent soul. and my cultivation will directly increase from the mid-stage nascent soul to the late-stage heavenly down nascent soul. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but feel anticipation. With his mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, he could already overwhelm a quasi-celestial being, so if it were the late-stage nascent soul, he might even be able to fight a celestial being. Even if the late-stage nascent soul is impossible, when I reach the great perfection of the nascent soul, I can definitely fight a celestial being. Bai Xiaochun's spirits were lifted, and his speed towards the imperial palace increased significantly. 1,000 corpse puppets followed closely behind him like a rainbow, quickly approaching the eastern gate of the imperial palace. When Bai Xiaochun arrived, he saw a middle-aged man already there. His expression was not angry, but imposing. His golden robe, embroidered with the sun, moon, and clear sky, combined with his dignified bearing, made him seem to radiate an invisible aura. Everyone he encountered respectfully bowed and greeted him. This man was one of the 10 great heavenly masters, Chen Haotong. He wasn't alone. A burly man stood respectfully behind him. This man wore a dragon robe, his tall stature exuding immense strength. Seeing Chen Haotong, Bai Xiaochun inwardly snorted. At the same time, Chen Haotong looked back, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, his disgust for Bai Xiaochun unconcealed. As for the burly man, Bai Xiaochun had seen him before. His appearance bore some resemblance to Zhao Dongshen. He was likely an elder of the Zhao family. His status was far from ordinary. He was one of the 9 strongest heavenly marquises who had previously besieged Bai Xiaochun. A person who is neither a heavenly duke nor a heavenly marquis has no right to attend the ancestral commemoration ceremony. The burly man glanced at Bai Xiaochun and sneered. He deliberately spoke loudly, so that many of the nobles gathered there could hear clearly. These nobles already disliked Bai Xiaochun. Immediately, mocking voices rang out, and contemptuous glances were directed at Bai Xiaochun. This enraged Bai Xiaochun, who glared back. With the support of the Grand Heavenly Master, he had nothing to fear. He pointed his finger at the burly man. This man is disrespectful to the Grand Heavenly Master. Capture him. As soon as he finished speaking, the Blood Army corpse golems beside him fiercely raised their heads, and then 100 black-armored corpse golems immediately charged out of the ranks. The burly man was stunned, his expression changing. Clearly, he hadn't expected Bai Xiaochun to dare to attack right at the Imperial Palace Gate on the anniversary of the founding of the dynasty. He was about to retreat when Chen Haotong, standing beside him, snorted coldly. Foolish. Before he finished speaking, his right foot stepped forward. That cold snort was like a thunderclap, shaking the bodies of the 100 corpse puppets and simultaneously imprisoning them in midair, unable to move forward. At the same time, as Chen Haotong's foot landed, a violent aura erupted from his body, creating a storm that directly swept the 100 corpse puppets back to their original positions. Bai Xiaochun glared, about to speak, when Chen Haotong's shout rang out. Zhao Zhonglin is a heavenly marquis. He taught you a lesson, and instead of admitting your mistake, you dare to falsely accuse him. Grand Master appointed me, Bai, as the supervisory envoy and ordered me to attend the ancestral commemoration ceremony. This Zhao Zhonglin dares to speak so arrogantly, lecturing me, which is tantamount to defying the Grand Master's orders. Calling him disrespectful is putting it mildly. Bai Xiaochun retorted, tilting his chin. You! Zhao Zhonglin was furious. He had heard before that this man before him had a sharp tongue, but he never imagined that a single sentence from him would be interpreted by Bai Xiaochun as disrespecting the Grand Master. You, if you're so capable, fight me against 1,000 of my supervisory mansion's warriors. 1,000 men is easy for you, isn't it? Fine, choose 100 of them. I guarantee they won't kill you. Bai Xiaochun's voice grew louder, and with a wave of his hand, 1,000 corpse puppets instantly emitted a fierce aura. Shameless. Zhao Zhonglin gritted his teeth in anger. Even though he was one of the strongest heavenly marquises, he couldn't possibly defeat 100 zombies, let alone 1,000. The zombies' bodies were like iron and stone, and they were ferocious and fearless. Once they attacked, they wouldn't stop until they saw blood. You dare call me shameless? How could the Grand Heavenly Master appoint such a shameless person as an upright and just supervisory envoy? In other words, the Grand Heavenly Master must be blind. Bai Xiaochun's eyes narrowed, a hint of surprise flickering in them. He realized that Zhao Zhonglin was usually quiet, but once he spoke, his words were full of loopholes. Zhao Zhonglin, you are openly questioning me, questioning the supervisory office, questioning the Grand Heavenly Master. Are you perhaps an accomplice of Li and Chen? Bai Xiaochun waved his hand forcefully. Guards, block the palace gates. Others may enter, but this Zhao Zhonglin has ulterior motives and cannot enter. As soon as Bai Xiaochun finished speaking, numerous corpse golems flew in to blockade the eastern gate of the palace. The powerful soul cultivators around gasped, having witnessed Bai Xiaochun's ruthless words. His intimidating presence instantly increased, especially for those who had never met him before. The guards responsible for guarding the palace gates smiled wryly. They couldn't prevent this, and could only hastily report the situation to their superiors. Chen Haoding had a headache. Bai Xiaochun was like a thorn in his side. He could have easily killed him with a single slap, but time and again he hesitated and couldn't bring himself to do it. If he could, it would be fine, but Bai Xiaochun had a sharp tongue, capable of turning black into white. Talking to him could easily lead to him framing someone. Seeing Zhao Zhonglin beside him burning with anger, Chen Haoding frowned and softly shouted, "Enough." He waved his hand and a whirlwind swept out, pushing back the corpse golems occupying the palace gate. Even Bai Xiaochun was pushed back 10 meters by the storm. Immediately after Bai Xiaochun retreated, Chen Haotong entered the east gate of the imperial palace. Zhao Zhonglin gritted his teeth and followed. As he passed through the gate, he turned back and gave Bai Xiaochun a fierce, murderous glare. The other nobles also had no good feelings towards Bai Xiaochun, and everyone quickly went inside. Bai Xiaochun muttered discontentedly, "Just because your cultivation is higher than mine, you can be so arrogant. If you have the guts, fight a battle with the heroes of my supervisory office." The guards all around bowed their heads, secretly feeling that this supervisory envoy was relying on the Grand Heavenly Master to speak so arrogantly, and yet he had the audacity to say that others relied on their cultivation. Seeing that everyone had entered, Bai Xiaochun also clasped his hands behind his back, tilted his chin, and advanced towards the east gate, with several corpse golems following closely behind. But just as Bai Xiaochun reached the gate, a guard stepped forward and blocked the path of the black-armored corpse golem. Supervisory envoy. Actually, on the day of the ancestral worship ceremony, your subordinates are not allowed to enter the palace. The guard was also very upset but couldn't help but stop him, and could only watch helplessly as Bai Xiaochun entered. Huh? Bai Xiaochun was stunned, his mouth agape. Not allowed in? Are you kidding me? Those people inside, their cultivation levels are all higher than mine, and they hate me so much they want to kill me. It's too dangerous for me to go in alone. Bai Xiaochun shouted, trying to reason with the guard, but the guard only smiled wryly and shook his head. This rule made Bai Xiaochun want to bang his head against the wall. If he had known this earlier, the whole thing wouldn't have been so chaotic. He couldn't hesitate any longer, as the bells inside were ringing faster, signaling the end of the ceremony. Bai Xiaochun could only sigh, arrange for the Blood Corpse army to guard the main gate and slowly enter the imperial palace. The main gate of the imperial palace seemed to hold back Bai Xiaochun's fearless and arrogant spirit. The more arrogant and self-satisfied he was outside, the more timid he became inside, his steps light as if afraid of attracting attention. Fortunately, Bai Xiaochun arrived relatively late. The court's dignitaries had already gathered in the square outside the main hall. Guided by the imperial guards, Bai Xiaochun arrived just before the bell stopped ringing. The square outside the main hall was vast, with 18 enormous, sturdy dragon-shaped pillars reaching straight up to the sky. The square's surface was made of green jade, filling the entire area with spiritual energy. In the center was a gigantic bell, its reverberations echoing everywhere. Outside, countless soul-cultivating guards stood solemnly, forming layers upon layers covering the entire area. On either side of the square, the first position on the left was occupied by Hong Chennu and Zhou Hong. The first two positions on the right were occupied by Prince Gongsunyi and Crown Prince Linglin Cheng, who was also Su San's older brother. Evidently, they were representatives of the four heavenly kings attending the ancestral worship ceremony. Currently, these four were not paying attention to Bai Xiaochun, but were simply standing there with their eyes closed, meditating. Behind them stood 10 heavenly lords, one of whom was Chen Haotong, positioned third from the left. Following them were over 100 heavenly marquises. It seemed the further forward one was, the more powerful they were. Zhao Zhonglin stood among the heavenly marquises. Upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, his eyes flashed, and he let out a cold snort. The over 100 heavenly marquises were arranged into rows, several meters apart. Finally, behind them were the high-ranking officials of the court, numbering over 1,000. These people, regardless of their aura or status, seemed much weaker, each displaying a respectful expression. Bai Xiaochun's position was among these high-ranking officials. However, as a supervisory envoy, his status and position were slightly higher, so his place was first after the heavenly marquis. Most of the officials didn't know Bai Xiaochun personally, but they had heard of him. After exchanging pleasantries, they learned of his identity. Unlike the heavenly marquis and the heavenly duke, these officials didn't harbor much ill will towards Bai Xiaochun. Some even tried to curry favor with him. Sensing the goodwill of most around him, Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief, his face beaming with a smile. He nodded in greeting before returning to his seat. He gazed towards the distant main hall of the imperial palace, a strange feeling rising in his heart. Emperor Kui. Although the Grand Celestial Master wields immense power, Emperor Kui is the one with imperial blood, the nominal leader of the barbarian wilderness. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. He didn't know if anyone in the Tongshan River had ever stood in the imperial palace square of the barbarian wilderness like him. At least for now, thinking about how he could have reached this point in the savage wilderness like a kite in the wind, Bai Xiaochun felt both moved and proud. When I return to the Reverse River sect, I must tell Hou Xiaomei, Junwen, Da Pan, Uncle Li about what happened here. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun looked towards the main hall, entirely purple in the distance. 9 golden dragons were carved around the hall, their heads protruding as if they could fly into the sky at any moment, creating a powerful aura. However, Bai Xiaochun sensed a powerful pressure emanating from these 9 golden dragons, and he vaguely perceived the tremors of the surrounding formations. Bai Xiaochun gazed expectantly at the closed main hall door. About the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the sound of a bell suddenly rang out, and the main hall door slowly opened. Immediately, 9 golden dragons seemed to open their eyes simultaneously, emitting an earth-shattering aura. Everyone even faintly heard the sound of dragon roars, causing a sense of unease. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun saw more than 10 handsome male and female soul cultivators, dressed in extremely ornate robes, standing at the newly opened main hall door. One of them was the second prince. Evidently, these were members of the Kui dynasty's imperial family, though not all of them, but only a few representatives. Standing before them were 2 hunchbacked old men, ugly in appearance, but both exuded a chilling aura. At the very back of the main hall were 2 chairs, one large and one small. The large chair was entirely golden, the dragon throne, and seated upon it was a man wearing an imperial crown and robes. His appearance was indistinct, only discernible as middle-aged, but an aura of nobility, like that of a supreme being, continuously emanated from him, accompanied by the roar of the golden dragon. This man was the Emperor Kui. Bai Xiaochun's mind trembled. He couldn't clearly see the Emperor Kui's face, only feeling that his eyes seemed to contain an entire world, causing a thunderous shock to anyone who looked into them. This tremor quickly subsided, and everyone involuntarily turned their gaze towards the back of the enormous dragon throne. There, a small, ordinary chair stood, its position even higher than the dragon throne, drawing all eyes to it. The small black chair was unremarkable, yet time and again, the figure seated there attracted the attention of all the officials and military commanders, including Bai Xiaochun. The person sitting there was the Grand Celestial Master. We respectfully invite the Grand Celestial Master. While everyone's gaze was fixed on the interior of the Grand Hall, the piercing voice of one of the 2 hunchbacked old men rang out. Before the voice even faded, the giant dragon that had previously shown curiosity towards Bai Xiaochun suddenly appeared from the swirling clouds. Its enormous head bowed, emitting a resounding dragon roar, its aura directly suppressing the aura of the 9 golden dragons. At the same time, the Grand Celestial Master's figure appeared on the throne in the Grand Hall. The Grand Celestial Master's appearance shook everyone's minds. Even the Heavenly Emperor and his followers bowed their heads, respectfully clasping their hands and speaking. Greetings, Grand Celestial Master, greetings, Emperor Kui. Thousands of people outside the hall simultaneously bowed and spoke in unison, their voices echoing throughout the heavens and earth. Inside the palace, the entire royal family, including the second prince, paid their respects. No one dared to disobey. Only Emperor Kui remained seated, motionless, his hand slightly tightening its grip on the armrest of the dragon throne before releasing it. Bai Xiaochun had been intently watching the main hall, observing the movements of Emperor Kui and the Grand Celestial Master. Emperor Kui, he's still no match for the Grand Celestial Master, he thought to himself, withdrawing his gaze. The sounds inside and outside the Great Hall echoed for a long time before finally ceasing. The Grand Celestial Master remained indifferent, showing no expression, simply sitting with his eyes closed, as if he had come here today merely to witness the ancestral ceremony. With no other intentions, Emperor Kui waited for a while before subtly nodding to the two hunched old men below. Receiving Emperor Kui's signal, the two old men exchanged glances, both seeing in each other's eyes a mixture of apprehension towards the Grand Celestial Master and helplessness. A man took a deep breath, turned his face towards the main hall, and began to read. These were ancestral worship texts, their strangely resonant tones echoing in all directions, shaking the heavens and causing swirling clouds to form a vortex. This vortex rumbled and grew larger, instantly engulfing the entire imperial palace. The giant dragon, however, vanished without a trace the moment the vortex appeared. This strange phenomenon didn't cause any commotion, as if everyone had anticipated such an event. But for Bai Xiaochun, this was his first time witnessing such a thing. He watched intently. The vortex grew increasingly majestic, and with the rumbling sound, its scope expanded beyond the imperial palace, beginning to cover the Kuwang city. One could even vaguely discern a long river hidden within the terrifying vortex. Bai Xiaochun held his breath and concentrated, sensing waves of death emanating from the river. The river of darkness, Bai Xiaochun exclaimed. At this moment, the gigantic vortex had enveloped the entire Kuwang city. Even from within the imperial palace, Bai Xiaochun could hear the countless voices of people below in Kuwang city. At this moment, all the citizens of Kuwang city were shouting, their voices shaking the heavens and earth. The vortex seemed large enough that the river of darkness within it began to manifest itself clearly, its waters flowing, as if a void had suddenly opened, revealing the river of darkness. In an instant, the aura of death emanated from the vortex, filling the entire world. Bai Xiaochun's mind trembled. This scene filled him with terror. In his view, the vortex was like an eye, now open, allowing everyone to see Minha through it, resembling some supreme being staring down upon this world. A strange and intense feeling surged within Bai Xiaochun. While he was still reeling from the shock, the hunchbacked old man finished reciting the sacrificial text. He flicked his sleeve and uttered his final words. The ancestral sacrifice begins. His voice, like a resounding bell, echoed through the swirling waters of the sky, accompanied by an earth-shattering roar. It was as if an invisible, colossal hand had swept across the Netherworld River, instantly raising massive waves and creating a turbulent cascade of water. Countless souls condensed within the Netherworld River and then, carried by the swirling vortex, fell to the earth, floating and swirling. It was difficult to describe this magnificent scene. Souls rained down like a storm. Countless souls descended from the heavens, scattering across the entire Kuwang city. There were so many souls, too numerous to count, filling the entire heaven and earth. Most importantly, these souls seemed to be in a deep slumber, so if one possessed the power of heavenly humanity, anyone could collect them, provided they were fortunate enough. Immediately, cheers erupted from the entire imperial city. All the common people, excitedly, flew up to collect the blessings of their ancestors. Inside the palace, outside the main hall, the guards also eagerly raised their hands to harvest souls. Hong Chennu and her group also joined in. The Heavenly Duke, the Heavenly Marquis, and over 1,000 high-ranking officials did the same. For them, the important thing about collecting souls on this ancestral worship day wasn't the quality of the soul, but the auspiciousness of it. Of course, if they could obtain a celestial being soul, it would be even more fortunate. However, celestial being souls don't always appear during ancestral worship. In fact, they are extremely rare. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He was nervous and anxious, yet also full of hope. He knew that this was the time to implement his plan. After this, he feared that the entire court's powerful figures would hate him even more. I can't control all of that. They never had good intentions towards me. Even if I hadn't done what I did today, they wouldn't have let me off the hook. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth, his body trembling slightly. With a surge of nervous excitement, he straightened up and soared into the air. Just as Bai Xiaojun stood up, inside the hall, the Grand Heavenly Master's eyes slightly opened, his gaze fixed on Bai Xiaojun. Bai Xiaojun flew high, raised his right hand, and without any hesitation, grabbed a soul that had just fallen. It was a Foundation Establishment soul. As soon as he caught this soul, Bai Xiaojun's eyes widened, his breathing quickened, his face showed disbelief, his expression was one of ecstatic joy. And he burst into a fit of overwhelming excitement. He looked up at the sky and laughed heartily. Heavens, I actually managed to capture this soul. Bai Xiaojun's laughter was so loud, he even deliberately used his cultivation to amplify his voice, making it reverberate in all directions and attract everyone's attention. Before anyone could see clearly, Bai Xiaojun's figure flashed, heading straight towards the main hall of the Imperial Palace. His speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he was outside the main hall, standing alongside Hong Chennu and the others. Before Hong Chennu and the others could recover from their astonishment, they heard Bai Xiaojun's excited voice, like a thunderclap, resounding into the hall. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your humble servant Bai Hao has obtained a heavenly human soul. Bai Xiaojun excitedly raised his right hand, opening it so everyone could see the Foundation Establishment soul in his hand. His voice was so loud, and his actions so unexpected, that it immediately drew the attention of everyone in the hall. Hong Chennu, who was very close to Bai Xiaojun, was startled by his words, but when she clearly saw the soul in Bai Xiaojun's hand, her expression changed. Bai Hao, what are you doing? Step back! Hong Chennu shouted. Chu Hong, standing beside her, widened his eyes. Li Shengwang and Ling Lincheng, the crown prince, were also stunned after clearly seeing the soul in Bai Zikeng's hand. This soul, no matter how you looked at it, was clearly a Foundation Establishment soul, not a heavenly human soul. Not only them, but the heavenly lords and Chen Haosong were also shocked, their expressions changing rapidly, their eyes flashing with sharp, knife-like light as they glared at Bai Zikeng. Could he be trying to force the king? As for the heavenly marquises, they finally reacted, their faces changing, their breathing becoming frantic, but some still couldn't comprehend what was happening. A heavenly human soul. This isn't a heavenly human soul. Is Bai Hao hallucinating? Outside the courtyard, a commotion arose from all sides, including Jia Shanglin. He was clearly unaware of the situation and spoke loudly. Bai Hao, are you blind? It's clearly a Foundation Establishment soul, yet you mistake it for a celestial human soul. Are you so desperate for a celestial human soul that you've gone mad? Why don't you just say it's a demigod soul? The mocking voices mingled with reproach, but Bai Xiaojun remained standing, completely unfazed. His gaze was fixed on the emperor sitting on the dragon throne. At this moment, several princes also changed their expressions, sensing something was amiss. The second prince, who knew Bai Xiaojun to some extent, suddenly had an idea flash through his mind, causing him to hold his breath and his expression to show panic. What does he want? Does he want to force father to bow down? The emperor stared intently at Bai Xiaojun, his eyes flashing with a sharp glint. Bai Xiaojun appeared agitated at this moment, but inwardly he was intensely worried. The fierce, star-like gaze of the emperor made him feel uneasy. Before he could say anything, one of the two hunchbacked old men below the emperor spoke. The cold voice contained a murderous intent. How audacious! This is clearly a Foundation Establishment soul. You must be trying to commit treason. Before he finished speaking, the old man stepped forward and charged straight at Bai Xiaojun. A powerful heavenly human aura erupted, his entire being seemingly merging with the sky as he relentlessly attacked Bai Xiaojun. He struck with full force, swiftly and without hesitation, as if intending to kill Bai Xiaojun on the spot. The old man's cold attack was like thunder and lightning. Hong Chennu and the others standing near Bai Xiaojun were stunned by the sudden turn of events. Hong Chennu instinctively ran to stop him, but was a step too late. The old man instantly appeared before Bai Xiaojun, his heavenly human cultivation completely erupting, his entire body merging into a massive talisman, radiating a powerful vibration similar to that of a heavenly human achieving unity. Bai Xiaojun's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. This old man was even more terrifying than Chen Haotong. If this attack landed on him, he would likely not escape this calamity. Killing someone over a disagreement. Bai Xiaojun was terrified. He used all his strength to dodge, but the old man still caught up. As the attack descended, the Grand Celestial Master, sitting in the black chair at the far end of the hall, subtly smiled meaningfully, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. The Grand Celestial Master raised his right hand and pointed at Bai Xiaochun. A beam of black light shot out from the Grand Celestial Master's finger, instantly transforming into a bubble of air that enveloped Bai Xiaochun. All of this happened in a split second. Just as the bubble of air appeared, the old man's full-force rune attack struck, directly hitting the bubble. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the entire palace. The air bubble burst, and the sinister old man spat out fresh blood, his face pale, seemingly suffering a backlash from the rune's power. He hastily retreated into the hall, spitting out another mouthful of blood. The old man turned his head sharply to stare at the Grand Celestial Master. "Grand Celestial Master, you..." The old man angrily shouted, but he only managed to utter a few words before the Grand Celestial Master glanced at him. The old man's body trembled, his throat constricted, and he quickly swallowed his words back. "There's no need to rush. Let Bai Hao finish speaking first," the Grand Celestial Master said calmly. Emperor Kui sat in front, his hand gripping the armrest tightly, veins bulging, his knuckles turning. Bai Xiaochun swallowed hard, his face pale. Thanks to the protective air bubble, his hair and skin were unharmed, but the imminent threat of death made him tremble. However, having come this far, there was no turning back. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth, trying to calm himself, and then said loudly, "Old fool, I, Bai Hao, have not committed treason. This is clearly a celestial being soul. You're blind and can't see it, so I won't bother asking you anymore. Grand Celestial Master, please judge for me what kind of soul this is." Bai Xiaochun's words echoed across the square. The Grand Celestial Master's meaningful smile widened as he calmly replied, "A celestial being soul." All the princes' expressions changed, their breaths quickening as if choked, their bodies trembling slightly. Even the first and second princes turned pale. Grand Celestial Master is trying to force Father to bow down. Force Father to admit this is a celestial being soul, using this tactic to once again declare his power. The civil and military officials standing outside the main hall, even the most foolish among them, could see the Grand Celestial Master's intentions. Their faces changed color in various ways. Hong Chennu looked at Bai Xiaochun with a complicated expression. Zhou Hong, standing beside her, was terrified. He understood that the Grand Heavenly Master was pressuring Kui Huang to show his stance, and he was even more afraid of Bai Xiaochun's move. Zisheng Wang remained silent, and the Crown Prince of Linglan City bowed his head. Chen Haosong and the 10 Heavenly Masters were now all looking down, clearly unwilling to be drawn into this vortex. The Grand Heavenly Master said this is a celestial human soul. "Your Majesty, what kind of soul is this?" Bai Xiaochun clearly saw the veins bulging on Kui Huang's hands and sensed the killing intent in his eyes. Although he was very scared, thinking of the royal family's involvement in the spirit refining shop that day, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth and asked this question. Everyone present was shocked, their hearts skipped a beat, and their heads bowed even lower. Kui Huang, sitting on the dragon throne, also breathed heavily, his eyes blazing with fury as if he wanted to skin Bai Xiaochun alive. "Bai Hao, you're so audacious." "Nonsense, this is clearly a Foundation establishment soul. How can you say it's a celestial soul?" Another hunchbacked old man spoke up, his voice sharp and cold. The old man inwardly lamented his misfortune. As a loyal servant of the imperial family for generations, he was powerless and could only utter such words. Bai Xiaochun was just waiting for this. He exhaled, glared at the old man, then raised the Foundation establishment soul in his hand, turned his head to look around, and said loudly, "Then let all the heavenly lords and heavenly marquises come and help me see whether this is a Foundation establishment soul or a celestial soul." This was his true plan. The previous performance was merely to deceive everyone, making them believe he wanted to force the emperor to bow down. In reality, the one he wanted to force wasn't the emperor, but all the powerful figures in the court. He had previously told the Grand Celestial Master that he would create an opportunity for the Grand Celestial Master to see into the hearts of everyone. As soon as those words were spoken, Emperor Koi froze, the veins on his forehead twitching uncontrollably. He felt the situation was even worse than before. The two hunched old men standing beside Emperor Koi also turned ashen. The princes trembled, secretly sighing in relief. The civil and military officials of the court standing in the square were furious. They had originally wanted to avoid the conflict between the Grand Celestial Master and Emperor Koi, but suddenly that Dan Bai Hao had turned his attention to them. Bai Xiaochun's previous performance was so realistic that they had never imagined his target was the powerful elite. Not everyone was surprised. The experienced heavenly masters, though outwardly feigning surprise like everyone else, sensed the potential for this turn of events the moment Bai Xiaochun uttered the words heavenly human soul. They understood, but were powerless to stop it, only able to conceal their feelings, secretly cursing Bai Hao's ancestors. Everyone gradually realized that the Grand Heavenly Master wanted to use this soul identification to force everyone to express their stance. This kind of public declaration was taboo, and everyone wanted to avoid it. Previously, they could have taken advantage of the situation, but now they absolutely had to make their position clear. If they said it was a Foundation establishment soul, the Grand Heavenly Master wouldn't let them off the hook. But if they said it was a heavenly human soul, they would be jumping on the Grand Heavenly Master's ship. If Kui Heng ever seized power, they would be doomed, and not only that, but their entire families would be exterminated. The most awkward situation is for those who are secretly siding with Kui Huang but outwardly appear to be loyal to the Grand Celestial Master. Regardless of whether the Grand Celestial Master trusts them or not, even if Kui Huang is understanding, it will still put them in a difficult position. They will be vulnerable to attack later, and any slip-up will inevitably lead to devastating consequences. More importantly, the Grand Celestial Master will obviously not immediately believe their actions today. What he wants is to force everyone to express their stance, even if it's false. It will still reveal a lot. After today, the manpower Kui Huang has painstakingly accumulated will be instantly shattered. Everyone will see him being suppressed by the Grand Celestial Master once again. At the same time, the Grand Celestial Master will use this to intimidate the court and warn those who are leaning towards Kui Huang. This is called shaking the mountain to startle the tiger and attack that frightens the enemy. This is a type of strategy, only threatening outwardly, displaying military strength to make the opponent fearful and subdue, achieving victory without fighting. Later, it was used in a broader sense, intentionally warning, causing shock. This Bai Hao is really not a good person. Shameless. Too cruel. Damn it. This is to force us to take a stance. Everyone was extremely upset, and their resentment towards Bai Xiaochun reached its peak. It's important to know that in the Kui dynasty, although the Kui emperor had lost power, and the Grand Celestial Master wielded immense power, supporting the emperor and commanding the vassals, the royal bloodline was still supreme. Regardless of internal matters, outwardly, they still had to keep a low profile. Even if the Qi Hong dynasty is weak, it's only this generation. Who knows, perhaps in the future, another generation will restore imperial power and rekindle its glory. Besides, the Grand Celestial Master didn't follow the example of the heavenly venerable of Tongshan Island and declare himself emperor. Therefore, in the eyes of some, both logically and morally, the Grand Celestial Master has been merciful. Many others, however, chose to remain neutral, unwilling to get involved, even feigning ignorance, disregarding the relationship between the Grand Celestial Master and the Qi Hong dynasty as long as it continued. But today's events were like a sudden bolt of lightning, directly and thoroughly exposing the relationship between the Grand Celestial Master and the Qi Hong dynasty to all the powerful and influential. At this moment, the hearts of the people in the square were filled with anger, cursing Bai Xiaochun incessantly. They felt Bai Xiaochun was too wicked. Originally, they didn't want to get involved, but now they were forcibly dragged into it. Most of them even regretted being here today. Not to mention those heavenly lords and marquises. Even the emperor was caught off guard, completely unprepared for this. The emperor naturally understood that today's events had caused him to lose the upper hand. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened, his heart trembling, but he was also helpless. The second prince and the first prince had already attacked him. If it weren't for the Grand Celestial Master, he feared that he would now not dare say he would die without a burial place, but he would certainly have perished in a savage wilderness. Emperor, if you want to blame someone, blame your two sons. Bai Xiaochun sighed softly in his heart, then took a deep breath, deciding that he had to cling to the Grand Celestial Master's leg. At this moment, the entire square was completely silent. Not a word was spoken. All the heavenly dukes and marquises bowed their heads. This was the first time on the day of the ancestral worship ceremony that the imperial palace had fallen into such a state of silence. In stark contrast to the imperial palace was the Kuwang city below, where the excited cheers of the common people from afar created a stark contrast. Kuwang was silent. The Grand Celestial Master also said nothing, and for a moment everyone in the hall fell silent. The second prince and his group all bowed their heads, their hearts filled with bitterness. They hated the mastermind, Bai Xiaojun, intensely. All their fear and hatred towards the Grand Celestial Master had transformed into a bone-deep hatred for Bai Hao. This eerie silence did not last long. Suddenly, a person from the group of heavenly marquises stepped out of the ranks. This person bowed to Kuwang and the Grand Celestial Master, clasped their hands together, and when they looked up, spoke in a loud voice. I saw clearly long ago. What the supervisory envoy Bai Hao holds is the heavenly human soul. Following the appearance of the first person, a second and a third immediately followed. Over 100 heavenly marquises stepped out of line one after another to express their opinions. That is the heavenly human soul. That's right, looking closely, it really is the heavenly human soul. Each person spoke a word, all saying it was the heavenly human soul. Among them, some truly favored the Grand Heavenly Master, while others did not. However, regardless of their opinions, their answers were concise and decisive, showing no hesitation whatsoever. However, many of them were secretly cursing Bai Xiaojun, but outwardly they maintained a serious expression, pointing at the Foundation Establishment soul and declaring it a celestial human soul. Even the 9 great heavenly marquises who had previously attacked Bai Xiaojun did the same. Jia Zhonglin was no exception. While inwardly cursing, his voice was as loud as a bell. I also clearly saw it. That is indeed a celestial human soul. As each heavenly marquis stepped out of the ranks, the faces of the princes in the great hall turned paler. The 2 sinister old men's lips twisted in pain. In contrast, the Emperor Kui was now calm. He sat in his place, his gaze not directed at the heavenly marquises and heavenly dukes in the square, but focused on Bai Xiaojun. The icy expression from before was gone. His face now showed no emotion, only a deep, penetrating gaze that seemed intent on imprinting Bai Xiaojun in his heart. However, this only made Bai Xiaojun feel even more chilled. But he thought to himself, as a subordinate of the Grand Celestial Master, no matter how powerful the Emperor is, he can't touch me. Thinking this, his courage surged. What is the Emperor? I even patted the head of the giant demon king. If I get the chance, I should also pat the Emperor on the head to see what it feels like. Bai Xiaojun swallowed hard, trying to muster up his courage. A moment later, over 100 heavenly marquises had responded, each one unanimously agreeing to utter the 3 words heavenly human soul. Next came the 10 great heavenly dukes, who also spoke without hesitation. Heavenly human soul. Heavenly human soul. The 10 great heavenly dukes, including Chen Haosong, all gave the same answer. This scene caused the royal descendants to tremble, perhaps from anger or perhaps from fear. Then came Han Chennu and the others, representing the 4 great heavenly kings. They also acknowledged it as the heavenly human soul. After that, in an instant, the entire square fell silent again. But this silence represented the power of the Grand Heavenly Master. This power was overwhelming, even more intense than before. After all, this was the first time the Emperor and the Grand Heavenly Master had officially clashed on an international level. With just one word from the Grand Celestial Master, everyone bowed their heads. This level of power was unimaginable. Just as Bai Xiaojun had said, the Grand Celestial Master didn't need to know everyone's hearts. What he needed was to instill fear in everyone. That was enough. In the main hall, the faces of the first prince and the second prince were deathly pale, devoid of any color. This scene made them feel the humiliation and fear once again. Fear of the Grand Celestial Master. No matter what they had secretly done, their actions were insignificant and weak in the face of the Grand Celestial Master's actions. How tragic! The royal family had fallen to such a low point. Emperor Kui gazed at Bai Xiaojun for a long time before standing up. He didn't look at anyone else, not even the Grand Celestial Master, but simply turned and walked towards the back hall. The 2 cold-faced old men took a deep breath, glanced at Bai Xiaojun, and then followed Emperor Kui. The royal descendants, one by one, quickly followed, leaving the grand hall. No one spoke, but each of them cast a long, lingering glance at Bai Xiaojun before leaving. The officials in the square remained silent, quietly watching Emperor Kui and his group depart. When they looked up again, only the Grand Celestial Master remained in the Grand Hall, still seated on his black chair, his eyes gleaming with a dark light. Indeed, from beginning to end, the Grand Celestial Master had been intently observing everyone in the square. Whether it was the Heavenly Marquis or the Heavenly Duke, whatever expressions they had, whatever emotional turmoil they experienced during Bai Xiaochun's performance, the Grand Celestial Master had taken it all in. It wasn't that the Grand Celestial Master could see through everything, but he certainly had some discerning judgment. A faint glint of cold light flickered in his dark eyes as he rose. Everyone in the square bowed respectfully. Respectfully, Grand Celestial Master, Emperor Kui. Everyone disperse. Bai Hao, follow me. The Grand Celestial Master looked at Bai Xiaochun with an appreciative gaze, speaking indifferently before heading towards the back hall. Everyone disperse. Disperse. Bai Xiaochun noticed the Grand Celestial Master's appreciative look and shouted, his heart also breathing a sigh of relief. In his surging excitement, he felt he had accomplished something significant today. In fact, from beginning to end, he had been the one to initiate this. That feeling thrilled Bai Xiaochun. Although there were moments of fear, the thought of the Grand Celestial Master's support boosted his spirits. At this moment, it seems I've rendered a great service. I wonder what kind of reward the Grand Celestial Master will give me? Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up, his heart filled with excitement. He quickened his pace, preparing to follow the Grand Celestial Master, when suddenly he felt many eyes focused on him, so he immediately turned around. There were quite a few heavenly lords and heavenly marquises in the square staring at him, their expressions like they were looking at a smug villain. Bai Xiaochun's mood instantly soured. Especially Jia Zhonglin, whose body was originally robust, now glared with a bull-like look, as if fantasizing about Bai Xiaochun being dismembered. Dare to glare at me. Bai Xiaochun tilted his chin and flicked his sleeve, shouting loudly. If everyone says this is a celestial human soul, then I was indeed not mistaken. My luck today is truly good. After saying this, Bai Xiaochun threw the Foundation Establishment Soul in his hand to Zhao Zhonglin, who was still glaring. Zhao Jianhu, the Grand Celestial Master has summoned me. I'll leave this heavenly human soul with you for now. Please keep it safe. I'll come to your house tomorrow morning to retrieve it. Don't throw it away. This is a heavenly human soul. After throwing the Foundation Establishment Soul, Bai Xiaochun didn't even bother to check if Jia Zhonglin had caught it. He turned around and quickly followed the Grand Celestial Master. You! Jia Zhonglin was stunned, then angrily wanted to rush at Bai Xiaochun, but seeing that the Grand Celestial Master hadn't gone far, he didn't dare explode. He could only gasp for breath, struggling to suppress his rage. Even with his slow mind, he could see this was blatant robbery. Damn, Bai Hao, he gave me a Foundation Establishment Soul, and now he wants me to give him a heavenly human soul. Zhao Zhonglin choked with resentment, both angry and regretful. A heavenly human soul was a rare and precious treasure to him, something he could only encounter by chance, not seek. Even in the desolate wilderness, the number of celestial human souls is very limited. When a soul cultivator breaks through to the celestial human realm, possessing a celestial human soul significantly increases the success rate. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun's actions were tantamount to plundering Zhao Zhonglin. The surrounding dignitaries stared in astonishment at Bai Xiaochun's back, chills running down their spines at his blatant act of plucking a tiger's fur. Too cruel. This is blatant deception against Zhao Zhonglin. Tomorrow we'll go get it. Zhao Zhonglin must be dug out of a celestial human soul no matter what. Although the Grand Celestial Master had his back to the square, his divine sense still covered everything. Bai Xiaochun's actions made him frown. Well, consider it a reward for him. The Grand Celestial Master didn't stop him. Bai Xiaochun's performance today had greatly pleased him, so he just shook his head slightly, waited for Bai Xiaochun to catch up, and then continued walking forward. Seeing that the Grand Celestial Master showed no reaction, Bai Xiaochun became even more excited, swaggering along behind him back to the Celestial Master's palace. The Grand Celestial Master said nothing more, only instructing Bai Xiaochun to take out the Supervisory Envoy's token. With a flick of his finger, a black light flashed on the token. He calmly said, "From now on, you will be in charge of 3,000 corpse puppet soldiers. Go back and rest well. Before long, your 3,000 corpse puppet soldiers will be setting off. Later, when you have a harvest, you can take a portion as a reward. After saying this, the Grand Celestial Master entered the Celestial Master's palace, not even questioning Bai Xiaojun about his hoarding of items during the search of Li and Chen Ti in his houses. He even allowed him to keep a portion of the loot later. Such a generous reward made Bai Xiaojun overjoyed, and he hastily bowed and loudly promised. Bai Hao willingly braved the flames of war for the Grand Celestial Master. Seeing the Grand Celestial Master disappear behind the main gate of the Celestial Master's palace, Bai Xiaojun triumphantly left the Imperial Palace, swaggering back to the supervisory mansion. The Celestial Marquises were furious, but dared not show any reaction. Upon returning to the supervisory mansion, the first thing Bai Xiaojun did was immediately take out his token and summon 2,000 corpse puppets hidden in the underground coffins. The coffins continuously emerged, filling the entire supervisory mansion, until the ground was completely full and many floated in the air. Exactly 2,000. Awaken! My black armored army! Bai Xiaojun shouted excitedly. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of coffin lids being opened echoed continuously, and 2,000 black-armored corpse puppets emerged. Death energy permeated the area. The weakest of the corpse puppets was at least a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, and among them were even 4 half-step heavenly beings. The moment those 4 opened their eyes, an overwhelming surge of killing intent erupted, forming a vortex above the supervisory mansion, with flashes of lightning illuminating it. This strange phenomenon attracted attention from all directions, and everyone cried out in fear, "Another corpse puppet has awakened in the supervisory mansion. This is 2,000 corpse puppets. This Bai Hao now possesses 3,000 blood army corpse puppets. 3,000 corpse puppets is enough to trigger a large-scale war." Discussions spread throughout the streets. The nobles' faces darkened upon hearing this. Bai Xiaojun's current combat power was something everyone feared. Bai Xiaojun's body trembled slightly with excitement. He glanced around at the 2,000 corpse puppets and then waved his hand, releasing 1,000 of his own old corpse puppets. The combined aura of 3,000 people caused the vortex to grow even larger. The token in Bai Xiaojun's hand not only granted him control over 2,000 corpse puppets, but also unlocked a new divine ability. After studying it for a while, Bai Xiaojun's consciousness stirred, and a black beam of light shot from the token directly towards the corpse puppets that had previously absorbed the potent poison of the woman's heart. The corpse puppets trembled, their aura steadily increasing, then suddenly let out a roar under Bai Xiaojun's expectant gaze. Following the roar, their aura once again reached the level of quasi-heavenly being. When necessary, they could absorb the aura of other corpse puppets to maintain their peak state for a short time. One of Bai Xiaojun's rewards was the increased power of the monitoring token. "Who dares provoke me?" Bai Xiaojun laughed heartily, feeling that even though he wasn't yet invincible, eliminating a few heavenly beings was as easy as pie. And indeed, that was true. Beside him now were 1 quasi-heavenly being, 5 half-step heavenly beings, and nearly 3,000 nascent soul cultivators. Bai Xiaojun felt that if he could bring this power back to the Tongshan River, it would be enough to fight a battle against the Starry Sky Dao extreme sect. Clinging to the Grand Heavenly Master's leg is still the best. Bai Xiaojun said proudly, the fear he felt when the Emperor stared at him in the palace completely gone. Now I'm a big shot in the savage wilderness, truly an extremely important figure. Bai Xiaojun was utterly satisfied. He really wanted to lead his 3,000 corpse puppet blood army to parade through the Emperor's city and let everyone admire his power. Suddenly, Bai Hao's voice came from his storage bag, his tone joyful. "Master, I've finally figured out how to refine the 18 colored flames." Bai Xiaojun's eyes widened, and he threw his head back and laughed heartily. Today was truly a double blessing. Not only had his power expanded, but the method for refining the 18 colored flames, which he had been waiting for, was finally complete. Bai Xiaojun immediately dismissed the idea of a parade, arranged for Shai Kui to guard the supervisory mansion, and then rushed back to his secluded cultivation place. Bai Hao excitedly condensed the refining method into a bone scroll and handed it to Bai Xiaojun. He sent his divine consciousness into the bone scroll, his face filled with satisfaction and anticipation. After a while, Bai Xiaojun withdrew his divine consciousness and looked up at Bai Hao. He understood the unimaginable value of the 18-colored fire refining method. Its value even surpassed that of a heavenly human soul. Countless people craved the 18-colored fire refining method. Only the families of Earth-grade soul refining masters possessed it, but of course, no one would be willing to pass it on. My good disciple, if I can become a great soul refining master, your contribution will be the greatest. Tell me, what do you want? I will definitely fulfill it for you, Bai Xiaoqun said seriously. Bai Hao was overjoyed to receive his master's recognition and encouragement. Bai Xiaoqun was his master, his only relative, and being able to help Bai Xiaoqun was enough to satisfy him. Master, I don't have any specific desires. We'll talk about that later. Next, I want to use this line of thought to create a method for refining 19 colored flames. Bai Hao's eyes sparkled. He believed he could definitely do it. He was really looking forward to seeing how the 19 colored flames dancing in his master's hands would shake the savage wilderness. I want to use all my abilities to help master. Become a heaven-grade soul refining master. Bai Hao silently made his decision, bowed to Bai Xiaoqun, and then entered the soul tower to continue his research. Bai Xiaoqun looked at the soul tower, his heart deeply moved. He knew that the ghost cultivation technique was very important to this disciple. But in this desolate wilderness, it was impossible to find such a technique. Bai Xiaoqun sighed. Where can I find a ghost cultivation technique? The Tongshan River region has a diverse range of techniques. Surely there would be one. Bai Xiaoqun pondered for a moment before making up his mind. He then sat down cross-legged and began practicing the steps for refining the 18 colored flames. A quiet night passed. The method for refining the 18 colored flames was extremely complex, but its principle was similar to how Bai Xiaoqun had refined an 18 colored flame when he fell into the fusion fire realm. It could be said that this perfected method was based on that experiment. After practicing all night, Bai Xiaoqun had a much clearer grasp of the technique. The thought of soon becoming an earth-grade soul refiner made his heart race. However, to officially refine them, I still need a lot more practice. Bai Xiaoqun looked up at the sky. Zhao Zhonglin still owed him a celestial human soul. He had to go get it. He retrieved the bone scroll, stood up, stretched a few times, and excitedly went to collect his debt. Zhao Honglin, your grandfather has arrived. While Bai Xiaoqun was happily gloating, the giant ghost king made a decision. That day, when Hong Chen-nu reported everything that happened at the ancestral worship ceremony, the giant ghost king's eyes lit up a talent. My eyes didn't misjudge this Bai Hao. This man is unfathomable, such a precious son-in-law. No matter what his background is, I've already set my sights on him. However, Meyer has a hot temper. If the two of them continue like this, it will be difficult for them to take another step forward. For now, we shouldn't let them interact too much. The giant ghost king pondered for a while, his eyes suddenly showing a strange expression. He coughed and transmitted a message to Hong Chen-nu. Meyer, I have a cultivation technique. If you just go into seclusion and cultivate, there's a 70% chance you'll break through to the mid-stage heavenly human. Plucking the feathers of a passing goose, this refers to a person's character. If they even consider plucking the feathers of a passing goose, then they will never miss an opportunity for personal gain. Although the giant demon king had anticipated this, those words still surprised Hong Chen-nu, making her feel something was amiss. After receiving the cultivation technique, she carefully examined it but found nothing suspicious. After all, the giant demon king was her father, and he couldn't possibly plot against her. But Hong Chen-nu still felt something was wrong. After studying the cultivation technique for a long time, Hong Chen-nu stopped worrying and began to cultivate in seclusion. Her eagerness to break through her cultivation level was partly due to her previous battle with Bai Xiaoqun, which had left her dissatisfied with her own current cultivation. My dear daughter, it's not that I'm setting you up. This cultivation method isn't harmful at all. It's just that after cultivating it, in the initial period after you come out of seclusion, your mind will be less clear, your thinking won't be smooth, and you'll be very easily swayed, to the point of being somewhat brainwashed. I have no choice, it's just that you're too intelligent. If things continue like this, how can anything progress between you and Bai Hao? The giant ghost king felt a little guilty, but thinking back, his intentions were only for his child, so he felt like a good father. Seeing that the first step of his plan had been accomplished, the giant ghost king was excited. Taking advantage of Hong Chen-nu's seclusion, he summoned her bodyguards and instructed them to inform him immediately once she emerged. Hearing the giant ghost king's stern words, the bodyguards quickly obeyed. After doing all this, the giant ghost king took a deep breath. Whether they succeed or not depends on fate. If they lack the opportunity, all arrangements will be useless. The Zhao family is located in District 19. Thanks to Zhao Xianglin's status as a heavenly marquis, the Zhao family's influence is no less than that of the Li and Chen families. Looking into the distance, one can see rows of buildings, not exquisitely crafted but rather imposing and striking. Especially noteworthy are the two towering statues of beasts, each several tens of meters tall, standing upright on either side of the Zhao family square. Their bodies are pure white, and although not made of spirit stones, they are sculpted from rare materials used in artifact crafting. They look extraordinary. Standing majestically between these two statues is the Zhao family's heavenly marquis tower. The tower's aura of power emanates from it, a palpable pressure that permeates almost everywhere, even from a great distance. At this moment, within the Zhao family's compound, all the family's descendants are practicing their skills in the training grounds. Zhao Dongshen, as the eldest son of the Zhao family, sat cross-legged in the main seat. Although he was supposedly examining the clan members, he couldn't concentrate. His eyebrows were furrowed. Occasionally, he would look up at the distant sky, sighing repeatedly. Recalling his father's furious expression upon his return yesterday, Zhao Dongshen felt even more distressed. He knew that many things had happened in the imperial palace yesterday, and those events had secretly troubled him, further intensifying his hatred for Bai Xiaochun. How outrageous, throwing a foundation establishment soul at my Zhao family, and then demanding a heavenly human soul. This is even worse than blatant robbery. Zhao Dongshen gritted his teeth in anger, but he didn't know what to do. Last night, Zhao Zhonglin threw a heavenly human soul at him, and after explaining everything, he angrily closed his doors and went into seclusion. Father, I understand this is very humiliating. The entire Zhao family only possessed this one heavenly human soul, a gift bestowed upon them by the heavenly master Chen Haoding thanks to their friendship. Now they had to give it up. This made Zhao Dongshen feel increasingly oppressed. Just as he was feeling utterly helpless, a loud roar suddenly echoed from the distant sky. Zhao Dongshen narrowed his eyes, his heart sinking. When he looked up, he saw thousands of streaks of rainbow light on the horizon, carrying earth-shattering killing intent, hurtling towards them like lightning. This shameless Bai Hao, even to steal a soul, he's showing off like this. Zhao Dongshen cursed inwardly, his face darkening as he glared at the leading figure. It was Bai Xiaochun, displaying his power. His speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he was suspended in midair above the Zhao family. He flicked his sleeve, his triumphant voice echoing throughout the entire Zhao family. Elder brother Zhao, I am extremely grateful to you for safeguarding my celestial soul for me yesterday. I have come to retrieve it today. Please hand over your celestial soul to me. Bai Xiaochun was overjoyed. He had already seen Zhao Dongshen, but he thought that with his current high status, he should directly converse with Zhao Zhonglin, and since Zhao Dongshen was of lower seniority, he didn't need to respond. However, considering his current high status, he naturally wanted to directly converse with Zhao Zhonglin, and since Zhao Dongshen was of lower seniority, he didn't need to bother with him. Inside the heavenly marquis tower, Zhao Zhonglin's mind was also wandering. Sensing what was happening outside, his face contorted, but he forced himself to suppress his emotions and ignore it. Bai Hao, take this soul and leave quickly. Zhao Dongshen gritted his teeth and flew up, flicking his sleeve to throw out a crystal ball. This crystal ball shone brightly, radiating a dazzling light, yet possessing a terrifying aura, looking extraordinary. Inside, it contained a flame, a heavenly human soul with fire attributes. Seeing the glass sphere fly straight towards him like a rainbow, Bai Xiaochun boldly reached out to catch it, his face beaming with joy as he looked up at Zhao Dongshen. Isn't this the great nephew of Dongshen? Ha, you're too kind, even wrapping my heavenly human soul in a glass sphere. Not bad, not bad. Come, Uncle Bai is in a good mood today. Quickly pay your respects to me. Uncle Bai will reward you. Bai Xiaochun squinted at Zhao Dongshen. This guy had offended him several times, and now that he had come all the way here, how could he easily let him off? Zhao Dongshen's breathing became erratic. Hearing Bai Xiaochun clearly call him great nephew, the anger in his heart surged, almost uncontrollably. Fortunately, he knew Bai Xiaochun's combat power was extraordinary, and as a supervisor, with 3,000 corpse puppets overflowing with killing intent, he could only try to suppress his anger, and shouted in a low voice, Bai Hao, my soul has been given to you. Why haven't you left yet? You're not welcome here." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Xiaochun's expression changed drastically, his smile instantly turning into anger. Bai Xiaochun pointed his finger at Zhao Dongshan. "My dear nephew, what do you mean? I'm not welcome here. I represent the Grand Heavenly Master. If you don't welcome me, you're not welcoming the Grand Heavenly Master." Zhao Dongshan felt his heart explode with resentment and was about to explain, but Bai Xiaochun didn't give him a chance, continuing. "Not welcoming the Grand Heavenly Master means you're disrespecting the Imperial Court, disrespecting the Emperor. Does your Zhao family have some ulterior motive?" Bai Xiaochun roared. He waved his right hand, and immediately 3,000 corpse puppets erupted with murderous intent, forming a black vortex that enveloped the sky above the Zhao family. "I didn't mean that." Zhao Dongshan was momentarily furious, but he couldn't argue with Bai Xiaochun. In fact, ever since taking on the role of supervisor, Bai Xiaochun had a particular fondness for framing those who had ever plotted against him. As soon as someone opened their mouth, he would immediately accuse them. This tactic was very powerful. Not only Zhao Dongshan, but even his father couldn't withstand it. Even the Heavenly Master Chen Haotong, who had been framed by Bai Xiaochun before, could only suppress his anger. "Oh, you're feeling guilty." Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up, as if he had found a weakness. As soon as he finished speaking, he excitedly raised his hand as if to give an order. Zhao Dongshan's breathing quickened. This time, he reacted quickly, rushing forward, taking a deep breath to control his anger, and bowing to Bai Xiaochun. "Junior, Dongshan, great supervisor." Zhao Dongshan was so enraged he almost vomited blood, but Bai Hao was no longer the same as before. Now neither he nor his father could provoke him, so they could only bow their heads for the sake of temporary peace. Inside the tall tower, Zhao Zhonglin was also so angry that his whole body trembled. Bai Xiaochun looked at Zhao Dongshan with a hint of dissatisfaction, wondering how this Zhao Dongshan could react so quickly. He felt it was a pity, as he was hoping to seize this opportunity to plunder the Zhao family's wealth. Understanding things so quickly, how disappointing. Bai Xiaochun lowered his hands in displeasure, unhappy that he couldn't find any more excuses. He glanced around the Zhao family and pointed at the two pure white animal statues. "These two statues look very suspicious. Guards, bring them to my mansion so that this supervisor can carefully examine them." As soon as he finished speaking, several hundred black armored corpse golems advanced, ignoring the Zhao family, and headed straight for the two statues. Zhao Dongshan's eyebrows shot up, veins bulging on his forehead, but since he hadn't heard his father's telepathic instructions, he could only restrain himself, allowing the hundreds of zombie puppets to forcibly uproot the two statues that Zhao had treasured so much. Bai Xiaochun looked towards the Heavenly Marquis Tower, waiting for a long time, but Zhao Zhonglin still didn't appear. This slightly disappointed Bai Xiaochun. He snorted, then turned around and ordered the zombie army to take the two statues with him. "Dare to provoke me, Zhao Dongshan has attacked me many times. Consider this statue as compensation." Bai Xiaochun swaggered away. Only after Bai Xiaochun had gone far away did Zhao Zhonglin's low growl echo from within the Heavenly Marquis Tower. He was panting heavily for a long time. Time and again, the pent-up anger inside him had been unable to be released, and now he could finally let out a roar to vent it all. Meanwhile, Zhao Dongshan fell into a pensive silence, his heart filled with bitterness. He was truly terrified of Bai Xiaochun. He sighed inwardly, thinking that if he had known this would happen, he would never have offended him in the first place. After retrieving the heavenly human soul and bringing the statue back to the supervisory mansion, and arranging for the corpse puppets to guard it, Bai Xiaochun sat cross-legged in his secluded meditation spot, contemplating the Grand Heavenly Master's words from yesterday. "Next, I'll just have to wait for the Grand Heavenly Master's decree. I wonder when that will be, and how many families the Grand Heavenly Master intends to confiscate." Bai Xiaochun's heart was filled with anticipation. After a long while, just as he was about to continue studying the 18-colored flames, the figure of Zhou Yixing appeared outside his secluded meditation spot. Zhou Yixing requests an audience with the Grand Master. Zhou Yixing had been arranged by Bai Xiaochun to work for the supervisory mansion. Although he was under the watchful eyes of the corpse puppets, as long as he harbored no ill intentions, everything would be fine. Bai Xiaochun was very pleased with Zhou Yixing. Hearing his voice, he raised his hand and pointed, and the main gate immediately opened. Zhou Yixing took a deep breath, his expression serious, and quickly walked to Bai Xiaochun's front, bowing deeply. Yixing, prepare yourself carefully. Before long, our supervisory mansion will be busy again. Bai Xiaochun, mimicking the Grand Heavenly Master's manner, spoke calmly. Zhou Yixing immediately bowed in agreement, then hesitated, looking around before speaking in a low voice. Sir, that's Song Qiu. How should we deal with him? Song Qiu. Bai Xiaochun was stunned, then slapped his head. He realized he had completely forgotten about Song Qiu. That's right, it's that Song Qiu from the Chen family who claimed to be Bai Xiaochun's nephew. Zhou Yixing said in a low voice, his eyes quickly sweeping over Bai Xiaochun before quickly bowing again. Is that him? My mind has been. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten. Bai Xiaochun reproached himself. Although he considered himself Song Quest's great benefactor as an elder, he had been somewhat lacking in attention to his junior. My lord has countless worries every day, all concerning matters of national stability and security. Every decision can shake heaven and earth, and he is wholeheartedly concerned about the well-being of Kuwan City. This humble servant deserves to die for bothering you with such a small matter. I respectfully beg you to pay more attention to your own well-being. This is my fault. Zhou Yixing quickly spoke up, his voice extremely sincere. Bai Xiaochun felt that Zhou Yixing was very eloquent and possessed a certain demeanor of his own. Feeling pleased, he nodded in approval of Zhou Yixing. All right, bring him here. Yes, sir, Zhou Yixing shouted, then turned and left. Not long after, he returned, directly throwing Song Qiu in front of Bai Xiaochun. Before arriving, Zhou Yixing had considered Song Quest's relationship with Bai Xiaochun and had dressed him in coarse cloth, so Song Qiu no longer looked as ragged as he did at the Chen family. However, his stubborn and crazy demeanor remained as intense as before. If you're so good, try killing me. My uncle will definitely not let you get away with this. Song Qiu propped himself up, his defiant and arrogant gaze fixed on Bai Xiaochun. His first words were more like a roar. This loud yell startled Bai Xiaochun, but upon hearing the words clearly, he almost burst out laughing. He cleared his throat, trying to maintain a serious expression, then stood up and walked around Song Qiu, his eyes constantly scrutinizing him. This gaze made Song Quest's heart tremble, and his breathing quickened. He felt that the person before him harbored something terrifying that he couldn't understand. But if that were all, it would be fine. However, Bai Xiaochun, like a ferocious beast, reached out his left hand to touch here and his right hand to grope there, causing Song Qiu to conjure up countless thoughts. His whole body stiffened, his heart trembled, yet he still roared, even if I, Song Qiu, die, I will never surrender. All right, no need to keep shouting. I ask you, what is Bai Xiaochun to you? Bai Xiaochun's heart blossomed with joy. Outwardly, he asked seriously, even showing a hint of apprehension towards Bai Xiaochun. But in reality, he was full of anticipation for Song Quest's answer. Song Qiu was slightly startled by Bai Xiaochun's expression. If possible, he certainly wouldn't want to die. His heart was now wavering, so he immediately spoke. Bai Xiaochun is my uncle. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Bai Xiaochun glared, trying to hide his inner joy, his expression gradually becoming serious. Bai Xiaochun is my uncle. Song Quest's eyes lit up, shouting loudly. Bai Xiaochun's heart was filled with excitement. He coughed to suppress his laughter, his expression becoming even more serious and wary. Are you talking about the top-ranked figure on the Ming Emperor ranking, the one with earth-shattering cultivation and extraordinary talent, who has captivated the hearts of countless women and earned the worship of countless men, and who is also the ultimate powerhouse wanted by the entire savage wilderness Bai Xiaochun? Bai Xiaochun's words left Song Qiu stunned for a moment. Zhou Yixing also wanted to cover his face, thinking how thick-skinned this guy was. But no matter what, Song Qiu never imagined that the person before him was Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, although startled, he was still deceived by the wary expression on Bai Xiaochun's face and immediately spoke up. It's that Bai Xiaochun. Be careful what you say. Which Bai Xiaochun? Are we talking about the same person? Bai Xiaochun, somewhat displeased, reminded him, but his expression was one of disbelief. Even he himself felt his acting was too convincing. It's the top-ranked Bai Xiaochun on the Minghuang ranking. Moreover, his cultivation is earth-shattering. His intelligence is astonishing. He has captivated the hearts of countless women, made countless men worship him, And he's also the ultimate powerhouse wanted by the entire savage wilderness by Xiaochun. Songquest's breathing quickened, feeling extremely strange. After thinking about it, he suddenly felt that the person the other party was talking about and the person he was referring to were not the same. My God, you're the nephew of that Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened, and he took a few steps back, pointing at Song Qiu with an expression of disbelief. Zhu Yixing's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Bai Xiaochun before lowering his head. He simply couldn't bear this sight. Song Qiu became even more agitated, excitedly speaking. That's right, I am Bai Xiaochun's nephew, and his only nephew. He values me highly and has high expectations for me. His aunt is his partner, and he will definitely save me. If you touch even a single hair on my head, my uncle will definitely take revenge. He regretted not being able to make it clearer so that others would know how important he was to Bai Xiaochun. If they wanted to capture Bai Xiaochun, they absolutely couldn't kill him. He wanted to use this method to protect his life. Bai Xiaochun didn't know how others would react to these words, but he was extremely pleased to hear them, feeling indescribably comfortable. I didn't expect what you said to be true. That Bai Xiaochun, with his earth-shattering cultivation, is actually your uncle. All right, Yixing, keep this man in the supervisory mansion. For now, let him be a servant in the mansion, and we can share some of the cultivation resources with him. With him here, I believe that Bai Xiaochun, the peerless genius adored by countless people and hunted by the entire savage wilderness, will surely obediently fall into our trap. Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, his words firm and decisive. Song Qiu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Although he still felt something strange, he didn't dwell on it further. Zhu Yixing, unable to bear it any longer, quickly pulled Song Qiu away. After Song Qiu and Zhu Yixing disappeared, Bai Xiaochun hurriedly closed the gate, sealed the surroundings, and then burst into uncontrollable laughter. Zhuer, if one day you find out my true identity, I wonder how you'll react. Bai Xiaochun became increasingly excited as he thought about it, wishing he could immediately tell Songzhu that he was Bai Xiaochun. However, he knew his limits. He didn't completely trust Songzhu, so he naturally wouldn't reveal the truth. The feeling of concealing his identity and then hearing the other party boast about him was very satisfying for Bai Xiaochun. He planned that whenever he was in a bad mood, he would call Songzhu over to scare him, which would surely quickly lift his spirits. Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but think of the divine calculator. I wonder where the divine calculator is right now. He's probably still in the savage wilderness. Bai Xiaochun felt his mission increase. After all, the divine calculator had once followed him, and now he was probably in a perilous situation. He naturally needed to find and rescue him. However, Bai Xiaochun had no clue about the whereabouts of the divine calculator. He could only keep it to himself, preparing to practice the method of concocting the 18 colors of fire. Suddenly, his storage bag stirred slightly. Bai Xiaochun immediately looked down, his face filled with surprise. He patted the storage bag, and the eternal night umbrella flew out. Previously, Chen Haodong's palm strike had shattered the umbrella, leaving only the frame. When Bai Xiaochun searched the Li family's house and obtained that mysterious animal skin, he fused it with the eternal night umbrella, causing the umbrella to slowly recover. Now, the eternal night umbrella flickered with black light, and the animal skin had become a new umbrella, emitting even more powerful vibrations than before. Bai Xiaochun held the umbrella in his hand, clearly feeling that the eternal night umbrella contained an astonishing power. Bai Xiaochun excitedly opened the umbrella. As the umbrella was unfurled, a face with a mixture of tears and laughter appeared on the surface of the eternal night umbrella. This face had become clearer and more solid than before. Even Bai Xiaochun felt dizzy looking at it. He quickly circulated his cultivation to gradually dispel this state. The eternal night umbrella has been completely restored. For the next 10 days, Bai Xiaochun secluded himself in the supervisory mansion to familiarize himself with the process of refining the 18 colored flames. As time passed, thanks to Baiha's explanations, Bai Xiaochun understood the method very well and tried refining it several times. But the energy consumption during the refining process caused him trouble. Baihao's method differed from others in that it consumed too much resource. It could be said that each refining session required 10 portions of 17 colored flames. Therefore, even with Bai Xiaochun's abundant wealth, he couldn't withstand such a large expenditure. What should I do now? While Bai Xiaochun was feeling distressed, the Grand Celestial Master made his move. After 10 days of contemplation and judgment, the Grand Celestial Master decided to focus his attention on the 9 heavenly marquises. He acted like lightning, unexpectedly capturing all 9 heavenly marquises. This completely shook the entire savage wilderness, even shocking the 4 great heavenly kings. Throughout the entire imperial city, everyone was terrified. The remaining 90 or so heavenly marquises were all uneasy, trembling like leaves in the wind. As for the 10 great heavenly dukes, although none were imprisoned, they were all frightened and chose to go into seclusion, refusing to see anyone, clearly indicating their unwillingness to participate in this matter, even in the slightest. Chen Haosong also felt the need to be cautious and, after careful consideration, decided to go into seclusion as well. Meanwhile, the families of the 9 suppressed heavenly marquises were in complete panic. Because the Grand Heavenly Master acted without any warning, the family members, even if they wanted to flee Imperial City, couldn't. While the entire Imperial City was in turmoil, Bai Xiaochun received a decree from the Grand Heavenly Master, ordering him to begin searching the families. Finally, Bai Xiaochun's title of Supervisory Envoy had a chance to be put to use. He had been waiting 10 days for this very moment. Since his spirit refining shop was destroyed, the essential resources for cultivation were cut off. Now he could only rely on house searches to recover some of them. After receiving the decree, he was instantly excited. Refining 18 colored flames requires an unimaginable number of souls. And if you want to become proficient, the only way to succeed is through continuous practice. There are no shortcuts. House searches, house searches. After searching these 9 heavenly marquises' houses, I should be able to successfully refine the flames. Bai Xiaochun was brimming with enthusiasm. Without hesitation, he immediately took 3,000 corpse puppets and, based on the list given by the Grand Heavenly Master, began house searches, a task he was becoming increasingly familiar with, almost to the point of obsession. Damn it, ever since arriving in the savage wilderness, I've been relentlessly inspecting houses, all the way from Giant Ghost City to Imperial City. Looking at the entire savage wilderness, if you ask who's the best at house inspection, if I claim to be second, no one would dare claim to be first. Bai Xiaochun boasted arrogantly, flying straight to the first heavenly Marquis family. As soon as the surveillance office set out, the wind and clouds swirled. Even the ox-headed, horse-faced demons would tremble and avoid them, let alone the already uneasy common people. For a time afterward, all the powerful nobles in Imperial City felt like they were caught in a storm, like they were in a nightmare from which they couldn't awaken. Bai Xiaochun led his army of corpse puppets to search the homes of the 9 heavenly marquises one by one. It could be said that each family he searched was completely devastated, with not a single tree or blade of grass remaining. Even the most valuable structures were destroyed, much like a swarm of rats ransacking a granary, leaving not a single grain of rice behind. In this, the greatest credit didn't go to Bai Xiaochun, but to Zhou Yixing. Zhou Yixing seemed to have a natural talent for house searching. When he activated his fiery golden eyes, all the treasures were discovered and plundered by him and his men. Fiery golden eyes, a metaphorical expression based on the legend of the Monkey King, an eye that sees everything. Furthermore, to obtain the necessary resources for his fire forging, Bai Xiaochun even awakened the little turtle. When this turtle glanced over at the house search, it immediately became excited, squealing loudly, and joined forces with Zhou Yixing to cause chaos. Many people in Kuwang City gathered to watch Bai Xiaochun's house search from a distance. After witnessing the entire process, they were all terrified and started spreading rumors. This Bai Hao is truly born to search houses. He's so ruthless. My God, he didn't even spare the houses. He destroyed everything. His eyes are terrifying. Every place he pointed to seemed to unearth treasure. This Bai Hao. Could he have been a mole in his previous life? As the rumors spread throughout Kuwang City, even more people came to observe Bai Xiaochun's house searches. They noticed that when Bai Xiaochun searched the first family, it took him 3 hours to completely clear out the entire house. When he searched the 4th family, it took him less than 2 hours, and most of the buildings had collapsed. By the time he searched the 7th family, it only took him 1 hour to completely empty the house, leaving only a huge crater in the ground. But that was nothing compared to the raid on the 9th family. In just half an hour, the interior of that once wealthy family was completely emptied, not a single speck of dust remaining. The level of looting left onlookers utterly terrified. The continuous sweeping of the 9 heavenly marquises' homes yielded enormous rewards. Even though Bai Xiaochun had experience with this, he still couldn't contain his excitement. His heart pounded uncontrollably. What excited him even more was that he also harvested a large quantity of 15 colored fire products. For him now, these fire products were extremely important. They could save him a lot of soul fragments and shorten the refining time. He could directly use these fire products to refine 18 colored fire, especially the 17 colored fire, which, to Bai Xiaochun, was nothing short of a treasure. Therefore, after searching the 9th family, he had to use all his willpower to restrain the urge to storm into the neighboring heavenly Marquis family to continue his search. Seeing his bloodshot, frenzied eyes, the neighboring family was terrified and hurriedly ran out to explain that they were not on the list, fearing that if they spoke even a little slower, if Bai Xiaochun gave the order, the corpse puppets with their 3,000 killing intents and a hint of thieving aura would easily seize all their possessions. These days, the frenzied house searches of 9 families had further enhanced Bai Xiaochun's reputation, spreading throughout the savage wilderness. Even the sects in the Tongshan River region had heard of him. Those high-ranking officials who were qualified to know the affairs of the savage wilderness were once again abuzz with the name Bai Hao and secretly terrified. It must be said that Bai Xiaochun had developed a house-searching addiction. Fortunately for him, the Grand Celestial Master intervened again, capturing the second group, 7 heavenly marquises. As soon as the decree arrived, Bai Xiaochun burst into ecstatic laughter, once again leading his men in a furious raid, his presence overwhelming wherever he went. Meanwhile, the powerful figures in Kuhuan City, struck by this blow, vied with each other, using various methods to express their loyalty to the Grand Celestial Master. At this time, Kuhuan decided to go into seclusion for the first time. Outwardly, this action appeared to be a self-sacrificing act to protect the entire court, but in reality, his intentions were far more profound. Even in this unfavorable situation, he wanted to use every means possible to win over the hearts of the people. However, the Grand Celestial Master understood perfectly well that he didn't care how Kuhuan won over the hearts of the people. He only cared whether they feared him, and indeed, he succeeded in doing so. The happiest person of all was Bai Xiaochun. With the 7 second-tier heavenly Marquis families, his investigations became even more skillful, and the process was so smooth that he couldn't help but gleam with golden light whenever he saw them. Therefore, a man who was not usually greedy for money felt an overwhelming urge to search the homes of all the heavenly marquises in the imperial city. Fortunately, he always remembered to distribute 9/10 of the wealth he obtained after each search, personally delivering it to the Heavenly Master's palace as a tribute to the Grand Heavenly Master. He wanted to subtly influence the Grand Heavenly Master to understand that these heavenly marquises, regardless of their family, were all incredibly wealthy. And wealth is often the source of ambition and the seed of disaster. Unfortunately, after threatening them twice, the Grand Celestial Master didn't proceed with a third attempt. After a long wait, Bai Xiaochun could only say in frustration, watching the remaining 90 heavenly Marquis families with regret. The Grand Celestial Master's heart is too soft. If only he could continue the house searches, Bai Xiaochun lamented, though he had no choice but to stop. After returning to the supervisory mansion, he began his seclusion. With the abundant multicolored flames he had harvested, he diligently practiced refining the 18 colored flames. His fire refining skills improved rapidly, saving him a considerable amount of time. With the downfall of the 2 groups and 16 heavenly marquises, the Grand Celestial Master's power once again reached its peak. The Emperor and the princes were in seclusion, and no one in the entire royal family dared to leave their residences. Faced with the Grand Celestial Master's actions, the 4 heavenly kings chose to bow their heads and avoid provoking him. In a short time, the Grand Celestial Master's authority overturned the court, his boundless glory dominating the heavens, no less than when he ascended to the demigod realm during the Emperor's powerless reign. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in a flash. Along with the house search and the Grand Celestial Master's imposing presence, Bai Xiaochun's fame spread throughout the savage wilderness. By now, no one was unaware of him. Even the indigenous tribes, regardless of size, were terrified. However, the vast majority of the gossip was negative. Speaking of that supervisor Bai Hao, this guy kills without batting an eye, his heart is cruel. His personality is insane. He also specializes in stealing other people's wives, deceiving those above and below him, shamelessly flattering. Even the giant demon king was once deceived by him. He's also skilled at raiding houses and seizing property. Wherever he goes, not a blade of grass remains. 18 families in the Kuwang dynasty have been completely plundered. His character is cunning, and he cultivates evil techniques that devour the life force of others. Many people have had their life force sucked out by him. You can easily encounter several of them on the street. All sorts of discussions were heatedly debated throughout the savage wilderness. Bai Xiaochun was considered the embodiment of heinous crimes. In some tribes, people even used the name Bai Hao to scare disobedient children. All of this went unnoticed by Bai Xiaochun, who was in seclusion cultivating his fire, and he didn't pay any attention to it. However, his disciple, Bai Hao, did notice. While Bai Xiaochun was in seclusion, Bai Hao frequently went out. As a ghost cultivator, he could transform into countless forms. His outward identity was also that of Bai Xiaochun's sole servant. As long as he pretended to be stiff and listless, outsiders wouldn't notice anything suspicious. Furthermore, Bai Xiaochun had ordered Shaiku to follow and protect Bai Hao. Bai Xiaochun's fire cultivation was incredibly expensive. Even after several raids yielding astonishing harvests, it still wasn't enough for him because one 18-colored flame required 10 17-colored flames combined. Therefore, not only Bai Hao but also Zhou Yixing frequently went out to collect souls to supply Bai Xiaochun for his cultivation. Every time Bai Hao heard the whispered discussions, he felt his name had been ruined by his master. These widely circulated rumors also made Bai Hao wary. After expending a great deal of soul energy, Bai Xiaochun had gradually mastered the refining method. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could officially refine the 18-colored flames. Bai Hao's vigilance also made him anxious. He became increasingly aware that his actions during the ancestral worship ceremony not only elevated his status to its peak but also put him in an extremely dangerous situation. Bai Xiaochun understood that he had to guard against the Grand Heavenly Master's betrayal. Although Bai Xiaochun had become a sharp, invincible weapon for the Grand Heavenly Master, today the Grand Heavenly Master had successfully suppressed the entire court, and the significance of the supervisory envoy's existence had diminished. In a peaceful world, what use was a sharp weapon anymore? After stabilizing the court, it's highly likely the Grand Celestial Master will push him forward to relieve the pressure and anger of the powerful in the court. He and his master have discussed this thoroughly, and with Bai Xiaochun's current cultivation level, he has no way to resist. Bai Xiaochun has only one path, to become a great soul refining master. This is also the only thing he can do. Only by becoming an Earth-grade soul refining master can he reverse the situation at the most crucial moment and rise again. However, according to my and Hauer's analysis, the Grand Celestial Master won't abandon his son so quickly. Perhaps it's all just my unfounded worries. Maybe the Grand Celestial Master will recognize my contributions and value me even more. Especially since when I meticulously divided 90% of the assets during the family search, I personally handed it over to the Grand Celestial Master each time. I also don't believe that after receiving it, he wouldn't realize that the wealth of those heavenly marquises, if not enough to rival a nation, is still astonishing. Bai Xiaochun twirled the flame in his hand, muttering, "These are all my escape routes. If nothing happens, then so be it. Once the situation turns unfavorable, I will use the insidious plan that Howard devised when the time is right. Although it might buy me some time, that plan is too cruel. Although I don't care about reputation, if possible, I wouldn't want to use it. If the great heavenly master truly wants to abandon me, I can only reluctantly use it." Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and bowed his head to continue refining the fire. While Bai Xiaochun was engrossed in refining the fire, a pair of sinister eyes, like venomous snakes, were watching him. Bai Hao's soul news about Bai Hao's soul was silently transmitted to an inconspicuous secret chamber in Kuwan City. This soul has no name, and it follows Bai Hao year after year. We've investigated every square inch of Giant Demon City, but we don't know the origin of this soul. It first appeared in the spirit refining shop. Normally, its dull flow no different from an ordinary soul servant. Inside the secret chamber, 13 illusory figures floated in an arc. Their forms were vague, and their auras were impossible to discern. At this moment, they were all focused on a beautiful girl standing in the middle of the arc. This girl was reporting the results of the investigation into Bai Hao's soul. If Bai Xiaochun were here, he would immediately recognize this girl as Miao Liner. She had been defeated by Bai Xiaochun at the Soul Refining Lake. When Bai Xiaochun entered Kuwang City, she had secretly attacked him and then gone into hiding. After Bai Hao became the supervisory envoy, this soul rarely appeared. The supervisory mansion's defenses were extremely tight. Outsiders couldn't probe anything. However, in the past 3 months, this soul servant has come out several times. Its form. Their last appearance was 3 days ago. According to our calculations, that spirit servant will definitely come out again within the next half-month. Miao Liner calmly recounted the information she had gathered. Her clothes were no longer revealing, but she was wearing a normal outfit. Therefore, I suggest that the moment that spirit servant appears again is the time for us to act. After saying this, she bowed to the 13 illusory figures. One of them spoke. Are you certain this spirit possesses independent consciousness and a very high level of intelligence? Were all its previous actions just to deceive others? Dio Lam Ni affirmed. Silence fell on all sides. Then a phantom spoke again. This soul is, after all, the sole servant of that Nat dog Bai Hao. If what you say is true, then Bai Hao probably values it highly. Therefore, you must be certain that after obtaining this soul, you can truly cultivate 18 colored flames. Dio Lam Ni didn't answer immediately, but took 13 bone slips from her storage bag and threw them to the 13 figures. The phantoms immediately studied them, their eyes gleaming with light. Clearly, the contents of these bone slips were enough to confirm Dio Lam Ni's words. For our lineage, the most difficult thing about 18 colored flames is the fire seed. As long as we have the fire seed, my ancestor can be promoted to Earth-grade soul cultivating master. After that, we can cultivate 18 colored flames without needing any more souls. Our ancestors swore an oath to each clan to provide them with the method of concocting the 18 colors of fire. Senior elders must have seen that Bai Hao's good fortune is coming to an end. The reason the Grand Celestial Master is still hesitating is because he hasn't found the right opportunity. Regardless, Bai Hao is now powerless. If he can't restrain himself and erupts in violence, we don't need to intervene. We just need to assist the Grand Celestial Master in killing him to quell everyone's anger and perfectly end the previous bloody conflict. The Grand Celestial Master needs stability right now. There's a saying, once you've caught the bird, you forget the snare. Once you've caught the fish, you forget the net, which perfectly describes this situation. Miao Liner smiled confidently. Silence fell again. Miao Liner didn't rush to persuade him. She stood there, waiting for a convincing answer. She believed that no unexpected situation would arise. Actually, when she first saw Bai Hao's soul, she didn't pay much attention. Bai Hao was always by Bai Xiaochun's side, and with the protective mask, no one could see anything unusual. Bai Hao only showed his agility in front of Bai Xiaochun. It wasn't until Bai Xiaochun practiced fire refining with Sun Yufan and Simedao that, at the moment Bai Xiaochun refined an 18-colored flame, Bai Hao's soul became intensely agitated, allowing Miao Liner to recognize him using her unique cultivation method. Miao Liner's family wasn't a heavenly marquis, nor a heavenly duke, but her family had once produced a grade soul refining master. Although that elder 8th grade soul refining master had long since passed away, his reputation was immense back then, only half a step away from breaking through to the heavenly grade. Moreover, he had successfully refined a bloodline artifact for his family before his death, thus passing down the method of refining 18 and 10 9-colored flames. This lineage is uncontested by outsiders. Even demigods would find it difficult to forcibly seize it without the family's consent. Therefore, although the clan elder has passed away, he has left a legacy of blessings for his descendants. This ensures that even though Miao Liner's family has declined, it remains a wealthy and powerful clan, and its internal strength has been consistently maintained. Currently, Miao Liner's grandfather is a peak-level profound grade soul refining master. He aspires to break through to the profound grade and enter the earth grade to restore the family's glory. If he succeeds, he could shake the entire savage wilderness, surpassing even the Heavenly Marquis and Heavenly Duke, and even the Grand Heavenly Master would have to show some deference. However, the method for breaking through to the Earth-grade soul refining master level, passed down by his ancestors, has special requirements. It requires a unique soul with sufficient consciousness and extremely high intelligence. Then this soul is used as the primary material, combined with a special cultivation technique to refine a fire seed. Those who cultivate this technique within the family can all sense the vibrations of this special soul at varying levels. Once they possess the fire seed, they can immediately refine 18 colors of fire to advance to the earth grade. However, this type of soul is extremely rare. For many years, although their family has tried to create this soul themselves, they have been unable to achieve perfection or meet the standards, resulting in repeated failures. It wasn't until Meow Linner noticed the White House soul that she reported it to her grandfather. After careful verification by the family, it was finally confirmed that the White House soul was the special soul they needed to refine the fire seed. In truth, Meow Linner's family had long wanted to take action, but Bai Xiaochun's rapid rise to power as a powerful supervisory envoy forced them to temporarily restrain themselves, fearing that leaving any trace would lead to their demise. Now, they saw an opportunity, but Bai Xiaochun's existence made them extremely wary. Finally, the desire to become a great soul refining master led Yao Linner's grandfather to make a decision, sparing no expense to ally with 13 families in Kuwang City. First, they offered grand gifts, then promised an alliance. Their intention was to use the power of these families to capture Bai Hao's soul without anyone knowing. This had to succeed, and it had to be done in complete secrecy, leaving no trace. Thinking of this, Yao Linner became even more confident. Before long, the 13 mysterious illusory figures surrounding them all left their oaths of alliance on their respective jade slips after exchanging and reaching a consensus. Good, the next time that spirit appears, that will be the time for us to act. Meow Linner revealed a bright smile, clasped her hands and bowed to everyone, then spoke naturally. My grandfather has made it clear that, to prevent unforeseen circumstances, after success, our family will act according to the worst-case scenario. Our family members will disperse into small groups and blend in with the families of the elders here. In just 3 months, my grandfather can successfully refine the fire seed. Meow Linner bid farewell. After saying that, Meow Linner bowed and her alluring body swayed as she left the secret chamber. In fact, she felt her grandfather was being too cautious, hiding among the family members and dispersing into the allied families. She herself didn't know where her grandfather would be hiding, and she didn't even know which 13 families these were. Since my grandfather did that, he must have already prepared a plan to counter the schemes of these 13 families. Meow Linner couldn't guess her grandfather's intentions, but she still felt that Bai Xiaochun's time was running out, and there was really no need to be so cautious. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and Bai Xiaochun's speed in refining the 18-colored flames was progressing extremely rapidly. Now, he was only a little bit away from success. Besides having ample resources to compensate for the enormous consumption during the refining process, Bai Xiaochun had consistently followed the refining method created by Bai Hao. It could be said that he had accumulated and inherited the refining methods from 15 to 18 colors of flames, making it much easier to grasp the principles. Most importantly, during the competition with Sun Yufan and the other person, he had already created a single 18-colored flame. Combining all these factors allowed Bai Xiaochun to significantly shorten the research and refining time for the 18-colored flames. This time I'm sure I can succeed. Bai Xiaochun felt excited. After months of almost sleepless, continuous refining, his hair was disheveled, but now Bai Xiaochun's bloodshot eyes showed excitement. It must succeed. Refining the 18-colored flames is incredibly expensive. All my resources are gone. I only have a maximum of 2 more refining attempts left. During this time, Bai Hao and Zhou Yixing were also extremely busy, exchanging many of his items, such as soul medicine, for souls. Now, the 2 of them are going out to buy more souls, and this remaining wealth will be enough for 1 more refining attempt. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and concentrated his energy. After a while, he opened his eyes wide, raised his hand, and patted his storage bag, releasing 10 17-colored flames that he had prepared beforehand. Bai Xiaochun continuously moved his hands, changing hand seals, his entire focus on the 10 17-colored flames. As time passed, these 10 flames began to merge. Bai Xiaochun had done this many times before and was very familiar with it. Over time, the 10 flames slowly merged into a vast sea of fire. The sea of fire contained an astonishing temperature, but it seemed to be confined by something, so even if it expanded, it only extended within 100 meters, not further. This was thanks to Bai Xiaochun's long practice. His skill had become refined through practice, allowing him to use his ultimate technique with ease. Now, I need to compress it. Bai Xiaochun stared intently, spreading his cultivation and channeling his divine consciousness. At this moment, he forgot everything around him, concentrating all his mental energy on compressing the sea of fire before him. Boom! 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 A series of powerful explosions shook the entire area where he was in seclusion. Under Bai Xiaochun's efforts, the 17-colored sea of fire began to shrink steadily, 100 feet, 90 feet, 80 feet, 70, 60. Sweat beaded on Bai Xiaochun's forehead, his breathing quickened, but his hands and the vibrations of his divine consciousness remained unwavering, firmly controlling the sea of fire. The sea of fire continued to shrink to 50 feet, 40 feet, 30. Many times before, I failed when I reached this point. Bai Xiaochun concentrated even more. Slowly, the sea of fire continued to shrink to 20 feet, then 15 feet, 10 feet, 5 feet. When the entire sea of fire was compressed to a radius of 5 feet, the flames became raging, constantly roaring, as if unwilling to be restrained and wanting to break free. But no matter how fiercely the sea of fire erupted, it couldn't break through the 5-jang radius, only slowly retracting its momentum back within 5 jang. At that moment, a shocking transformation occurred within the sea of fire. The temperature of the flames suddenly soared, and 17 different colors intertwined and transformed continuously. Even with his divine sense, Bai Xiaochun was dazzled, unable to discern anything clearly. However, he vaguely sensed that within those 17 changing colors, a different color had emerged. This is the final moment, Bai Xiaochun exclaimed excitedly, knowing this was the most crucial time. According to the method of preparation, once compressed to 5 jang approximately 30 meters, it can condense into 18 colored flames. However, the difficulty lies in the fact that the flames change extremely rapidly, making it dizzying to look at and impossible to distinguish the colors to find that new color. Once he finds that new color, he can use all his divine consciousness to focus on it and activate it to become the 18th color. From then on, the 18-colored soul medicine is considered complete. All he needs to do is grasp it and it will become 18 colored flames. But this opportunity is only once. If he finds the wrong one, it will be a complete failure, and the flames will dissipate. The smaller the flame is compressed, the slower the flame changes. But because the compression is stronger, the possibility of instability and failure increases. Bai Xiaochun has failed many times at this final step before. I can't fail again. Bai Xiaochun adjusted his breathing, staring intently at the 5-foot-long flame before him. But no matter how hard he tried, he could barely see it. The colorful light, though present, vanished in an instant, leaving him no time to use his divine consciousness to penetrate it. As time passed, the mental energy he had used to compress the flames to a size of 5 jang had been greatly depleted. Compress it further, Bai Xiaochun decisively decided. He stopped searching and compressed the 5-jang sea of fire once more. With a rumbling sound, the flames contracted to a size of 4 jang, and the rate of color change slowed slightly. This sea of fire moved more slowly than the 5-jang sea of fire. Outsiders couldn't discern the difference. Only Bai Xiaochun, immersed in comprehending the 5-jang sea of fire for an extended period, could sense it. The colors in the 4-jang sea of fire changed rapidly. His divine consciousness still couldn't keep up. His eyes were bloodshot, but he continued to search for new colors without blinking, continuously controlling and compressing the sea of fire for a long time. His cultivation and mental energy were gradually reaching their limits. Bai Xiaochun didn't continue compressing the sea of fire, maintaining it within a 4-jang radius. He then searched repeatedly once, twice, 5 times in just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. He had found 14 times. My judgment wasn't wrong. Indeed, I've grasped it better. Before, within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, I could only see it clearly 9 times. But now I can see it clearly 14 times, although the number of times he saw the 18 sparks had increased. It was a pity he still couldn't manage to project his divine consciousness at that precise moment. Finally, he sighed, giving up on condensing the 18 colors of fire within the 4-jang radius of the sea of fire, and continued compressing it further. The sea of fire roared with Bai Xiaochun's movements, as if an invisible pair of hands were pressing down on it. The sea of fire surged, and the flying sparks showed signs of instability. He quickly increased his control, causing the sea of fire to slowly stabilize and shrink back to a 3-jang radius. Bai Xiaochun's forehead was drenched in sweat. The sweat, before even touching the ground, was instantly vaporized by the high temperature. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun was extremely tense. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't want to compress the sea of fire to a radius of 3 meters. This kind of compression consumed an enormous amount of mental energy, like adding fuel to the fire. He couldn't sustain controlling a 3-meter sea of fire for long. Most importantly, this was his limit. It wasn't that he couldn't compress it to 2 meters, but once he did, the fire refining process would fail. Previous attempts had all failed at this stage. Although theoretically the sea of fire could be compressed to a radius of 2 meters, or even 1 meter, the reality was different when he actually tried it. Although the rate of color transformation of the flames was slower, giving him enough time to integrate his consciousness into them, he ultimately only managed to produce a thin, 18-colored spark instead of a complete flame. The result was exactly the same as when he fought against Simon Theo and Sun Yifan. The violent power of the flames was completely concealed by his mask. That's why, even though he had been in seclusion practicing fire cultivation for months, no one outside knew what he was doing. What Bai Xiaochun wanted wasn't a single 18-colored spark, but a complete 18-colored flame. 3-jang, my final limit. Bai Xiaochun panted, his eyes filled with determination. He knew he couldn't hold out much longer, so at this moment, he poured all his mental energy into the sea of flames, quickly searching for the 18th color. The second time, the third. Until the fourth time, he finally discovered it. Bai Xiaochun's spirit erupted, his eyes blazing with brilliance. His consciousness, at the fastest speed, merged into the 3-jang sea of fire, rushing towards the 18th color. The moment his consciousness touched it, the 18th color flashed with dazzling light, as if wanting to overwhelm the other 17. The 3-jang sea of fire surged as if the 17 colors were unwilling to accept a powerful being appearing in their territory. Bai Xiaochun suppressed all these impulses. The 18th color was no longer hindered by the 17 colors, and now shone even brighter. Boom! Boom! The sound of the fire was amplified many times, shaking the entire secret chamber. The 18th color finally appeared clearly in the 3-jang sea of fire before Bai Xiaochun. As the 18th color spread, the 17-colored sea of fire instantly ascended to an 18-colored sea of fire. Although it was only in the form of a sea of fire, and still needed Bai Xiaochun to refine it into a finished flame before it could be used, these techniques were clearly not difficult for him. Therefore, in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, this was a complete 18-colored flame. The 18-colored sea of fire danced and emitted a powerful vibration, as if wanting to communicate with heaven and earth, merging into the blue sky. This was the power of the 18-colored flame. Any single 18-colored flame could shake heaven and earth, causing a bizarre transformation like a heavenly tribulation. Success! Bai Xiaochun trembled with joy. He had waited for this day for too long. For months, he had practiced day and night without sleep or rest, expending countless resources, and finally achieved perfect success. His right hand rose, curling into a fist, and the 3-jang-wide sea of fire surrounding him surged straight into his palm. The sea of fire continuously shrank. The tremors emanating from it made Bai Xiaochun hesitate slightly. He noticed that the mask's concealment ability was showing signs of instability for the first time. If it couldn't conceal itself, then as soon as the 18-colored fire took shape, the entire Kuwan city would know that he had refined 18-colored fire. This went against his plan. This was his trump card to protect his life at a crucial moment. Its early exposure would allow his enemies to prepare. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed as he carefully recalled his refining process. After this success, he was confident that he would succeed once in 3 or 5 attempts. After thinking for a while, he reluctantly suppressed his desire for fame. Although he was confident in his strength, he still didn't dare to gamble. This trump card was too important to him. Bai Xiaochun sighed, a hint of regret in his voice. His clenched fist transformed into a claw, pouncing down into the rapidly shrinking sea of fire. In an instant, the sea of fire vanished, and a very special soul elixir appeared in Bai Xiaochun's hand. This was a rare, top-grade soul elixir that the entire savage wilderness craved. Even just this soul elixir alone proves that Bai Xiaochun has surpassed the limits of a profound great soul refining master and entered the Earth Great Realm. An Earth-grade soul refining master surpasses even heavenly masters and heavenly marquises. Even grand heavenly masters would have to show him 3 parts of respect. 18 colors of fire. Damn, if it weren't for that Ming Emperor ranking that made the whole world aware, I would have been cultivating my nascent so long ago. It's been so long since I cultivated. Once I finish cultivating my nascent soul, my cultivation will directly break through to the late nascent soul stage. Bai Xiaochun grumbled, but after thinking for a while, he decided to postpone it, waiting for the right time to rise up. This kind of showing off in the dark dampened Bai Xiaochun's excitement. If he couldn't show it to outsiders, he could at least tell his disciples. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun excitedly used his divine consciousness to contact Bai Hao. My good disciple, guess what your master? As Bai Xiaochun's consciousness was transmitted, the extremely panicked voice of Bai Hao echoed in his mind. Master, save me. Before he could finish his sentence, an invisible blade suddenly severed the connection between Bai Hao and Bai Xiaochun. The connection was cut off too abruptly. However, Bai Xiaochun's expression changed drastically. He jumped to his feet, his mind reeling violently, a wave of unease rising within him, making him feel like he was in the midst of a raging storm. He couldn't think of anything else. All the joy of becoming an Earth-grade soul refining master had long been cast aside. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: Bai Hao. Without hesitation, Bai Xiaochun stepped out, instantly disappearing from the secret chamber and reappearing in midair above the surveillance mansion. His figure transformed into a rainbow, like thunder and lightning, soaring straight into the distance, directly to the last place Bai Hao was, according to his memory. He sped up to his maximum, using teleportation to create a sharp, wine-tearing sound that seemed to tear the heavens apart. In the blink of an eye, he was gone, and when he reappeared, he was in a bustling street in a large district next to the supervisory office. This street was very prosperous, with countless shops on both sides and a constant stream of people coming and going. There was basically no sign of anything unusual. On the contrary, Bai Xiaochun's appearance, along with the earth-shattering wine-tearing sound, caused a commotion and fear among the people there. Many hurriedly retreated to look back. It's Bai Hao, why is he here? Upon recognizing Bai Xiaochun, everyone was terrified, and a sense of unease filled their hearts. Indeed, in recent days, Bai Xiaochun's reputation had become too great and too illustrious. What worried them even more was Bai Xiaochun's expression, which was now extremely gloomy. His whole body trembled, and his divine consciousness had already dispersed, creating a powerful killing intent that surged like a raging wave around him. The overwhelming killing intent caused those around him to change color and gasp. What's wrong with Bai Hao? My God, what does he want now? What's going on? Everyone was terrified. Indeed, at this moment, the killing intent emanating from Bai Xiaochun made everyone feel utterly dangerous. The scene unfolding around Bai Xiaochun wasn't just a display of power. It was something he couldn't control. All the worries, self-reproach, and various other thoughts combined to drive him almost insane, simultaneously forming this bloodthirsty killing intent that threatened to destroy heaven and earth. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were bloodshot, his gaze sweeping across the bustling streets in search of something unusual, not even a trace of magical fluctuations. Even so, he was certain this was the place where Bai Hao was in danger, the very spot he had focused his mind on at the last moment. As for the more than 100 corpse puppets protecting Bai Hao, they were unharmed, merely standing motionless, seemingly disturbed by something. Corpse puppets! Bai Xiaochun roared, his voice shaking the heavens. His hoarse voice, filled with furious rage, created a whirlwind that shook the very foundations of the earth. As soon as Bai Xiaochun finished speaking, all 2,000 corpse puppets within the surveillance mansion trembled, simultaneously raising their heads and transforming into streaks of rainbow light, hurtling towards Bai Xiaochun. A swirling vortex of killing intent threatened to engulf the sky. In an instant, nearly 3,000 zombies gathered in the air in front of Bai Xiaochun. Seal off this entire area. Search everyone, every shop, every place. Find my soul servant. Bai Xiaochun roared. Immediately, the zombies unleashed an even more intense killing intent, their eyes emitting crimson light, quickly encircling the entire area. The sealing force was deployed with a thunderous roar, covering a vast area. Within this area, all soul cultivators, regardless of their cultivation level, background, or status, were instantly trapped, unable to enter or exit. Not only that, the 3,000 zombies, overflowing with killing intent, began searching through shops and even people's storage bags. This immediately angered many. Many questioned the authorities, and even those unwilling to cooperate caused chaos. Bai Xiaochun stood motionless in place. His aura was almost imperceptible, yet an endless chill emanated from his body, causing frost to form on the surrounding ground. His complexion was now like that of a corpse, his eyes completely bloodshot, devoid of any other color. His long hair fluttered wildly, and the overwhelming killing intent and icy coldness emanating from him made him look like a demon god intent on destroying the world. He no longer heard the commotion around him. Instead, images flashed through his mind. The first image, his teleportation to the savage wilderness, encountering Bai Hao's corpse. The second, his entry into the Bai family under Bai Hao's identity, seeing the traces on the ground at Bai Hao's thatched hut. The third, in the soul-refining lake, he finally saw Bai Hao's soul. The fourth, Bai Hao awakening, kneeling before him, uttering the words master. The fifth picture, in the spirit-refining chamber, he and Bai Hao rely on each other to survive. Bai Hao advises Bai Xiaochun. The sixth picture, the seventh picture. Countless paintings were depicted, all with images, until finally one painting was pitch black, much like Bai Xiaochun's current state of mind. But amidst that darkness, a phrase echoed repeatedly in Bai Xiaochun's ears, Master, save. While Bai Xiaochun was lost in thought, his eyes vacant, the commotion around him intensified. What do you want? Do you know who I am? Damn it, even if you're a supervisor, you have no right to do this. My master is Sichu Tiegong. How dare you investigate me? Loud voices erupted, and an old man rushed towards Bai Xiaochun, his voice filled with anger. The old man, relying on his status as a member of the Heavenly Master Mansion, thought that while others feared the supervisory mansion, he had no fear. In his eyes, the supervisory mansion was merely a dog of his own Grand Heavenly Master, which is why he yelled at Bai Xiaochun. The Heavenly Master Mansion did have a unique characteristic. It was the Grand Heavenly Master's family. The so-called stewards were equivalent to the Grand Heavenly Master's family's attendants. While the old man was still shouting, Bai Xiaochun raised his head, and without a word, took a step forward, standing directly in front of him. Before the old man could react, Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand and unleashed a punch. The speed was incredibly fast, the force immense. Bai Xiaochun hadn't fought in a long time, and now, with this single strike, his earth-shattering combat power was comparable to a half-step heavenly human. This punch caused the air to burn, and the surrounding void exploded as if about to collapse, as if wanting to devour the old man. The old man let out a blood-curdling scream, spitting out fresh blood. His body, like a kite with its string cut, was swept directly into the air, exploding into pieces, blood and flesh scattering everywhere. Seeing this, everyone stared at Bai Xiaochun in disbelief. It was a member of the Heavenly Master's mansion, yet Bai Xiaochun killed him without a word. Anyone who resists will be instantly annihilated. Bai Xiaochun's voice was hoarse and bone-chillingly cold, echoing in the sudden silence. No one dared to resist anymore. At this moment, Zhou Yixing rushed over from afar. Seeing the old man's death, his heart trembled as he looked at Bai Xiaochun. This was the first time he had seen Bai Xiaochun like this. Master instinctively, he opened his mouth. But before he could finish his sentence, Bai Xiaochun looked at him. Quick, find my soul servant, Bai Xiaochun said softly, but his gaze immediately made Zhou Yixing's head spin and sent chills down his spine. Zhou Yixing trembled and immediately obeyed Bai Xiaochun's command, joining the corpse puppets in the search. This investigation ended very quickly. Under the relentless search of 3,000 ferocious corpse puppets, everyone within the blockade dared not disobey. The shop owners here opened their doors, allowing the corpse puppets to conduct their inspections. Especially with Zhou Yixing in charge, the investigation was even faster and more accurate. He even used house-searching techniques. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they dug 3 feet deep into the entire place. Nothing found. No clues whatsoever. No one saw anything unusual. When the 3,000 corpse puppets returned to report, Zhou Yixing hurriedly went to Bai Xiaochun, bowed his head, and whispered, Master, we haven't found a single clue. All the shops, everyone within the lockdown area has been checked. They haven't even seen a single soul servant appear. Even the inside of the shops has been thoroughly investigated. Zhou Yixing's voice grew softer and softer as he spoke, finally bowing his head, his heart filled with immense anxiety. Bai Xiaojun remained silent. At this moment, all his joy seemed to have vanished, replaced by an endless feeling of icy coldness and madness. He blamed himself for thinking that someone suspected his identity and had seized Bai Hao's soul for inspection. He felt guilty for being too careless, for assuming he had power and neglecting to protect Bai Hao. He felt even more distressed that if he hadn't been so preoccupied with refining fire, Bai Hao wouldn't have had to go out and exchange souls. This disciple has done too much for me. Bai Xiaojun became even more distressed, all his pent-up emotions making it impossible for him to remain calm. Anxiety made his breathing rapid. Although his search yielded no results, he couldn't give up. He knew today's events were extraordinary, as he didn't even know who the enemy was. Bai Xiaojun immediately took out his token and used the investigative methods of the supervisory office to search for useful clues from the countless pieces of information gathered in Kuwang City over the past few months. However, no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find a single trace of this incident from the supervisory office intelligence. After all, the supervisory office methods of investigating clues only worked after the event occurred. The current situation was that Bai Hao had just disappeared. Even if they found clues, it would take a considerable amount of time to gather information before they could report anything. But time waits for no one. Bai Xiaojun knew that the longer this dragged on, the greater the danger to Bai Hao. Finding clues sooner was the only way to save his disciple. Any delay would lead to lifelong regret. Driven to madness by worrying, Bai Xiaojun gritted his teeth and took out his communication jade slip. This was the first time he had used this item since becoming a surveillance envoy, the first time. He had proactively contacted the Giant Ghost King. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. As a surveillance envoy, contacting the Giant Ghost King would be detrimental to both of them, even though their friendship remained unchanged. Right now, Bai Xiaojun couldn't care less about such things. He had reached a point where he had given up on everything. The situation today was extremely bizarre. Bai Xiaojun didn't know what methods the other party used to capture Bai Hao so stealthily, leaving no trace whatsoever. Therefore, he needed to rely on the experience and demigod cultivation of the Giant Ghost King. At the same time, the Giant Ghost King was drinking with the wife of the Chen family patriarch in the royal palace of Giant Ghost City. While chatting and laughing, his eyebrows suddenly furrowed. After a moment of contemplation, he took out a jade slip. So it's the supervisor Bai Hao, Lord Bai. Why are you contacting me today? Speak quickly, or just fart. The Giant Ghost King snorted and transmitted his voice through the jade slip. Your Majesty, I'm in trouble. Bai Xiaojun's hoarse voice replied, carrying a hint of madness that stunned the Giant Ghost King, causing his expression to become serious. Little one, don't get agitated. Tell me carefully what happened. The Giant Ghost King transmitted his voice in a low tone. After hearing Bai Xiaojun's description, his eyes flashed, and an overwhelming aura of power emanated from him. He stood up and took a step to the roof of the royal palace, then looked thoughtful. After a long while, he transmitted his voice to Bai Xiaojun. There are no traces, no vibrations, not a single clue. These three no's themselves clearly indicate the problem and provide the answer. A demigod was involved. It's most likely the Grand Heavenly Master. After all, if he wanted to attack you, he wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. However, this is the imperial city of Kui. To act so perfectly, one demigod wouldn't be enough. It would require multiple families working together. Only then could they conceal everything without leaving any clues. Bai Hao, you've offended too many people. Even I can't guess who's behind this. It's just that the more you act now, the more mistakes you'll make. You're a smart person. However, go back. Don't let yourself get dragged into this muddy water. As long as you return to Giant Ghost City, let's see who dares to scheme against you in front of me. The Giant Ghost King sighed and slowly transmitted his voice. From beginning to end, he didn't ask Bai Xiaojun why that soul burst was so important, nor did he ask about his identity. He didn't want to ask, nor did he want to know the answer. He only wished to remain a little ignorant. Just a little bit would be better. The Giant Ghost King's words warmed Bai Xiaojun's heart. He knew that once he returned, all the hatred of the civil and military officials in the court would be directed towards the Giant Ghost King. However, he could only appreciate the Giant Ghost King's good intentions. but couldn't act on them. Moreover, with Bai Hao missing, he couldn't ignore it, even if he didn't want to. The killing intent in his eyes intensified, and the icy aura surrounding him became even more bone-chilling. Howard tried to endure. No matter how great the storm that follows, I, your master, must find you. His heart filled with madness, Bai Xiaoqun softly uttered his final words with a gentle tone. After making the vow, only a chilling sensation remained in his heart, all his suppressed emotions erupting into a roar within him. No matter who did this, even if it's a demigod, I swear I will use every means to exterminate their entire clan. Bai Xiaoqun raised his head, no longer hesitating, and immediately flew away, followed by the army of corpse puppets and Zhou Yixing. Bai Xiaoqun's destination was the Imperial Palace. Only one person could decide everything, and that person was the Grand Celestial Master. Although Bai Xiaoqun knew that the Grand Celestial Master's intentions had probably changed, and he realized that the supervisory office existence was now as insignificant as a chicken bone. At this moment, Bai Xiaoqun had no other choice. The Grand Celestial Master treated me well before. Perhaps I was being overly cautious. He didn't intend to discard me like a squeezed lemon. Bai Xiaoqun's eyes were bloodshot as he constantly reassured himself. He used his highest speed, transforming into a rainbow and entering the Imperial Palace. After arranging a large number of corpse puppets to wait outside, he only brought the quasi-heavenly human corpse puppet directly to the Celestial Master's hall. And from the time he lost contact with Bai Hao until now, less than an hour had passed. Most of that time was spent with the corpse puppets conducting their investigation. It could be said that Bai Xiaoqun had used all his strength to handle everything as quickly as possible. When Bai Xiaoqun entered the Heavenly Master's hall, 8 people were already standing before the Grand Heavenly Master, speaking in hushed tones with respectful expressions. Among these 8 were the Heavenly Lords, one being Chen Haoding, and the other a middle-aged man with a goatee. Behind them were 6 Heavenly Marquises. Grand Heavenly Master, the Sexton Tongshan River have been acting unusually for the past year, and the 4 sides of the Great Wall have accumulated more power based on clues from various sources, and even through the investigation of the Dark Lord. I believe that the Heavenly Venerate on Tongshan Island is planning a war not seen in 1,000 years. The speaker was not Chen Haoding, but the bearded Heavenly Lord. At that moment, Bai Xiaoqun requested an audience outside the Heavenly Master's hall. The Heavenly Master paused, looking towards the Grand Heavenly Master. Having received his approval, he ignored Bai Xiaoqun and entered the Heavenly Master hall with undisguised bloodshot eyes, continuing his speech to the Grand Heavenly Master. Although the 4 Heavenly Kings have the mission of guarding the border, and their power can strike fear into the enemy, I still suggest we strengthen our vigilance against the Great Wall. I am also willing to participate in the battle and defend the Northern Great Wall. The Grand Heavenly Master did not reply, but looked towards Bai Xiaoqun. Noticing the killing intent emanating from Bai Xiaoqun was completely different from usual, and the crimson eyes filled with madness, he frowned slightly. Let's discuss this later. The Grand Heavenly Master withdrew his gaze from Bai Xiaoqun and spoke indifferently. The handsome bearded Heavenly Master fell silent, only glancing at Chen Haotong without saying anything further. The Heavenly Master hall then fell silent. Bai Xiaoqun raised his head and took a deep breath, about to speak, when the voice of the Grand Celestial Master echoed. Chen Qianlong, are you also here because of the Great Wall? The Grand Celestial Master looked at Chen Haoding. Chen Haoding, with a calm expression, stepped forward and bowed to the Grand Celestial Master. Grand Celestial Master, the situation at the Great Wall is like a fire burning at our eyebrows, and it's an unexpected event. This will certainly shake the barbarian wilderness. I also believe that we need to reinforce the defenses, and at the same time, we should send more soul cultivators and soul refiners to the front lines to defend them. However, this requires a lot of resources and soul medicine to sustain the military expenses. I respectfully request the Grand Celestial Master's approval. I am also willing to personally go to the front lines to supervise the battle. Chen Haoding said decisively, and then bowed again. Seeing the 2 Celestial Masters speaking in quick succession, even the Grand Celestial Master couldn't help but be cautious. He pondered for a moment before asking, how many resources are needed? 8 billion pieces of soul medicine, and about 1 million portions of other resources and materials for cultivation and battle formations. If that's all we need, I will definitely prevent those cultivators from the Tangshan River from entering our savage wilderness even a single step. Shen Haotong spoke without hesitation. The Grand Celestial Master's expression remained calm, but his eyes gradually showed a profound depth, and his right index finger on the armrest of his chair began to twitch. Anger surged within him, simply reinforcing the defenses required so many resources clearly exceeding the normal requirements. However, he had no choice. In this entire court of civil and military officials, no matter how loyal and devoted they were, each had their own selfish motives. They all hoped to prolong the eternal glory of their respective families, so they always skimped on resources before going into battle. Moreover, this had become an old custom, and since it had been going on for so long, the Grand Celestial Master couldn't very well cut off their financial support. The Grand Celestial Master's hall fell silent again, no one speaking. Bai Xiaochun realized that the Grand Celestial Master's main concern was undoubtedly the excessive cost of military resources. Under different circumstances, Bai Xiaochun would have been shocked by the amount, but currently, his heart was filled with worrying for Bai Hao. He could only think that with each passing minute, Bai Hao's danger would increase. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun believed that the Grand Celestial Master's discussion in the hall was far more important than his request, so he dared not interfere. He feared a negative reaction if he brought it up. At this moment, he could only endure the torment of anxiety and uncertainty. He only hoped that the others would quickly finish their discussion so he could finally ask the Grand Celestial Master for assistance. All sorts of thoughts and worries swirled in Bai Xiaochun's head, making him unaware that the Grand Celestial Master had been watching him for some time. The Grand Celestial Master noticed Bai Xiaochun's distraction and realized that something was definitely bothering him. His eyes flickered slightly, and his expression showed displeasure. Bai Hao, since you arrived, you've always seemed so preoccupied. Could it be that the supervisory office has found something? As soon as he finished speaking, the group including Chen Haotong felt a stir in their hearts and all looked at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun looked up at the Grand Celestial Master, his breathing momentarily halting. He saw the Grand Celestial Master's displeasure. This dispelled half of his hope that the Grand Celestial Master wouldn't betray him, and his heart grew cold. At this moment, filled with anxiety and a glimmer of hope, he spoke. Grand Celestial Master, this isn't a matter concerning the supervisory mansion, but rather a matter concerning this official. Before Bai Xiaochun could finish speaking, the Grand Celestial Master waved his hand, calmly interrupting him. If it's not a matter concerning the supervisory mansion, then there's no need to say anything more. These words struck Bai Xiaochun like a bolt of lightning, leaving him dizzy and his breathing quickening. He looked at the Grand Celestial Master with a heavy heart, his last glimmer of hope vanishing. Although he had anticipated this, the Grand Celestial Master's sudden change of attitude chilled him to the bone. Even if you wanted to get rid of me, you didn't need to be so blatant. Bai Xiaochun thought coldly. He understood that his attempt to enlist the Grand Celestial Master's help in finding Bai Hao was now impossible. Hearing the Grand Celestial Master's words, Chen Haotong and the other Celestial Master seemed to realize something. They exchanged glances, sharing the same thought. A faint, cold smile flickered at the corner of Chen Haotong's mouth. He had seen everything clearly. This was the Grand Celestial Master sending a signal. After all, if the bird was gone, the bow was no longer needed. The expressions of the 6 heavenly marquises also changed, their eyes glancing at Bai Xiaochun with cold smiles in their hearts. They weren't surprised by what had just happened. In fact, all the powerful figures in the Ku Huang dynasty shared the same opinion that the Grand Celestial Master would soon burn bridges. They understood the Grand Celestial Master's intentions, and they also clearly understood that Bai Xiaochun was now like a lone boat in a storm, liable to capsize at any moment. The events that had just transpired made this clear. Bai Hao's good days are over. His fate will likely be completely different from that of the previous Black Ming supervising envoy. Let's see how he handles things now. If he's smart, he'll resign voluntarily. The Grand Celestial Master might even spare him a way out, otherwise, he's certain to die. Hemph, even if he resigns and the Grand Celestial Master forgives him, the officials and generals in the court won't let him off the hook. He's offended to many people already. Once he's no longer a supervising envoy, he's definitely going to die. All sorts of thoughts flashed through everyone's minds, though outwardly nothing unusual was visible. However, Bai Xiaochun was quite aware of those cold, unreadable thoughts. Bai Xiaochun's aura gradually became chaotic, and his eyes turned bloodshot. Bai Hao's disappearance worried him greatly. His identity could be exposed, putting him in mortal danger at any moment. Now, the Grand Celestial Master had changed his attitude completely, showing no mercy, and coupled with the cold expressions of those around him, it all seemed to suffocate Bai Xiaochun, making it even harder for him to control the rage that was threatening to erupt. He knew that this matter would spread rapidly among the powerful in the imperial city. The apprehension directed towards him would diminish, and the probing and provocation would become relentless. At some point, he would only have one path left: death. Bai Xiaochun suddenly understood why someone dared to capture Bai Hao. Whatever the reason, it was because they had anticipated the Grand Celestial Master's plan of using him and then discarding him. That's why they dared to disregard his position as a supervisor. If he couldn't change this situation, those who captured Bai Hao would have even less to fear. Bai Hao would be trapped in a hopeless predicament, and he himself would face danger from all sides. He understood that to save Bai Hao, he first had to consolidate his position and power to buy time, and also use his influence to investigate and uncover clues. But the prerequisite for all of this is the Grand Celestial Master's approval. What he has to do is change the Grand Celestial Master's mind of using him like a squeezed lemon and then discarding him, and at the same time, elevate his own importance in the Grand Celestial Master's eyes. Only then will he have a chance. You're forcing my hand. Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned bloodshot. He gritted his teeth, and his whole body trembled slightly. Previously, when he first took on the role of supervisor, Bai Hao had offered him a plan. This plan was based on Bai Hao's deduction of the Grand Celestial Master's character, and today, it seemed to have proven very accurate. However, before, Bai Xiaochun had always felt this plan was too cruel. The powerful figures of the entire court might want to kill Bai Xiaochun now, but that would only be temporary. If he could evade and escape, they would gradually forget after a few decades. But if he implemented Bai Hao's plan, all the powerful figures of the barbarian wilderness would forever harbor resentment towards him, never to forget. Therefore, at that moment, Bai Xiaochun hesitated to use it, but the current situation left him no choice. He wanted to regain the Grand Celestial Master's respect. He needed information from all the powerful families in the Kuwang dynasty. Only then could he find out who had captured Bai Hao. After making his decision, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, stepped forward, clasped his hands, and bowed. His voice was cold and gloomy. Grand Celestial Master, I have come here because I have devised a plan that can resolve your worries. As Bai Xiaochun spoke, everyone in the Celestial Master's hall turned to look at him. In their perception, although Bai Xiaochun had fallen from power, his ruthless nature still made them feel uneasy. Chen Haotong and Enmei Ran Jianglong appeared calm on the surface, but their hearts were beating a little faster. The Grand Celestial Master's gaze fell upon Bai Xiaochun. In this world, everyone was merely a pawn in his game. To the Grand Celestial Master, people were divided into two categories, those of value and those of no value. Therefore, he felt not the slightest remorse for discarding Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun had once been very valuable to him, but now he was no longer useful. He hadn't executed Bai Xiaochun simply because of his true identity, and because he was valued by the Underworld Emperor and the Giant Ghost King, so Bai Xiaochun still possessed some value. Bai Xiaochun's words had piqued the Grand Celestial Master's interest. He still remembered that Bai Xiaochun had once offered a useful strategy at the ancestral worship ceremony. Grand Celestial Master, this plan of mine cannot be revealed to too many people, Bai Xiaochun said, looking at the Grand Celestial Master in a low voice. The Grand Celestial Master smiled and waved his hand, and the 6 celestial marquises instantly disappeared, being taken out of the imperial palace. Their faces were grim, they exchanged glances and then muttered coldly, showing off. It seems that Bai Hao hasn't given up yet. Humph, struggling in his death throes, the more he struggles like this, the faster his misfortune will come. Inside the Celestial Master's hall, the Grand Celestial Master said indifferently, you may speak now. Besides Bai Xiaochun and the Grand Celestial Master, Chen Haotong and Enmei Ran were also present. They remained standing, their eyes fixed on Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun immediately understood that these two were undoubtedly the Grand Celestial Master's confidants. I didn't expect Chen Haotong to be the Grand Celestial Master's confidant. Bai Xiaochun frowned slightly, remembering the conflict between himself and Chen Haotong. Haotong! He felt uncomfortable, but at this moment, he had no time to consider it further. I disagree with what Chen Tiagong said. As soon as these words were spoken, the Grand Celestial Master's eyes flashed. Chen Haotong and Mei Nian's expressions also sharpened. According to the tradition of our imperial court, there are 108 heavenly marquises, 10 heavenly dukes, and 4 great heavenly kings. These titles have always been held by over 100 families, passed down from generation to generation. Unless a family is completely wiped out or faces extreme circumstances, no other family will be promoted. When a heavenly marquis in a family dies, a member of the main lineage will be chosen to inherit the position, becoming the next heavenly marquis. His voice was cold, his eyes flickered with bloodlust, and Bai Xiaochun's entire being exuded a ruthless and cruel aura. At this moment, he disregarded everything. He didn't know exactly who had kidnapped Bai Hao, so his suspicions were directed at everyone. People in this imperial city. Even if no one in the family can be found to inherit the position at that moment, it will remain until a suitable successor is found. Therefore, every heavenly marquis family cultivates a direct descendant from a very early age to be their successor. That's how it is with heavenly marquises, heavenly dukes, and even more so with great heavenly kings. His decisive words made the Grand Heavenly Master ponder slightly, becoming interested in what he was about to say. Chen Haotong and Mei Nian frowned, wondering what Bai Xiaochun was trying to lead them to. This tradition of our imperial court has ensured the eternal glory and prosperity of these 108 families. Their wealth grew ever larger, not to the point of rivaling a nation, but they all possessed astonishing riches. These assets represented their strength and power, but they were also the seeds of disaster. Everything would be fine if things remained peaceful, but once something unexpected happened, they could rise up and form their own independent nation. Even if the Kui imperial dynasty were to face a crisis someday, these 100 or so clans could instantly become vassals of various regions. Their internal workings are too deep, and their power is too great. Bai Xiaochun waved his sleeve, analyzing confidently and with great momentum. Shut up, don't talk nonsense. Chen Haotong roared, interrupting Bai Xiaochun, his eyes icy cold. He understood Bai Xiaochun's intentions. Except for the 4 great heavenly kings, even the clans of the heavenly marquis or heavenly duke have to expend a great deal to cultivate their clansmen, maintain their fighting strength, and so much more. We accumulate wealth not for the sake of rising to power as you say, but for the strength of our Kui imperial dynasty. Chen Haotong's voice was stern. He clearly sensed how dangerous Bai Xiaochun's words were. I don't know, Bai Xiaochun's voice rose, drowning out Chen Haotong's. Although he feared death, although he was cowardly, today he no longer cared about anything. In this entire Kuwang dynasty, I doubt many people know more than I do. Chen Tianwang, have you ever searched a family's estate? Do you know how many families I've confiscated recently? Do you know how much wealth and inside information I've uncovered after searching? I'll tell you clearly. I've confiscated a total of 18 heavenly marquis families. And let me tell you, any family I've confiscated has an earth-shattering amount of wealth. The Li family has hidden 10 million soul elixirs, 279 soul formations, and set up over 1,000 large-scale formations. The Chen family is even more astonishing. Their soul elixirs alone amount to over 10 billion. According to what Chen Tiagong just said, that's already 3/3 of the military expenses. How many clan members would need to absorb and cultivate to consume that much? Let me tell you. The Dao Tiaho family I inspected in the 3rd round hoarded 1 million slaves and hundreds of thousands of formation materials. The Gong Sun family has 10,000 heavenly thunder souls. If they all exploded, it would be enough to destroy almost half of Kui Huang City. If a heavenly Ho family is like that, then there's no need to mention the Tia Gong family. Speaking of which, it's not me who should be silent, but you. Shut up! Bai Zikun shouted, his voice echoing throughout the heavenly master hall. Chen Haosong's chest heaved, glaring intensely at Bai Zikun, unable to retort. Even the Grand Celestial Master was speechless, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at Bai Xiaochun. Why how, even though this heavenly marquis family has profound internal resources? The reason why the Kui imperial dynasty is so powerful that even heavenly venerables cannot conquer it is because our people are strong. Only with these resources can our successors protect the glory of our dynasty for generations, ensuring that the Kui imperial dynasty always has 4 great heavenly kings, 10 heavenly dukes, and 108 heavenly marquises. You cannot dull a blade just because it is too sharp. Emmy Iran Heavenly Duke also spoke up in rebuttal. Of course not. Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, ignoring the 2 heavenly dukes and looking towards the Grand Heavenly Master. I believe that everything in this world should adhere to the 2 words fairness. Only with fairness can we maintain the foundation of our imperial dynasty. Only with fairness can our imperial dynasty develop steadily. Why is it that in these families, only the descendants favored by the heavenly marquis and heavenly duke can access countless resources, while others are far inferior? This is unfair to other descendants, unfair to those of the collateral branches. Why, after a heavenly marquis abdicates, is only the chosen heir allowed to inherit the title and control all the wealth? This is unfair to other descendants and those of the collateral branches. Therefore, I propose to divide the assets equally among all descendants, regardless of whether they are from the main or collateral branches. Everyone has the right to inherit the title, and everyone receives a share of cultivation resources. The heavenly marquis, heavenly duke, and heavenly king must share their assets and cultivation resources with all their descendants. Only then can our imperial dynasty become even stronger. I hope there will be more than 108 heavenly marquises. We hope to see even more heavenly marquises and heavenly dukes emerge. At the same time, this would cause countless people to cheer enthusiastically, forever grateful to the Grand Celestial Master. They would swear their undying loyalty to the imperial dynasty. Every word echoed like thunder throughout the Celestial Master's palace. This was Bai Hao's insidious plan. This was truly a plan that would completely destroy anyone. The level of ruthlessness was terrifying and infuriating, making Chen Haosong feel as if 10,000 thunderbolts were exploding in his heart. His complexion completely changed and his whole body trembled. Grand Celestial Master, this cannot be done. Chen Haosong trembled. His family had many descendants. If they followed this method, he could foresee his family's downfall, being torn apart. Moreover, this is unlikely to provoke any resistance from the Grand Celestial Master, because the Grand Celestial Master hasn't taken any wealth. It's just that each family within the clan is creating chaos within themselves, and they might even wholeheartedly support the Grand Celestial Master. This is tantamount to splitting a perfectly intact family into more than 10 separate families. Once that happens, no family can develop safely. If this continues for many years, who knows what kind of state the families will become? Chen Haotong didn't dare think about it further. This Bai Hao is utterly vicious. How is he still alive? Chen Haotong went mad, cursing inwardly. This wasn't just a vicious scheme. It was an endless cycle of searching and plundering. It wasn't just Bai Xiaochun searching and plundering, but the descendants of the powerful families searching and plundering each other's families. This is no different than Bai Xiaochun giving a small knife to the children of his stepmother, those who are not from the main lineage, to wield and disembowel their own family. What's even more disgusting is that this plan will sow the seeds of internal strife within powerful families, causing those in power to suffer immense losses, caught between a rock and a hard place. After all, those descendants are their bloodline. This internal conflict cannot be resolved unless they themselves exterminate their entire bloodline. Furthermore, this plan will render the main lineage unworthy of inheritance. Previously, the main lineage held the majority of the inheritance, a position the secondary lineage couldn't match. High wealth meant high power, thus allowing the main lineage to maintain its authority. Now, everyone receives an equal shares, the main lineage, secondary lineage, and so on. The family fortune and resources are divided equally. So, how is the main lineage any different from the secondary lineage? The collateral branches would naturally rejoice, but for the main branch, this was a tremendous disaster that would directly destroy their future. It's easy to imagine how much hatred the main branch would feel towards Bai Xiaochun's scheme. Their hatred would likely be countless times more intense than any deep-seated resentment. For those in power, it was like falling into an ice abyss. They had painstakingly accumulated wealth their entire lives, and now it was being divided like this, splitting the family apart. How could they ever ensure the family's eternal glory? Moreover, with their family collapsing, they could only watch helplessly as the heir had to fight against all the other descendants. How could they not hate Bai Xiaochun? To say their hatred was overwhelming, a hatred so intense they wanted to devour him alive, would probably not be enough. Previously, when Bai Xiaochun swung his sword, he would only strike one person at a time, and the rest would sense the danger and try to eliminate him. But now, Bai Xiaochun swung his sword and struck everyone. This guy is a mad dog. The handsome bearded heavenly master felt a chill in his heart, his body trembling. Although he was loyal to the grand heavenly master, he felt this plan was too cruel. The Bai Hao before him was truly terrifying. Grand Heavenly Master, this absolutely shouldn't be done. Thinking this, he immediately bowed to the Grand Heavenly Master. The Grand Heavenly Master sat on his chair, his breathing showing a rare hint of instability. He looked at Bai Xiaochun, his eyes blazing with intense light. This was truly beyond his expectations. No matter what, he never imagined Bai Xiaochun would have such a plan. It was incredibly well planned, with virtually no downsides for him, and the advantages were immeasurable, beyond description. This was truly a brilliant, overt scheme tailor-made for him. Although this plan didn't directly solve the enormous military expenditure problem, it was far better. It truly hit the root of the issue, cutting off the source of greed among the entire court of officials and generals. Even if they greedily hoarded wealth, they would have to share it equally, and the beneficiary would still be the strength of the entire Kui Huang court. Those who benefited would be even more grateful for his benevolence and support him, because supporting him was also protecting themselves. At the same time, this was also a permanent strategy to prevent a family from becoming too powerful and affecting his position. The Grand Celestial Master's eyes lit up. The reason he previously felt that Bai Xiaochun wasn't worth much was because he had completely intimidated the entire court of officials and generals, even forcing the Kui Huang into seclusion. His power had once again reached its peak. When Bai Xiaochun searched the house and brought those riches, he naturally saw through Bai Xiaochun's intentions, but he was also vaguely tempted by those riches. The Grand Master understood that the internal power of the clans was truly overwhelming. However, he also clearly understood that, unless there was an extreme situation, if he were to eliminate the 18 heavenly marquises to threaten the barbarian wilderness, it might alienate everyone. Therefore, he had no choice but to stop, and was planning to use Bai Xiaochun as a scapegoat to alleviate public anger. But today, Bai Xiaochun came up with this plan. It was truly perfect. So perfect that he didn't need to take any risks, yet he could win without fighting, causing all the powerful clans to fall apart. Moreover, this plan would be difficult to alienate because many people would benefit from its implementation. As Bai Xiaochun said, those who benefited would certainly be grateful and support him, because supporting him was also protecting their own interests. Even if there were exceptional extreme situations, the Grand Master was confident he could resolve them. Thinking this, the Grand Celestial Master looked at Bai Xiaochun with immense admiration. He reflected on his own ungrateful thoughts and felt it was very wrong. At this moment, he saw Bai Xiaochun as a truly rare talent. He could kill for him, do the work, and devise strategies. He couldn't help but burst into laughter, not concealing his ecstatic joy. His laughter reached Chen Haotong and the beautiful celestial maiden, startling them both. Grand Celestial Master, this is impossible. Please reconsider. Grand Celestial Master. Bai Xiaochun, after speaking, didn't look at Chen Haotong or the beautiful celestial maiden. His gaze remained fixed on the Grand Celestial Master. Seeing the Grand Celestial Master's admiration and hearing his laughter, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that, at this moment, he had averted the danger, and not only regained trust, but also gained far more power than before. However, there was no excitement or exhilaration in his heart. Instead, he felt even colder, and the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Power, endure it. Blessings bestowed upon all living beings, grace extending throughout the world. All families in the imperial court, regardless of seniority, will inherit their family fortunes. Calling this the order of universal grace wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. The Grand Celestial Master laughed loudly, completely ignoring Chen Haotong and the handsome Celestial Lord, and turned to Bai Xiaochun, smiling. This is of immense benefit to our Kui Imperial Dynasty. As the Grand Celestial Master, I also support it. It will begin in my Celestial Master's mansion, then be expanded throughout the entire Imperial Court, regardless of whether they are Celestial Marquises, Celestial Lords, or even Celestial Kings. They must all follow suit." The Grand Celestial Master laughed heartily, his laughter growing louder and louder, even rising from his chair. "Bai Hao, heed my command." The Grand Celestial Master waved his hand. "Your servant obeys." Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, his voice firm. "I agree to appoint you, the supervisor, to command 5,000 troops from now on. You will be responsible for enforcing the order of the Heavenly Master. You may leave." After saying this, the Grand Celestial Master flicked his sleeve, and Bai Xiaochun and Chen Haotong's figures instantly blurred and disappeared from the Celestial Master's hall. Only the handsome Celestial Master remained in the hall. He frowned, his heart heavy with bitterness, knowing that this matter was irreversible. Bai Xiaochun's scheme was far too suited to the Grand Celestial Master. He sighed inwardly, then took a few steps forward and bowed again. "Grand Celestial Master, this man should not be kept alive. He is a venomous blade, ruthless and heartless. First he caused chaos at the ancestral sacrifice. Now he is dividing power and wealth. Even I felt resentment in my heart. It was truly too cruel. Moreover, this person's identity is highly suspicious. There's a high probability that he's none other than Bai Xiaochun. His intentions are extremely malicious." The handsome Heavenly Master spoke decisively, truly fearing Bai Xiaochun's scheme. The collateral descendants, who have no right to inherit, will undoubtedly be overjoyed and grateful, but the main lineage descendants, always high and mighty, will be the ones harmed. These main lineage descendants are precisely the ones who have had the most contact with Bai Hao. This is him using someone else's hand to kill. It's not just using someone else's hand to kill. He's clearly desperate to find his soul servant, T. He Grand Heavenly Master smiled, his eyes revealing a profound depth. Soul servant, the handsome Heavenly Master was stunned. Someone just abducted his soul servant. The perpetrator understands my habits very well. They silently and stealthily took Bai Hao's soul servant, leaving almost no trace. By the time I discovered it, it was already a little too late. The Grand Celestial Master spoke indifferently, causing the handsome Celestial Lord to stammer in shock. "Go investigate who did this." The Grand Celestial Master understood that those people only cared about themselves and wouldn't stand up for Bai Hao. In fact, before Bai Xiaochun proposed this plan, he had already considered this, but he was now somewhat hesitant. To be able to do this in Kuwang City, I'm afraid it must be one of those four. "I will investigate this immediately." The handsome Celestial Lord hesitated for a moment, then added, "However, Bai Hao's plan is too vicious. This man cannot be kept." You see one side of the story. The giant ghost king only has one daughter. This plan has no effect on him whatsoever. To be able to devise such a plan and still show consideration for the giant ghost king, it shows that this man knows how to repay kindness. If he didn't know how to repay kindness, I wouldn't dare use him. But he understands the principle of repaying kindness, so whatever the giant ghost king gives him, I can give him many times over. The Grand Celestial Master smiled, his expression full of shrewdness. His future with the giant ghost king is limited, but with me, his future is boundless. He is truly a deadly blade, but the important thing is whose hand holds the hilt. The giant ghost king doesn't have that qualification. In the entire savage wilderness, only I do. Didn't the giant ghost king give him Chu Zi Mai? He likes Chen Manyao, and if he can smoothly facilitate this matter, the old man can reward him with Manyao, or even adopt him as his foster son. The Grand Celestial Master raised his head, his voice not resounding, but full of majestic authority, causing the beautiful Celestial Lord to not utter a word of objection, only bowing his head in agreement. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun appeared outside the Imperial Palace. His face was cold and sinister, his eyes revealing a chilling glint, and a murderous aura permeated his entire body. It seemed his madness had reached its limit, ready to erupt and kill at any moment. With a slight thought, he immediately sent a massive army of zombies roaring forward. Zhou Yixing, trembling like a leaf, followed, heading straight towards the supervisory mansion. Bai Xiaochun's speed was incredibly fast. In an instant, he had brought 3,000 zombies back to the supervisory mansion. He didn't land but hovered in midair, taking out the supervisory mansion's token. His consciousness merged into the token, his eyes gleaming with a strange light, and a series of images suddenly flashed through his mind. In those images, beneath the supervisory mansion, more than 90,000 coffins were emitting a chilling aura as if waiting for Bai Xiaochun's summons. Bai Xiaochun's consciousness immediately swept across, passing over the 90,000 coffins and pointing to 2,000, then uttered 2 words, "Awaken." Boom! 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 The sound was incredibly loud, earth-shattering, causing the sky to change color and the ground to tremble. Soul cultivators residing nearby in the Imperial City all felt the terrifying tremors emanating from the supervisory mansion. What's happening at the supervisory mansion again? That place is covered in dark clouds. My God, clearly more coffins have appeared. How is that possible? Isn't it rumored that this Bai Hao is in danger? Cries of astonishment echoed from all directions. Many who had flown up saw that the supervisory mansion was now shrouded in swirling black clouds, filled with overwhelming killing intent. The ground shook incessantly, and coffins burst forth, some falling to the ground, but most floating in the air above the supervisory mansion, startling those who witnessed it. A total of 2,000 coffins unleashed a terrifying force. But it wasn't over yet. Soon, some coffins collapsed, and countless corpses clad in black armor slowly emerged. Especially noteworthy were 5 of the 2,000 coffins, each adorned with intricate patterns, and the last one was not bronze but silver. With a resounding explosion, 4 imposing, tall corpses emerged from the 4 intricately patterned coffins, radiating the aura of a half-step heavenly human. Most astonishingly, a middle-aged soul cultivator in silver armor emerged from the silver coffin. The man's face was ordinary, his body cold, but when he opened his eyes, thunder and lightning flashed across the sky. A heavenly human-level shockwave erupted from him, even causing the token in Bai Xiaochun's hand to tremble, as if it had detected the arrogant and defiant thoughts emanating from the silver-armored man. When the silver-armored man unleashed his heavenly human-level shockwave, his killing intent also surged intensely. His power alone caused the 5,000 surrounding corpse puppets to tremble as if unable to withstand it. At this moment, the black-armored corpse puppet that had been beside Bai Xiaochun suddenly raised its head. A strange light shone in its eyes, and a shockwave comparable to a heavenly human level 1 erupted from its body. This earth-shattering shockwave barely managed to counter the silver-armored man. This scene caused all the onlookers to gasp, their expressions changing drastically. My God, just sets of heavenly human corpse puppets, 9 sets of half-step heavenly human corpse puppets, nearly 5,000 black-armored soldiers. Damn it, who said Bai Hao couldn't protect himself before? That was a lie. Not only is he not in danger, but his power has become even greater. This is already on par with the Black Underworld supervisory envoy from before, 5,000 corpse puppets. This force is almost on par with the 4 great heavenly kings and the Grand Heavenly Master. It can be said that in the savage wilderness, Bai Hao is currently the #1 person below the demigod level. Everyone hurriedly took out their jade slips and quickly transmitted the news. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun stood in midair above the supervisory mansion, watching the fierce battle between the 2 great corpse puppets, his gaze growing colder and colder. He realized that the silver-armored man didn't want to be used by him. Under different circumstances, he might have had the nerve to tease him a bit to subdue him, or at most, use his token to suppress him. But now, Bai Xiaochun's emotions were under immense pressure, and he was enraged by the big man's stubbornness, his eyes revealing a cold glint. He pointed his right hand at the silver-armored big man. Immediately, the black-armored heavenly human beside him charged forward, and the 9 black-armored half-step heavenly humans surrounding him also instantly surged with killing intent towards the silver-armored big man. Furthermore, 5,000 corpse puppets also raised their heads and roared, all rushing forward without mercy. Thunder and lightning shook the heavens and earth. With 5,000 corpse puppets attacking, even a heavenly human couldn't withstand the attack. After resisting for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, with a loud bang, his body was knocked to the ground. The silver-armored big man's aura was incredibly powerful, seemingly still unconvinced. But when he saw the black-armored big man and all the corpse puppets gathering their divine abilities to attack again, he quickly showed signs of submission. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, no longer paying attention to these corpse puppets. His figure flashed, and he appeared inside the secret chamber, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes. He was waiting for the decree of gratitude to be issued. He believed that within a few hours at most, the decree of gratitude would spread throughout the entire city, sweeping across the entire savage wilderness to all the powerful families. At this moment, the news of Bai Xiaochun acquiring another 2,000 corpse puppets had spread, and in an instant, all the powerful families in the Puppet Emperor city heard the news, their expressions changing drastically. Impossible! What happened? Why is this happening? Not only is he not in danger, but his aura is even stronger. There must be something wrong. I feel something is dangerous. Something big has happened. The appearance of more black-armored corpse puppets in the supervisory mansion attracted countless attention, all of them shaken, especially the powerful families, who were even more astonished. Impossible! Bai Hao must be trapped in the mud, unable to escape. The only solution is for him to resign from his position as supervisory envoy, but now he's not only unharmed, but also gaining more power. At this moment, in the Imperial City, all the powerful figures were using various means to investigate the matter at the supervisory mansion. Especially those in power from the families involved in capturing Bai Hao's soul were deeply shaken. They vaguely sensed something was amiss, but couldn't find an answer. However, they didn't dare act rashly, so they could only speculate and wait in silence. They believed that soon, everything would be revealed. Meanwhile, those prodigies who had conflicts with Bai Xiaochun were gnashing their teeth, clearly annoyed that Bai Xiaochun was still unharmed. Why the hell isn't he dead yet? This Bai Hao must be just putting on a show. These exceptionally talented soul cultivators almost all belong to the main lineage of their respective families, designated as heirs by their elders. They are usually allocated the majority of the family's resources, which is why their cultivation has reached its current level. Within their families, there are also many siblings who are either not from the main lineage or, if they are from the main lineage, not designated as heirs. Compared to these exceptional talents, these siblings are significantly disadvantaged, both in terms of cultivation and resources. Even so, they are still descendants of the lineage, so compared to other soul cultivators, they remain in a superior position. However, these siblings often have to revolve around the designated heirs in order to obtain more resources. The entire noble clan in the savage wilderness had followed this tradition for generations. Although occasionally a few traitors appeared, their fates were always extremely tragic. At this moment, inside the Zhao family, Zhao Dongshan knocked down a large tree in the courtyard with a single punch. Shards flew everywhere, many hitting other clan members. However, they dared not dodge, only standing still and enduring the blows. Many of them were Zhao Dongshan's siblings, while the majority were from collateral branches. Outside, these people were all immensely powerful. But within the clan, before the heir Zhao Dongshan, they could only bow and flatter. Zhao Dongshan's face was extremely gloomy, his eyes revealing resentment. Bai Hao! He gritted his teeth. He both feared and hated Bai Hao. From the day Bai Hao appeared, he had been trampled underfoot, a path stretching from the Soul Refining Lake all the way to Kuwang City. Especially a few months ago, Bai Hao even came to his house and forced him to pay his respects as a junior. This humiliation fueled Zhao Dongshan's eternal hatred. At this moment, intense killing intent surged within him, but he could only suppress it. Before Bai Xiaochun's downfall, he dared not reveal it. Li Tiansheng's fate placed immense pressure on him. I don't believe you can remain in power forever. Zhao Dongshan was in a truly bad mood. He flicked his sleeve, sweeping his gaze across his family members. He was naturally hot-tempered, and as the heir, he was always domineering towards his contemporaries. At this moment, he spoke in a harsh tone. "All of you, come forward and fight me," he said, then swiftly moved towards a young man in front of him. This young man was Zhao Dongshan's younger brother. Seeing Zhao Dongshan attack, he changed color but dared not refuse, hastily resisting. But how could he possibly be a match for Zhao Dongshan? A loud bang rang out, the young man spat out fresh blood, and hastily retreated. The surrounding clansmen all changed color but still gritted their teeth and advanced, the sound of banging echoing continuously. In a moment, more than 10 members of the Zhao family were thrown far away, spitting blood. "A bunch of trash," Zhao Dongshan grumbled. His words enraged the clansmen, but they could only wipe away their blood, their faces pale, forcing themselves to restrain their anger. They could only endure. Although he had a brutal nature, Zhao Dongshan understood this point and didn't bother to pay attention. He was the heir, the next heavenly marquis. Even other clan members, despite their resentment and hatred, had to bow down and curry favor with him, and could not betray the family. Jia Dongshan snorted coldly, intending to continue his attack to vent his frustration, when suddenly an old man flew towards him from the air. He was a servant of the Zhao family, his face filled with terror, his breathing rapid, his appearance as if he had just experienced something horrific. He flew past Jia Dongshan, aiming to reach the heavenly Marquis Tower. Seeing this, Jia Dongshan raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Sun Fu, what kind of behavior is this, rushing like this?" The old man continued flying as if he hadn't heard, enraging Jia Dongshan. He swung his right hand, launching a long-range attack that sent the servant reeling, blood gushing from his mouth, rendering him unable to advance further. Only then did the old man seem to come to his senses, his voice trembling as he saw Jia Dongshan's cold expression. "Young master, something big has happened. Rumors are circulating outside. The Grand Celestial Master is about to issue a decree promulgating the Order of Benevolence, the main content of which is to equally distribute all the family's resources and wealth to all descendants, regardless of whether they are from the main or collateral line. As long as they carry the family's bloodline, they will all be treated equally." "What did you say?" Jia Dongshan felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, his body trembling. He couldn't believe it, feeling that what he just heard was utter nonsense. Jia Dongshan quickly grabbed the old man and shouted, "It wasn't me who said it. It's just rumors outside," the old man said, trembling. At this moment, a bell suddenly rang out from the direction of the Imperial Palace, its sound echoing throughout the entire Kuwang city. Each time this bell rang, it signaled that a major event was about to happen. Before the bell had even finished ringing, a solemn voice resounded from the air, spreading throughout the entire city. "The founding ancestor of the Qihong dynasty hereby issues this decree. All beings are equal, treated alike. From today onwards, from top to bottom, all descendants of the family, whether from the main or collateral line, shall enjoy equal resources and inheritance rights, all to usher in a golden age for the Qihong dynasty." The voice was incredibly solemn, yet its content stunned everyone who heard it. Jia Dongshan's breathing quickened, his body trembled, and his eyes widened in disbelief. He felt everything around him suddenly go black, and he was even more terrified as he looked at his brothers and sisters. He saw in their eyes, which had previously been gloomy and resigned, something all too familiar: ambition. "This is impossible. It's not possible," Jia Dongshan whispered, trembling. At this moment, countless families in the imperial city fell silent, while the heavenly marquises were struck as if by lightning, their faces showing disbelief that this was true. "This decree of grace will overthrow the imperial dynasty. This is utterly absurd. What does the Grand Heavenly Master intend to do? Damn it, whose idea is this?" This decree of grace feels similar to the treacherous scheme at the ancestral sacrifice ceremony. The entire imperial city erupted in chaos, countless criticisms immediately resounding throughout. At that moment, the Grand Heavenly Master unleashed a majestic demigod aura from within the imperial palace, suppressing the entire city. Simultaneously, the auras of the 5 heavenly dukes also erupted in an instant, assisting the Grand Heavenly Master in suppressing the entire city. At the same time, in the secret chamber of the supervisory mansion, Bai Xiaochun fiercely raised his head, his bloodshot eyes revealing icy coldness and madness. He directly took a step and appeared in the air above the supervisory mansion. "All corpse puppets, heed my command. Follow me, Bai. Supervise the execution of the Order of Gratitude." Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeve, and a thunderous roar immediately echoed through the supervision mansion. All 5,000 corpse puppets rushed out and assembled, flying behind Bai Xiaochun, their killing intent shaking the heavens and earth. First, let's start with the families of the heavenly marquises. A cold glint flashed in Bai Xiaochun's eyes as he led the way, his first target being the Zhao family. The powerful families in the Puppet Emperor city were completely shaken. Even with the Grand Heavenly Master and 5 heavenly dukes suppressing them, other heavenly marquises and heavenly dukes still flew out from their families, heading straight to the Imperial Palace to pay their respects to the Grand Heavenly Master. This Order of Gratitude made everyone clearly feel its malevolent intentions. They also understood the terrifying nature of this Order of Gratitude and even understood that this order could not be delayed. Once delayed, the consequences would be unimaginable. But just as the heavenly marquises and heavenly dukes were uniting to head to the imperial palace, Bai Xiaochun, leading his army of corpse puppets, charged forward like a raging tiger, heading straight for the Zhao family. In his frenzied state, Bai Xiaochun unleashed his speed to the absolute limit. Before long, he and 5,000 corpse puppets, radiating a swirling vortex of black, earth-shattering killing intent, descended upon the Zhao family. The Zhao family appeared calm at this moment, but in reality, the collateral branches and some non-powerful members of the main branch were extremely nervous. Under the shocking decree of the Grand Heavenly Master, their ambitions, which they might have kept hidden for a lifetime, were now stirring. Everyone would be equal. Everyone would receive an equal share. All of this seemed incredibly auspicious, causing everyone's breathing to quicken. The only one trembling with anger was Zhao Dongshan. In his eyes, all of it was inherited property, but now, because of a decree from the Grand Celestial Master, it had to be divided equally among everyone. This enraged him, but he dared not resist the Grand Celestial Master, only able to place his hopes on his father, who was heading towards the Imperial Palace with the other Celestial Marquises. This isn't some kind of order of benevolence. It's clearly an order to search the house. Zhao Dongshan gritted his teeth, glaring at the collateral and some main branch clansmen with eyes full of murderous intent. Just as the Zhao family members were stirring, Bai Xiaochun appeared. He stood in midair, his face cold, his eyes filled with icy rage, his heart filled with madness and growing anxiety. The 5,000 corpse puppets beside him formed a swirling vortex of killing intent, causing all the Zhao family members to tremble with fear. However, many also felt a glimmer of anticipation for Bai Xiaochun's appearance. Bai Xiaochun's appearance this time was completely different from before. Zhao Dongshan's expression changed upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, and he was about to speak when Bai Xiaochun's icy voice suddenly echoed throughout the entire Zhao family. The Grand Heavenly Master has issued a decree. Starting today, the Imperial Court has promulgated the decree of all graces, and all royal officials must comply. And I, Bai, as the supervisory envoy, have been ordered by the Grand Heavenly Master to supervise the implementation of the decree of all graces. As soon as he finished speaking, countless gasps of surprise filled the Zhao family. Those who showed excitement were mostly members of the collateral branches and a few members of the main branch who did not hold the right of inheritance. Their eyes gleamed with intense light. Zhao Dongshan's face instantly changed drastically. He widened his eyes, staring intently at Bai Xiaochun, and stammered out, "It's you! Damn it, it's you! This wicked scheme was devised by you. That's why you were able to regain power under the Grand Celestial Master's command." Zhao Dongshan understood everything in an instant. This wasn't difficult to guess. The supervisory mansion had just stirred up a commotion, and the order of gratitude had already been issued. With a little consideration, it was clear what was happening. By how you? Zhao Dongshan immediately became enraged. Old grudges and new hatreds combined, causing him to explode. But his outburst was ill-timed. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun was extremely furious. Even the slightest touch would cause him to explode. HMPH. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed with cold light, his body took a step forward, and in an instant, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Zhao Dongshan, his right hand raised, directly throwing a punch without hesitation. This punch was like him venting his anger. After it landed, the void trembled and the air exploded. Zhao Dongshan's expression changed drastically, and he immediately tried to stop him, but his combat power was far inferior to Bai Xiaochun's. After a loud explosion, Zhao Dongshan spat out fresh blood. His body was knocked back more than 100 feet, directly crashing into a building, causing it to collapse instantly. The surrounding clansmen instinctively wanted to rush forward to stop him, but in an instant, they all stopped. Bai Xiaochun didn't even glance at them, taking another step. Immediately, he appeared in front of the collapsed building. Zhao Dongshan struggled to crawl out, his expression terrified. Seeing Bai Xiaochun about to pursue him, he immediately tried to retreat. But Bai Xiaochun instantly unleashed his speed, instantly appearing in front of Zhao Dongshan. His right hand grabbed Zhao Dongshan's neck, lifted him high, and infused his cultivation into sealing Zhao Dongshan's entire body. "Was it you who did this?" Bai Xiaochun's eyes were icy cold as he stared at Zhao Dongshan. In his icy gaze, a ferocious rage was revealed, as if wanting to see through all of Zhao Dongshan's secrets, causing Zhao Dongshan's heart to tremble and his breathing to become erratic. "What are you saying? Don't be impulsive." Zhao Dongshan opened his mouth, instinctively struggling. But no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't move. Moreover, when Bai Xiaochun's right hand exerted force, he couldn't even speak, only able to make muffled sounds. His scalp tingled. Bai Xiaochun now made him feel far more life-threatening danger than before. He's crazy, damn it. This Bai Hao is crazy. Zhao Dongshan's heart trembled. He had never felt death so close to him as he did now. Bai Xiaochun looked at Zhao Dongshan for a moment, then slowly closed his eyes. He saw only fear of death in Zhao Dongshan's eyes, nothing else. Moreover, Bai Xiaochun knew that Zhao Dongshan was reckless. If it was truly him, or if he knew some information, his eyes would absolutely not be like this. It couldn't be him. Bai Xiaochun's heart raced. He didn't let go of his hand, but tilted his head, looking towards the Zhao family members. He especially looked at the younger ones, who were clearly Zhao Dongshan's siblings. The order of benevolence must be implemented. I, Bai, will oversee this matter, ensuring fairness so that you all receive your share. This order will benefit the collateral and main lineage members who have no right to inheritance. Therefore, if you don't support it, you will be the ones who suffer. But to obtain wealth, we must know how much property and resources your family, even your father, your elders, your heavenly lord, possesses. The more you report, the more I will record. Only in this way can we ensure an equal distribution of assets for everyone. During the execution of the Order of Gratitude, I, Bai, have the right to bestow rewards. Therefore, whoever among you provides information the fastest will receive the most support from me. This is also for your own good. You surely know that in your hearts. Therefore, I want to know everything about the Zhao family. You should know that sometimes family assets are not just tangible possessions, but also hidden information. Or someone of value. All of these count as family assets. Bai Xiaochun spoke, his voice echoing in all directions. The Zhao family members heard this and were excitedly agitated, their eyes gleaming with greed. They all understood Bai Xiaochun's words. This order of gratitude was indeed a blessing for them. Furthermore, dividing the inheritance required a precise calculation of how much was in the household. As for the exact amount, outsiders couldn't possibly understand it as well as the Zhao family members themselves. A series of gasps echoed, Zhao Dongshan filled with fear and confusion. On one hand, he feared death. On the other, he grieved over the division of his family's assets, which rightfully belonged to him. This feeling made Zhao Dongshan want to explode with anger. But his cultivation had been sealed by Bai Xiaochun, so he could only suppress his emotions, his heart filled with complex feelings, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Bai Xiaochun's gaze swept over everyone, noticing their intense desire. Finally, he looked at Zhao Dongshan, then threw him towards another building. He then turned and, in an instant, took 5,000 corpse puppets with him to another heavenly Marquis family residence, under the fervent farewells of everyone. Seeing Bai Xiaochun leave, Zhao Dongshan gasped for breath, staggering out from the rubble. Suddenly, his steps halted as he looked at all the familiar faces before him, his former brothers and sisters, now staring at him with the eyes of wolves. Zhao Dongshan's heart trembled, feeling as if the sky had turned pitch black. It's over. Bai Xiaochun's timing was incredibly precise, right as the Grand Heavenly Master issued his decree, causing the Heavenly Marquises to panic and gather together to head towards the Imperial Palace. At this moment, the members of the powerful noble families were most unstable and most easily swayed. Bai Xiaochun's appearance was like a storm sweeping across everything, not only intimidating the heirs but also providing strong support for the collateral and main lineage members who did not hold the right of inheritance. In fact, it could be said that Bai Xiaochun gave them a reason to uncover their ambitions, something they had never even dreamed of before. Bai Xiaochun wasn't simply seizing the opportune moment. His anxiety was palpable, and he didn't want to delay. In fact, even if the heavenly marquises hadn't left, Bai Xiaochun would still have acted. He possessed 2 corpse puppets that could be considered heavenly humans, 9 black-armored corpse puppets that were half-step heavenly humans, and nearly 5,000 nascent soul-level warriors. He could easily overwhelm even the heavenly duke's mansion, let alone the heavenly marquis's mansion. He flew swiftly, using the Zhao family as his starting point, heading straight towards the major districts and the Heavenly Marquis families. The 90 Heavenly Marquis families were scattered throughout the Puppet Emperor city, with at least one family in each district. Bai Xiaochun flew rapidly, arriving at each household. If any heir showed any signs of resistance, he would immediately capture them. After capturing them, he would ask, "Did you do this?" His killing intent was overwhelming, causing all the heirs to tremble. In the end, however, Bai Xiaochun couldn't find any clues. His mood grew increasingly frustrated, and his words gradually became less restrained. In each clan, he said these words to all the clan members, regardless of whether they were from the main or collateral branches. Faced with Bai Xiaochun's direct words, the clan members gasped in unison. "Tell me everything about your clan. Tell me all the assets of your clan. Tell me all the secrets of your clan. And also, tell me if your clan is secretly operating, or if you're doing anything that involves a lot of people, or if your elders are acting strangely, or even the whereabouts of your Heavenly Marquis. These could all be hidden secrets, hidden assets, hidden intelligence. The more you tell me, the more you'll get. Whoever reveals the most to me will receive my support." Bai Xiaochun addressed these words to all the clans. However, given Bai Xiaochun's speed, it was difficult to convey this message to all 90 Heavenly Marquis clans. Therefore, in the end, he decisively distributed 5,000 corpse puppets to the Heavenly Marquis clans, instructing them to spread these words according to Bai Xiaochun's orders. At the same time, the events unfolding within the Heavenly Marquis clans in the Puppet Emperor city reached the ears of the Heavenly Marquises, who were waiting outside the Heavenly Master's palace for the Grand Heavenly Master's summons. They were extremely indignant, caught between a rock and a hard place. Some couldn't bear it any longer and returned home to suppress their anger, while others gritted their teeth and continued waiting for the Grand Heavenly Master's summons. But very soon after, Bai Xiaochun successively left each of the Heavenly Marquis families. In those Heavenly Marquis families, all the collateral and main lineage members who did not hold the right of inheritance were stirring up their ambitions, causing considerable turmoil. Amidst this turmoil, the Heavenly Marquises waiting outside the Heavenly Master Palace became even more worried, constantly sending messages back to their families. When they learned that all their family members were going mad, their hearts pounded wildly. That brat Bai Hao. He devised this wicked scheme himself. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Their expressions completely changed, and they understood even more clearly that this was probably beyond suppression. Once a storm has been stirred, it's not easy to quell it. And once ambitions have been exposed, extinguishing them is not impossible, if not impossible. They hadn't even seen the Grand Celestial Master, but their clans were thrown into chaos by Bai Xiaochun's intervention. Clan rebellion was far more terrifying than an enemy invasion. Some clans fared better, but others were thrown into utter disarray, leaving these celestial marquises utterly bewildered, forced to return to their clans to quell the unrest. In the end, when the Celestial Master's Hall opened, only about 20 celestial marquises remained in the square, each entering with a bitter expression. It's unknown what they presented, nor how the Grand Celestial Master appeased them. All that was seen was that they all left dejectedly, their outward expressions one of silence. That night, Bai Xiaochun waited anxiously in the supervisory mansion. Initially, only a few communication jade slips reached him. The messengers were all those who had been oppressed within their clans. In the Heavenly Marquis clans, after the Heavenly Marquis returned, he suppressed and intimidated all the clan members, making the information that reached Bai Xiaochun largely useless. Bai Xiaochun became even more worried and refused to leave things to fate. Therefore, during this time, he led a large army of zombie puppets to each Heavenly Marquis clan one by one. He constantly incited, manipulated, and sowed seeds of ambition in the hearts of each clan member. He even caused conflicts with several Heavenly Marquises. But under the intimidation of 5,000 zombie puppets, the conflicts were quickly suppressed. At the same time, he arranged for Zhou Yixing to go out and continuously spread information, boosting the confidence of the collateral clan members. This storm continued for 3 days, and the Grand Heavenly Master showed no sign of withdrawing the Order of Benevolence. Therefore, despite the threat from the Heavenly Marquis, the information transmitted through the jade slip was very discreet, so there was no worrying about anyone discovering it. As a result, the intelligence Bai Xiaochun gathered gradually increased. 3 more days passed, and each of the Heavenly Marquises in their respective clans continued their suppression without ceasing. They employed all sorts of tactics, sometimes ruthless, sometimes persuasive, exhausting their mental and physical strength. On one hand, they guarded against Bai Xiaochun's appearance. On the other, they had to suppress internal strife, leaving them utterly weary and deeply sorrowful. After all, they were all their blood relatives. Outsiders couldn't help with this kind of internal conflict, only they could handle it themselves, some even resorting to murder. But the more they struggled, the more clan members secretly engaged in activities. As time went on, the jade slip in Bai Xiaochun's hand vibrated with increasing frequency. Then, a few days later, news spread from one of the Heavenly Marquis clans that more than half of their descendants had been directly imprisoned and even executed by a Heavenly Marquis. Bai Xiaochun immediately seized the opportunity, leading his army of zombie puppets straight to that family, directly engaging in battle with the ruthless Heavenly Marquis. This battle spurred the other Heavenly Marquises. Immediately, numerous rainbow-colored streaks flew out, and many rushed straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Just as a riot was about to erupt, the collateral branches of the Heavenly Marquis families, after enduring more than 10 days of immense pressure, erupted in a frenzy under the subtle instigation of Zhou Yixing. This immediately caused internal strife within many families. This time, the commotion shook the entire Kuwang city, and it was only with the intervention of the Grand Heavenly Master that it was suppressed. However, some Heavenly Marquises were too preoccupied to pay attention to Bai Xiaochun and immediately returned to their families to prevent the internal conflict from erupting. Despite being restrained, these events spurred all the family members, causing the jade slip in Bai Xiaochun's hand to vibrate continuously. News from the 90 Heavenly Marquis families spread like wildfire, with the number of collateral and main branch family members not holding the right of inheritance reaching over 10,000. Our family possesses 37 billion soul elixirs. Lord Bai Hao, I know there's a secret treasure vault in our family. Normally, only the heirs are allowed to enter. I once saw the Heavenly Marquis take out a celestial human soul. It's of the metal attribute. Our family has 100,000 soldiers. All the members of the collateral branches and some of the main branches, after being provoked, showed signs of unease. But behind their backs, each of them was seething with anger, secretly leaking information about their family's assets and related matters to Bai Xiaochun. This was as if Bai Xiaochun had countless spies within each family. Therefore, very quickly, news from the various families poured into Bai Xiaochun, allowing him to instantly grasp the entire situation of the Heavenly Marquis family. All the secondary descendants, along with the main branches without inheritance rights, stared intently. No matter how much they hated Bai Xiaochun, today Bai Xiaochun represented them, the one carrying out the supervised decree. At that moment, some considered rebellion, thus revealing the ruthlessness of the decree. This plan was too brilliant. All the Heavenly Marquis families had only one heir. They were powerful, with profound cultivation, numerous wives and concubines, and many descendants. Their children didn't inherit much, and there were also the main branch members without inheritance rights. Their support was tantamount to standing beside the Grand Heavenly Master. From then on, unless they themselves eliminated their own bloodline, all the turmoil within the family would erupt. Could they possibly rebel? Finally, as soon as the imperial decree appeared, all family assets and resources were not distributed to outsiders, from beginning to end. They were divided among descendants with the Heavenly Marquis bloodline, thus further solidifying the Grand Celestial Master's position on the side of righteousness. Whether it's for the greater good, morality, or even support, everyone is on the side of the Grand Celestial Master. This plan is extremely cruel, and there's something even more terrifying. That's the people of Kuwang City. The gap between the nobility and the common people has been ignited by their decree, and almost all the people of Kuwang are extremely supportive of their decree. Even if they gain nothing from this, they admire the high-ranking nobles and are jealous of the heirs. They desperately hope to see these noble families distribute their wealth equally among themselves. This was tantamount to bringing down a colossal monster. Although it would give rise to many geniuses, it would also significantly narrow the gap between them. With the difference reduced, they would still be subjects of the Emperor. Furthermore, their support for the Grand Celestial Master was unprecedented, and his already peak prestige would increase even further, reaching entirely new heights. He might even be able to establish his own new dynasty. This greatly frightened the entire Heavenly Marquis. They were deeply shaken, and many felt distressed. In fact, the heavenly marquises were all cunning and resourceful individuals, and many of them gradually understood the terrifying power of this decree. Unfortunately, knowing the truth was one thing, but whether they could resolve it was another matter entirely. If this plan was devised by Bai Hao, this person is too terrifying. This person's scheming is too deep, reaching a level where even the powerful fear him like a venomous snake. His calculation of human nature has reached the extreme. What kind of person could come up with such a wicked plan? I know now, Bai Hao was also a secondary son back then. Damned, he came from the Bai family of giant Ghost City, and from then on, he developed such an idea. As time passed, this storm grew larger and larger, starting from Kuwang City and spreading outwards, sweeping across the entire savage wilderness. Not only the Heavenly Marquis family, but also many soul-refining families were at the center of the storm. Bai Xiaochun, the initiator of the storm, sat in his courtyard supervising, his eyes showing weariness. From beginning to end, he never rested. As news came in continuously, he examined it with extreme care, constantly analyzing and judging, trying to find clues within. Half a month had passed since Bai Hao's disappearance, and Bai Xiaochun's heart was filled with even more turmoil. It was like a raging fire consuming others, yet tormenting himself relentlessly. He couldn't worry about Bai Hao's life or death. The lack of news for the past half-month was what truly worried him, driving him to the brink of madness. His breathing was erratic, his aura agitated with anger and unease. Only when analyzing clues and information could he find some stability. Although his information was incomplete, Bai Xiaochun knew that to find Bai Hao, he needed to gather even more clues. The All Graces decree is like a fire burning a barren grassland. It needs an even stronger spark. Bai Xiaochun looked up, staring intently at the distant horizon. That direction was the 5th district of Kuwang City. The Heavenly Craftsman clan is in this area. It's time to strike at the Heavenly Craftsman clan. Only by targeting them can we obtain information about them, and also boost the confidence of those in the Heavenly Marquis clan who harbor fear. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth and made his decision. He stood up and flew out, then led his army of zombies soaring into the air. His sudden movement attracted countless attention. Everyone followed the direction the zombie army flew, and upon seeing Bai Xiaochun's target the Heavenly Craftsman clan in the 5th area, everyone gasped in shock, their hearts pounding with excitement. The Heavenly Craftsman clan. Bai Hao is too audacious. He dares to go to the Heavenly Craftsman clan under the supervision of the Heavenly Craftsman Order. While everyone was discussing amongst themselves, 5,000 zombie puppets directly advanced to the 5th zone. Bai Xiaochun walked at the front, flanked by heavenly human zombie puppets on either side, and behind him were 9 half-step heavenly human zombie puppets, their aura overwhelming. He didn't stop. After entering the 5th zone, Bai Xiaochun went directly to the Heavenly Craftsman family. He vaguely remembered that the Heavenly Craftsman of this family was an old man who didn't associate with Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun didn't pay much attention to him at the moment. As he approached, a barrier of light appeared within the Heavenly Craftsman family, separating him from the outside. A face appeared on the barrier, a middle-aged man who coldly stared at Bai Xiaochun. The supervisory envoy can say whatever he wants here. No one is allowed to enter this place. Bai Xiaochun peered through the light screen, seeing many members of the Heavenly Craftsman clan looking up at him. Their eyes were calm but held a strange glint. Bai Xiaochun knew that even within the Heavenly Craftsman clan, many were awaiting their decree, but under the Heavenly Craftsman's overwhelming power, they dared not reveal it. Bai Xiaochun pondered, not forcefully entering. He stood outside and slowly spoke, his voice echoing through the light screen. I, Bai, am here by order of the Grand Heavenly Master to oversee the decree. Whether it's the Heavenly Marquis clan or the Heavenly Craftsman clan, even the 4 great Heavenly Kings must obey this decree. All clan members will receive equal resources and property. Whether you are of secondary lineage or mainline, you have no right to inherit. Bai Xiaochun spoke while observing the Heavenly Craftsman clan members. After he finished speaking, the middle-aged man on the light screen looked at Bai Xiaochun. Are you finished talking? No need to see me off. No sooner had he finished speaking than the middle-aged man's face disappeared. Bai Xiaochun frowned, standing there in contemplation. He pondered for a moment and then proceeded to the 2nd Heavenly Craftsman family. Then the 3rd, the 4th. Very quickly, he had gone from the first to the fifth, visiting 9 heavenly craftsman families. Every heavenly craftsman family did exactly the same as the first one. None of them would let him in. They all blocked him outside the formation, and after he finished speaking, they unceremoniously dismissed him. This was a case of the strong prevailing over the weak. Bai Xiaojun's expression grew increasingly grim, and the people following him became more and more apprehensive. Many members of the Heavenly Craftsman and Heavenly Marquis families were paying close attention to Bai Xiaojun's actions. Through various means of inquiry, their hearts grew heavy. Could it be that our decree cannot be disseminated? Some began to worry about the consequences. The entire court, both civil and military officials, paid attention to Bai Xiaojun. With a grim expression, Bai Xiaojun walked towards the last Heavenly Craftsman family. This was the Chen family. The Chen Haotong family occupied half of this area, their Heavenly Craftsman Tower towering far above the Heavenly Marquis Tower. All the clan members fell silent. Recently, the decree issued by the Heavenly Marquis clan had stirred the hearts of all the descendants of the Heavenly Duke clan. They dared not make any move truly because the Heavenly Duke clan was different from the Heavenly Marquis clan. If the Grand Celestial Master had previously wielded his sword like a bloodthirsty whirlwind, annihilating 18 Heavenly Marquises, yet the Heavenly Duke did not fall, then, to some extent. As long as they did not betray the Imperial dynasty, their position was very difficult to shake. After all, they were celestial beings, powerful among celestial beings, high and mighty beings whether in the savage wilderness or the Tongshan River. At this moment, Bai Xiaojun approached, and a barrier of light appeared, separating him from the outside. Then a low voice emanated from within the barrier. "Speak up, and then get out." The voice was filled with contempt and disgust. Bai Xiaojun's gaze was fixed on the Heavenly Craftsman Tower within the Chen family's barrier. Then he laughed loudly. The onlookers following Bai Xiaojun watched in silence. They had witnessed Bai Xiaojun's inability to enter the gates of the other 9 Heavenly Craftsman families, and now countless thoughts arose in their minds. This matter was spreading, and more people in Kuwang City were paying attention to what was happening here. Within the barrier, the Chen family members' expressions were extremely calm. They kept looking up at Bai Xiaojun through the barrier. Chen Heng was also like that, his expression full of complexities. In fact, he was from the main branch but not the heir of the Chen family. In the past, he hated Bai Xiaojun, but now he felt an indescribable emotion. He understood the inner workings of his family, and he also knew that if the resources were truly distributed equally, he would get a share. That would be enough to tempt him, and he feared that he would never be able to obtain such resources in his lifetime. While the Chen family members were lost in thought, Bai Xiaojun stood outside the barrier, laughing loudly. His smile was icy cold, and the madness in his eyes grew stronger. He had anticipated this, knowing that the Heavenly Craftsman family was far more difficult to deal with than the Heavenly Marquis family. Therefore, he had already thought it through. He needed to make the final showdown at the Chen family's residence at any cost. If things went smoothly before, that would be fine, but if not, Bai Xiaojun would unleash his final, frenzied attack on the Chen family. Now, he didn't need to find a reason. The Chen family's attitude was enough to ignite his rage. He raised his right hand and pointed at the barrier surrounding the Chen family. "Zombie army, bombard the barrier," Bai Xiaojun shouted, his words reaching everyone's ears. They were all stunned, whether they were onlookers or members of the Chen family. Before they could think too much, 5,000 zombies surrounding Bai Xiaojun roared. Roar! 5,000 zombies roared loudly, charging forward. The silver-clad man beside Bai Xiaojun was the first to charge, moving at incredible speed, directly attacking the protective barrier. The barrier shook violently, and at the same time, 9 half-step heavenly human black-armored zombies approached, also attacking, creating a massive explosion. It wasn't over yet. The 5,000 zombie army advanced together. With their combined strength, they unleashed their most powerful attacks. In a short time, all their divine abilities and spells enveloped the area, and war had begun. 5,000 spells erupted like a tsunami, all attacks striking the protective barrier of the Chen family. "Bai Hao, what do you intend to do?" The previously contemptuous voice roared angrily, causing all the Chen family members to change color. Those watching around them widened their eyes, gasping in shock. "Bai Hao, my god. He dares to order an attack on the Heavenly Craftsman family. He's incredibly audacious. The onlookers were terrified, but they managed to compose themselves and spread the news. By now, everyone in Kuhuan City knew what was happening, and many people's expressions changed. Even several heavenly marquises sitting in the heavenly Marquis Tower stood up, their eyes filled with disbelief as they looked at the Chen family. Even the other 9 heavenly duke families were surprised. They used their divine senses to investigate the situation, their expressions changing drastically. Then they looked at the imperial palace and fell silent. The secondary clan members were all astonished, and after taking a deep breath, they said, "He's gone mad." This event was earth-shattering. Even the strongest protective barrier of the Chen family's formation couldn't withstand the earth-shattering divine power. The clash of spells surged like a tidal wave, followed by the collapse of space layer after layer. Explosions erupted like a storm, directly striking the Chen family, followed by chaos and countless screams. At this moment, a furious roar echoed from within the Heavenly Craftsman Tower. "By how? You want to die?" The roar reverberated in all directions, shaking the entire Heavenly Craftsman Tower violently. The tremors spread outwards, even overpowering the sound of the spells colliding with the protective barrier. The explosion was so powerful that even those in the Imperial Palace could hear it. The spells shattered the protective barrier, and immediately afterward, 5,000 zombies retreated. The silver-armored giant and the 9 half-step heavenly beings continued their assault, transforming into afterimages as they attacked the Heavenly Craftsman Tower. As they attacked, the Heavenly Tower was engulfed in swirling winds and clouds, the heavens and earth transformed, and the enormous face of Chen Haodong appeared in the void. As his face materialized, he roared, blocking the silver-armored giant and the 9 black-armored corpse puppets. Crack! The incantation, like a massive mountain condensing in the void, directly descended, enveloping the silver-armored giants. They collided head-on. Chen Haodong, enraged, unleashed a purple beam of light from his forehead. With the purple light appearing, his speed and momentum were like a splitting force, immediately striking Bai Xiaochun. It seemed he intended to kill Bai Xiaochun directly. At this moment, the heavenly human aura vibrated, protecting Bai Xiaochun, as he was accompanied by heavenly human corpse puppets. Without hesitation, the burly man stepped forward, clenched his right fist, and directly punched the purple beam of light. A deafening explosion echoed through the heavens and earth. The purple light collapsed, and the black-armored man trembled and recoiled a few steps. The purple light, upon colliding with his right fist, exploded, and his arm instantly vanished. If it were a living person, such injuries would be extremely serious, but the corpse puppet didn't seem to care. In fact, one could see its flesh and blood constantly twitching as if trying to heal its wounds. Before Bai Xiaochun could be killed, the heavenly tower shook violently. Chen Haotong took a step forward, raising his hand to create a storm that attacked the silver-armored man and the 9 half-step heavenly beings. In the resounding explosion, the 9 half-step heavenly beings trembled, their bodies recoiling. Even the silver-armored man fared no better, retreating several steps. Chen Haotong's face was extremely grim, his breathing heavy. A powerful heavenly being aura erupted from Chen Haotong's entire body, the shock spreading in all directions. He hadn't expected Bai Hao to dare to attack his family. The previous clashes had helped him realize that Bai Xiaochun was mostly outwardly strong, but inwardly weak, fond of showing off. He had also long since guessed Bai Xiaochun's character, knowing that this person, though ruthless, actually valued his own life and wouldn't easily take risks. Today, Bai Xiaochun's decisiveness and determination astonished him. Staring intently at Bai Xiaochun, he angrily exclaimed, "Bai Hao, do you know what you're doing?" Bai Xiaochun coldly looked at Chen Haotong, raising his right hand to stop the silver-armored man and the corpse puppets. They stopped and unleashed terrifying killing intent. Chen Haotong narrowed his eyes. Although his cultivation was considerably higher than the silver-armored man's, he understood that the army of corpse puppets possessed immortal bodies, even containing other transformations, especially the 5,000 corpse puppets surrounding them. Not to mention Bai Xiaochun's heavenly human corpse puppet beside him. Even he was terrified. Bai Xiaochun's face was icy cold. He stared at Chen Haotong and walked straight ahead, passing through the previously concealed barrier and entering. The Chen family. Under my command, everyone is equal. All those of you from the main lineage and not heirs of the Chen family, I welcome you to provide me with information. Doing so will ensure a fair and just distribution of assets for you. if, because of your weakness and fear, you let this opportunity slip away, creating an unfair distribution and allowing the heirs to benefit greatly, you should think about the consequences. You yourselves understand that whether you eat a lot or a little, you will eventually have to spit it all out. You shouldn't do anything else. Just provide information, assets, resources, or let me know who gets more. I will be the villain for you. Bai Xiaochun's words resonated powerfully in the ears of the Chen family members. At this moment, many clansmen trembled, their hearts pounding. Chen Haoding's expression was extremely unpleasant. He stood there, looking towards the imperial palace, which remained silent and undisturbed. After speaking, Bai Xiaochun glanced at the people around him, then turned and left. As he walked away, his eyes gleamed. That's right, just now, Bai went out to see who was openly defying the Grand Heavenly Master's orders, and even saying something about me leaving after I finished speaking. Bai Xiaochun said, glancing at the Chen family's descendants. They seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally looking at an old man. Even Chen Xiang looked over. The old man's expression changed, and before he could speak, Bai Xiaochun ordered the corpse puppet, destroy. In an instant, he gave the order, and 5,000 corpse puppets simultaneously attacked. Amidst the resounding explosions, there was the old man's agonizing scream. He was utterly annihilated, body and soul. Chen Haoding's face grew even more unsightly, as black as a pot bottom. Bai Xiaochun's accusations were too vicious. The current situation was delicate. He took a deep breath and restrained himself, his eyes fixed on Bai Xiaochun's retreating back. Bai Xiaochun didn't need to go to each of the 10 heavenly craftsman families. He only wanted to express his attitude. The events at the Chen family would be spread to the other heavenly craftsman families through various means, further provoking the heavenly Marquis families. That would be enough. In fact, that was exactly what happened. When Bai Xiaochun left the Chen family, he received news that was more than half a month prior. Among the items were both real and fake, mostly concerning the wealth of various clans. Bai Xiaochun only glanced at them briefly. His main focus was on the direction these clans were heading, from which he could obtain the information he needed. This was the content Bai Xiaochun was paying attention to. In the following days, this information increased, and Bai Xiaochun immersed himself in it. From the time he issued the benevolent decree until now, a powerful undercurrent had arisen within the heavenly craftsman clans. From then on, Bai Xiaochun also began to absorb information from the heavenly craftsman clans. At this time, a storm swept through everything. The heavenly Marquis clan could not withstand it, and the heavenly craftsman clans experienced a powerful undercurrent. At the same time, even the 4 great heavenly kings were affected by the storm. Among them, the Doshen king was relatively fortunate. His descendants were few, including the Zishen king. There were only 5 in total, enough for them to live comfortably without needing to compete with each other. The great demon king was unharmed. As for the mortal world woman, she was currently unaware of what was happening. After the ancestral worship ceremony, she was advised by the great demon king to go into seclusion, and today she is in seclusion attempting a breakthrough. But the 9 Nether King was in a terrible state. He had over 100 disgruntled children, all of whom were over 100 joyfully supporting the Grand Heavenly Master and Bai Xiaochun. Zhou Hong, however, wanted to cry. He wanted to inherit the position of king, which required a demigod cultivation level. For him, this was too far-fetched. If his family provided him with sufficient resources, this would have been his only hope. Now that hope was gone, his hatred for Bai Xiaochun deepened. The 9 Nether King was also troubled. He had demigod cultivation, so he didn't care. He felt a headache from watching his children's commotion. Every time he had a headache, he would think of the famous Linglan King, known for spreading his influence throughout the savage wilderness, and feel refreshed. He felt his own troubles were insignificant. Linglan King was on the verge of madness. In the Linglan Palace, his roar echoed throughout the city. Damn by how, this brat is too vicious. I merely separated him and Lin San, that's all. I haven't done anything immoral or harmful. My daughter is under my control, so why shouldn't I be allowed to? He's seeking revenge. This is clearly aimed at me. Linglan King roared, his whole body trembling with anger. Thinking of his children, he couldn't help but feel distressed. He had too many children. If you only counted his sons, there were over 3,000. If you included his daughters, it was around 5,000 or 6,000. he couldn't even remember the exact number. The thought of his lifelong accumulation being divided among 5 or 6,000 descendants, even though Ling King was a demigod, made him feel troubled and confused. His children, spurred on by the emperor's decree, were excited and constantly clamoring amongst themselves. Their support for the Grand Heavenly Master and Bai Xiaochun had increased unprecedentedly. They even threatened to rebel if Ling King were to revolt, possibly joining forces against him. The entire city of Linglin was in chaos. 5 or 6,000 of the prince's rebellious sons each had their own small factions, and the situation had become a chaotic mess. The king of Linglin was helpless. He felt he couldn't destroy his own sons for the sake of his inheritance. He looked sadly towards Kuwang City. That Bai Hao must have done it on purpose. In Linglin City, the most enraged was the crown prince. He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing red. His hatred for Bai Xiaochun was boundless. Suzanne was in her chambers, silently watching Kuwang City. She sighed because she felt something was wrong with Bai Hao. She wanted to find him, but after being brought back by her father, she was confined to her room, unable to escape. Chen Manyao was also in the same situation. She had been ordered to remain in seclusion until now by the Grand Celestial Master. The 4 heavenly kings were all in disarray to varying degrees, and Bai Xiaochun gleaned information from countless sources. Miao Liner is missing. She was once from a family of Earth-grade soul refiners. Many family members have gone missing, Bai Xiaochun murmured, his eyes flashing with killing intent, but he suppressed it. He understood he couldn't act rashly at this moment. He had to be absolutely certain before he could act to save Bai Hao. Otherwise, a failed attempt would alert the enemy, making it impossible to find any clues. Opportunities only come once. My clues aren't enough. I still need to find someone from the Mia family. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun secretly instructed Du Yixing to search for clues, focusing on finding someone from the Mia family. Once found, he instructed Du Yixing to keep a close watch on them and not act rashly. Currently, only the 4 heavenly kings are missing. Who exactly was behind this on that day? As long as we have clues and trace the source, we can connect it to the previous information. Once we've pieced it together, we'll go find Bai Hao. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. His eyes filled with weariness, and the madness in them was even more evident than before. He hadn't rested for nearly a month, his nerves still taut. Now he was using the supervisory office to search for information about the 4 heavenly kings, and he was also sending a message to their respective cities. He told them to come to the supervisory office in 3 days, and he would personally deliver the decree to them. Bai Xiaochun understood that his invitation wasn't the Grand Heavenly Master's order, so the princes were completely uninterested in him. They hated him intensely, but Bai Xiaochun didn't care. What he cared about was how many children of the heavenly kings who had no right of inheritance would come to see him, so that they would become Bai Xiaochun's spies within the heavenly king's forces. After the news spread, the giant ghost king heard it but didn't look. The victorious king didn't care. His children didn't pay attention. Only the children of the 9 Nether King and the Spirit Forest King were excited, continuously using the teleportation array to meet Bai Xiaochun, entering the supervisory mansion to wait. There were quite a few people in the supervisory mansion today. Bai Xiaochun entered the secret chamber and was stunned to see so many people, especially knowing that 98% of them were from Spirit Forest City, which greatly shocked him. The children of the kings were enthusiastic upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Supervisory Envoy. Supervisory Envoy, your presence is extraordinary. Your benevolent decree is the source of prosperity for our Kuwang City. Amidst the clamor of thousands, Bai Xiaochun nodded slightly, responding with a few words before seriously getting to the main point. Gentlemen, the Emperor's decree states that the Grand Celestial Master ordered that the crown princes of all forces not to become the sole rulers. Therefore, in the future, anyone can inherit the throne, even a demigod cannot violate it. You have the right to compete with the crown prince. Ultimately, whether it's fair or not depends on how much you understand about your respective families. The more information and intelligence you provide, the more I can satisfy you. Currently, the family fortunes of the Heavenly Marquis and Heavenly Duke families are passed down to the main and secondary branches. I know quite a bit about this. Now it's just you who need to know. Bai Xiaochun's words silenced everyone. They had heard about this before, and hearing Bai Xiaochun explain it clearly filled them with gratitude. The message was simple. secretly report the news to me, and I would handle the villains. They supported me, and besides, reporting family assets and information was nothing. If the Heavenly Craftsman family didn't rebel, then the demigod family wouldn't either. They were merely royal bloodlines, not crown princes, so they didn't need to overthink things. Therefore, they acted without restraint on a daily basis. After leaving the supervisory mansion, they relayed a lot of information to Bai Xiaochun. From then on, Bai Xiaochun was able to gather all the civil and military officials in the Kuwang dynasty. Countless pieces of intelligence converged in one place, especially some people who weren't from powerful families, but citizens of the Kuwang dynasty. Bai Xiaochun became increasingly busy. Finally, 5 days later, that night, Bai Xiaochun sat in his secret chamber, his right hand clutching a sound transmission jade slip. His breathing was rapid, and a terrifying killing intent erupted. He had found a clue. The fog surrounding Bai Hao's disappearance had dissipated. Once a family of Earth-grade soul masters. 13 families united, 9 Nether King, grandfather Miao Liner. Hiding within one of the 13 families, Bai Xiaochun's heart surged with killing intent. He lowered his head to examine the transmission jade slips, carefully searching for the intelligence provided by his son, the Heavenly Marquis Chu family. A Xuan-grade soul refining master has appeared in the family. This person is strange, mysterious, and unpredictable. It's said they've come here to seclude themselves and refine spirit treasures. Bai Xiaochun raised his head, took a deep breath, his eyes blazing with terrifying killing intent. Found him. Xu Wudao. A chill ran through Bai Xiaochun's eyes. The secret chamber he sat in was icy cold, frost rising all around. Bai Hao's disappearance had made him understand the cause and effect. Today, he had investigated thoroughly. It was the ancestor of the Miaolan family, a Xuan-grade soul refining master, who wanted to use Bai Hao to refine fire. Because they feared him, the 13 families had somehow persuaded the 9 Nether King, resulting in Bai Hao's mysterious disappearance a month ago. Later, hiding within a clan, Chu Wudao was unknown to outsiders. Among the many heavenly marquises in the Kuwang dynasty, he wasn't the strongest, but not the weakest either. He was of average standing. This man was not eloquent and didn't like interacting with too many people, remaining silent on a daily basis. Even in the imperial court, he didn't utter a word, and even when he did speak, it was only to comply with the prevailing trend. His presence was minimal, so people overlooked him. Even Bai Xiaochun didn't know much about Chu Wudao. If it weren't for the current situation of the imperial decree affecting the entire savage wilderness and the clandestine transmission of information by a son of Chu Wudao's family, Bai Xiaochun would never have thought that Bai Hao was in Chu Wudao's house. Chu Wudao was one of the 13 families involved, and Bai Xiaochun's investigation only went this far. He didn't know who the other 12 families were. These weren't the main points. His entire focus for the past month had been on finding Bai Hao. Now that he had a firm grasp of the situation, Bai Xiaochun had no intention of informing the Grand Celestial Master. This matter was too important to Bai Xiaochun. He couldn't afford any complications. Furthermore, if he invited the Grand Celestial Master, there was no guarantee the Grand Celestial Master would agree, and even if there was a slight possibility, a mere whisper of information would alert the enemy, making it much harder for Bai Hao to find him. He couldn't afford to gamble. Bai Xiaochun stood up, his body radiating killing intent, the pressure growing heavier. Today, he had to kill someone. Without hesitation, Bai Xiaochun stood up and, holding the jade slip for communication, exchanged words with Zhou Yixing. He then flew into the air above the supervisory mansion, flicking his sleeves, his divine consciousness bursting forth as he flew towards the Zhao Wudao family. At the same time, a resounding explosion echoed through the supervisory mansion, and countless corpse puppets flew into the air, not 5,000, but only 4,000. Bai Xiaochun entrusted 1,000 corpse puppets to Zhou Yixing to handle other matters. 4,000 corpse puppets followed behind Bai Xiaochun. He transformed into a beam of light, his killing intent forming a vortex that enveloped the heavens and earth, the wind and clouds surging. Everyone in the Puppet Emperor city who was paying attention to Bai Xiaochun trembled. Bai Xiaochun paid no attention to anyone's gaze. His eyes were blazing red without any concealment. Others could sense him as a frenzied beast, his killing intent intensely concentrated. A murderous aura and a bloodthirsty momentum condensed around him. As time passed, he seemed to transform into a demon god, leading 4,000 corpse puppets as if to tear apart heaven and earth. His powerful aura shook the 8 directions. Bai Xiaochun's speed increased rapidly, his heart filled with worrying, self-reproach, confusion, tension, and unease, a jumble of emotions driving him mad. In his life, Bai Xiaochun had rarely been so consumed by bloodlust. The opponent had truly pushed him too far, easily overstepping his boundaries. After a month of gathering information, Bai Xiaochun had found his target, and his killing intent could no longer be suppressed. Bai Xiaochun still retained his rationality. He understood that revenge wasn't the main point. The main point was Bai Hao. Therefore, after the resounding explosion, the 4,000 corpse puppets followed Bai Xiaochun through dozens of major districts. In the distance, upon seeing District 61 and a heavenly Marquis tower before him, Bai Xiaochun's eyes gleamed. That place is the Chu family. Can you sense it? Within the Chu family's territory, in a secret chamber, Ashuan grade soul refining master is hidden. Bai Xiaochun's divine sense swept across, but he didn't detect anything, so he transmitted a message to the silver-armored man. The silver-armored man's eyes flashed as he looked at the distant Chu family and shook his head. Perhaps this person has a special secret technique to prevent divine sense detection. Bai Xiaochun narrowed his eyes and walked forward. As soon as he approached the Chu family, he immediately ordered 2,000 corpse puppets surround this place. No one is allowed to enter or leave without my permission, whether in the sky or on the ground. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the 2,000 corpse puppets shone brightly. They dispersed and sealed off the Chu family, forming a circle. 2,000 corpse puppets surrounded the Chu family, forming a formation. Then black smoke appeared in the air above the Chu family, and suddenly, a sealing force enveloped the Chu family. At this moment, countless cries of alarm rang out within the Chu family, especially from the Chu family's heir, the young Marquis. He was greatly terrified. He looked up and saw the army of zombies surrounding and sealing his family, and then saw Bai Xiaochun erupting with overwhelming killing intent, leading to 1,000 zombies charging forward. The young Marquis of the Chu family was greatly shaken. He was one of the few Chu family members who knew that his grandfather, Yao Liner, was here, and also knew about his family's capture of the opponent's soul servants. Now, with the enraged decree, the young Marquis of another family was filled with boundless anger. Although he was also angry, his heart was unsettled. Even his rage only masked his unease. Seeing Bai Xiaochun charging forward, his face changed drastically, his mind racing. He knew that this matter had been exposed. Activate the formation. The young master of the Chu family gave the order, and after shouting loudly, he bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of his lifeblood. Fresh blood was the key to the formation. After he spat out the blood, a blood-red light enveloped the Chu family, instantly forming a protective shield.